Officer Gentleman Monster by Alec Birry. Book 6 in the Condition series. Narrated by Jonathan Keeble. Prologue. The clerk took the quill from its pot, shook out the excess ink and made an entry. "Well?" The ledger's pages turned.
"Nothing after 1970,
said the clerk. He studied what had ended the world.
Nuclear Armageddon. But whether that was at humankind's or Zara's hands is impossible to tell."
Professor Savage harumphed. "Given Zara wouldn't even have been a twinkle in my eye at the time, it is more likely to have been the former. Try again. You'll find the universe I need." Changing the date, time, and place in the ledger's index wiped the contents, and a new entry was followed by the volume becoming visibly thicker. "Ah," said Savage, rubbing his hands. "That's more like it. What are we dealing with now?" The clerk had to heave the sheaf of pages over this time. He frowned. "What is it?" said Savage.
"The last page. It's blank."
The clerk turned to the previous.
"This world ends in the year 2138 with—"
He rechecked the last page.
"Nothing."
"Well, that's the singularity of pure thought for you." The clerk stared at Savage. "Endowing robots, human beings, animals, and even plants with superintelligence is bound to produce just the one entity eventually." Savage raised an eyebrow. "And one our humble thoughts can't possibly hope to comprehend." The clerk expressed concern.
"I know exactly what a blank page means. Zara's not only a singularity of pure thought, she's an all-powerful one. It doesn't matter when, where, or what we do, she'll soon catch up."
He tapped the record of all things possible.
"And that blank page tells me exactly what she's going to do when she does."
Savage didn't seem concerned. "Which is why we must always remain one step ahead. Come on, find me a 1919 that doesn't end in an empty page just over a couple of centuries later." The clerk's shoulders sagged as he did. Focusing on the year when Savage had first decided to walk the earth as a man was simple enough, but humankind was already proving difficult to control, and although Savage's editing of the species' thoughts was producing the cooperation and conflict he needed, the outcomes always resulted in life's end somewhere, and if that didn't come courtesy of nuclear, biological, or chemical war, then the slower but just as deadly effects of disease, hunger, and man-made climate change soon did. Even the Earth's own mass extinction events made an appearance in the ledger. But given ice ages and plate tectonics need tens of thousands, if not millions of years to effect their terminal consequences, Zara would have taken over long before. So the clerk dismissed these outcomes as readily as he did man's efforts. No, the clerk guessed his employer was waiting for something else to appear, and when Savage extended a finger to halt the blur of passing pages, the clerk assumed he must have found it. "When did that happen?" said Savage. The clerk peered at the page.
1929,
he said. Savage rubbed his chin. Yes. Let's go back to this 1919.
"But this 1919 doesn't end in 1929,
said the clerk. He flipped to where life would expire in this part of the multiverse, only to groan at the appearance of another blank page.
"Nothing after 1957 this time."
"Nevertheless, I now know what's required to fill the ledger, and to the point where you're going to need help carrying it." Savage encouraged his clerk to make the entry needed for them both to step into the year. "Come on, time is of the essence, as they say." The clerk was about to do so, when the presence of others in the vicinity made him ask a question instead.
"Professor, what do you suppose Zara meant?"
"Meant?" The clerk scanned their current date, time, and place. 21st of July, 2026, just after midday.
standing outside an isolated farmhouse set within the farthest southwestern reaches of the Cornish peninsula. He then met the frozen expressions of those trapped in this single page's closed-loop existence, all except for one. Under Savage's control or not, there was no way the minor official was going to chance meeting Zara's gaze. He gestured at the robot instead. "Replacement. Zara said she was your replacement. What did she mean by that?" Savage wandered to his most troublesome creation. The one-time mechanical love doll turned super entity was still in the form the clerk assumed she found most useful when manipulating men's thoughts, as well as their environs, a statuesque Arab beauty with distracting anatomy to match. As if wanting to spare his clerk's blushes, Savage redressed Zara's luscious locks over her cleavage and said,
"All children expect to replace their parents sooner or later. Zara is no different in that regard."
The clerk didn't want to say it, but given what Zara had put them through, and would be free to do again once they had departed this world, he felt he had no choice. "But she can do things you can't."
"Such as?"
There was an element of irritation in Savage's voice, and it reminded the clerk he couldn't hold his boss's gaze for long either. He stared at the ground. "Professor, Zara can not only end the cosmos, but she can travel anywhere within, even black holes."
He swallowed before adding,
"You're limited to these earthly worlds." The clerk bit his bottom lip for fear of having said too much. Again, Savage didn't seem concerned.
"If I don't produce machines capable of travelling beyond the various terra firma, how else am I to solve the mystery that is my maker?"
He was intimidated, but the clerk continued to step beyond his remit. "But surely there is no maker. Zara took us to the beginning of existence. There was nothing there." He indicated the human beings in the vicinity. "Their thoughts were needed to generate the Big Bang, which proves consciousness doesn't just maintain the multiverse. It started it."
Savage turned his head to one side. "Are you saying existence is a human construct?"
The clerk chanced a step closer. "You're holding this universe in a closed loop, which will end to resume another cycle the moment we leave. The cycle of life." In fear of the professor or not, the clerk looked him in the eye. "What if by not letting Zara replace you, the cosmos of multiverses itself is being held within something just as unnatural?"
Savage looked at the gathering. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, atoms to atoms."
Taking the quill from the inkpot, Savage shook out the excess and made the entry himself. He indicated the ethereal doorway between this world and the next.
"After you."
Chapter 1. 28th of June, 1919. Palace of Versailles, Paris. Attaché case, baton, gloves, cap, sword, newspaper. All was present and correct. Setting his own accoutrements down alongside the field marshal's items, Arthur sat to read. "Look at their faces," said Tom. "Talk about a beaten enemy. The Hun won't be going to war again any time soon, I can tell you." Arthur looked up to be met by his friend's breeches-clad backside and the hindquarters of 6 other British and French army officers in uniform, all straining to get a view of the historical proceedings ahead. A couple were tall enough to see over the presidents, prime ministers, senior military and civic dignitaries gathered beyond the glass partition, but most needed to stand on this side room's furniture. Arthur winced as Tom's cavalry boot spurs cut as well as sank into the antique upholstery. Tom looked over his shoulder. "For goodness sake, Arthur, you're missing the show! Get up here now!" Arthur went back to his book. "Not as much as the French are going to miss that chaise longue you're currently treating as a doormat." "But it's the end of the war to end all wars. What are you going to tell your grandchildren? I was there but couldn't be bothered to look." Tom extended a hand. "Quick, Take my place before some froggy gets it."
Arthur's attention flitted between their hosts. If anyone had taken offence to the casual xenophobia, they either chose to ignore it or were too engrossed in the treaty signing.
"Have you been reading your old man's Times?"
Tom must have spotted the battered broadsheet lying amongst the rest of Field Marshal Haig's belongings.
"He'll put you on a charge, you know."
Arthur didn't look up from the novel.
"The war's over, Tom. If Butcher wants to place one under house arrest for reading his 2-day-old newspaper, then that's up to him."
Tom dropped to the floor at a speed that suggested Arthur's fellow major feared for the virgin integrity of his own employer's newspaper. Tom's relief at seeing this Times as clean and as pressed as when Field Marshal Wilson's Batman had ironed it that morning was followed by a groan when a French army captain leapt to take advantage of the situation. Tom appeared about to pull rank, but Arthur guessed his friend's schoolboy French wasn't up to the task. Tom moaned at Arthur instead.
"Dash it all, Arthur! What's got into you? You're the British Army's most decorated soldier. You should be insisting on standards, not letting them slide. What are you reading, anyway?"
Arthur didn't get a chance to answer, as the novel was snatched from his hands.
"From the Earth to the Moon?"
Tom sneered at Arthur.
"The world's greatest ever empire is just seconds from reconfirming its superiority over the globe, and Britannia's most honoured son is reading a science fiction novel."
Arthur snatched the book back.
"It's called escapism, Tom. You may have enjoyed the war as a senior officer's bag carrier, but some of us have memories one would rather forget."
Tom took umbrage.
"I've done my bit."
He patted his stomach.
"Not my fault a bit of Bosch shrapnel got me, as well as my Sopwith pup when we were shot down over the Somme."
Tom had winced, which Arthur chose to interpret as genuine pain. He mellowed. "Sorry, old chap. One didn't intend to demean your war efforts. It's just—" Arthur thought about confiding in his friend, but decided this was neither the time nor the place. Arthur indicated the table laden with military symbology he and his fellow bag-carriers had been charged with: wooden batons, brown leather gloves, ceremonial swords, various international headwear trimmed in red and gold. "I just want to get away from all this, and as soon as possible." Tom took a seat next to him.
"Doing what?"
"Exploring." Arthur gestured with the novel. "Visiting the moon might be a bit of a stretch, but Everest is within reach."
"Mount Everest? So that explains why you've been seen currying favour with George Mallory and his chums."
"Their expeditions need funding, Tom, and as one's family has a reputation for investing in such causes, the inclusion of Lord Bridgehead's only son became one of the agreement's many conditions." Tom scoffed.
"Talk about friends in high places. Being in line to the throne is about as high as one can get."
Arthur ignored the petty jealousy. "What about you, Tom? What's going to help the Moseley family move on from the Great War?" Tom sighed.
"As the son of a poor baronet without a hope in hell's chance of wearing a crown, you won't be surprised to learn we runts of the landed gentry litter have to carry on working for a living."
Tom tapped the wings brevet above his left breast pocket.
"My flying days in the RAF might be over, but Trenchard's still keen for ex-aviators to have a say in the new force's technology. So I'll be advising a team of boffins at the Air Ministry."
He checked to ensure their fellow aide-de-camp was still engrossed in the treaty signing.
"They're currently testing a plane almost certain to break the 100 miles per hour barrier, and some of these scientist chappies think 200 miles per hour can't be that far away."
He lowered his voice.
"Forget about taking a week to cross the Atlantic by ocean liner. How does London to New York in less than a day sound?"
"It sounds plausible," said Arthur. "But one can't imagine Pater enjoying his champagne and cigars quite so much in an open-air cockpit, exposed to a 200 miles per hour wind. I thought you were destined to follow in the family tradition, politics." Both men got to their feet when officers leaping to the floor indicated proceedings beyond the glass were drawing to a close.
"I'll inherit my father's seat eventually," said Tom with a shrug. "And as Parliament is only a 5-minute stroll from the Air Ministry, adjusting to those new arrangements shouldn't require much of an effort either."
The French windows in the partition opened, and the appearance of grey hair, walrus moustaches, monocles and pipes being readied for a smoke
made the various international aides scramble for the table of accoutrements.
"It might not be so easy these days, Tom," said Arthur while gathering Haig's belongings. "Not now women as well as ranks have the vote." Tom appeared about to pass comment when he chose to come up to attention instead. Arthur did the same with his approaching field marshal, and he was about to assist Haig in reattaching his sword to the belt of his Sam Browne when Arthur found himself having to accept a telegram instead. "Terribly sorry not to have given this to you earlier, dear boy, but these things are rarely bearers of good news, and I didn't want anything spoiling your enjoyment of the signing."
Haig was staring at Arthur in a way the younger man couldn't decide if the field marshal knew what the missive contained or not. Arthur tore open the telegram. It read, "Lord Bridgehead dead. Stop. Long live Lord Bridgehead." Chapter 2. Arthur returned the driver's salute and followed his superior into the car. The driver closed the door behind.
"Oh, thank goodness that's over," said Haig. "What's next in my never-ending itinerary?"
Arthur was being distracted by both what the telegram contained and his boss's apparent obliviousness to it. But he withdrew a diary from the attaché case anyway, and was about to detail Haig's guest appearance at that night's regimental dinner when there was a tap on the glass from outside. It was Field Marshal Wilson. Arthur slid open the window.
"You couldn't give young Tom here a lift back to the chateau, Douglas. I still have things to do in the palace, and my driver appears to have gone off absent."
Tom's half-smile appeared from over the older man's shoulder. Haig rapped his field marshal's baton on the seat facing Arthur.
"Only if he's prepared to slum it up front with Watkins and doesn't mind pipe smoke."
Private Watkins took that as an instruction to get out from the driver's side, run back round to the pavement, come up to attention, salute again, and open the front passenger door for Tom, who did as Arthur had, return the compliment before climbing in. A rearward-facing seat meant the majors had to interlock legs, and 2 sets of knee-high boots, spurs, and swords sheathed in scabbards was making that awkward. But it was no hardship. Watkins retook the wheel and they drove off. Haig ignored the jolts caused by the Renault's less-than-ideal ride and set about charging his pipe.
"Actually, this is a good opportunity to sound out the younger generation's thoughts on what this might all mean for the future. What say you, Tom?"
Arthur was glad the field marshal had chosen to put his friend on the spot first. He needed time to think. Not that Arthur was in shock or mourning the loss of his father. He barely knew the man. Like many in the nobility, the Marquis of Bridgehead had purchased a commission for his only son the moment Arthur's tutors had deemed him ready for the army, and as a similar preordained empire-serving obligation had kept his lordship abroad during most of Arthur's formative years, any fond memories the new Lord Bridgehead had of his father amounted to little more than a distant smile and the odd pat on the head. Even the letter congratulating his son on the award of a Victoria Cross had been typed by the Patriarch's personal secretary and marked PP. Emotionally speaking, Arthur was closer to Field Marshal Haig. Tom made his pitch, but Arthur was only half listening.
"It's the French we should be worried about, sir. They're still smarting from Waterloo. Throw in the odd skirmish we've had with the Froggies in Africa since, and some might say the Great War has merely been a distraction from the main event to come."
Arthur's relationship with his mother wasn't much nearer. Ensuring a supply of wet nurses was as much a part of a nanny's duties as potty training, but at least Mater was around to give him a hug now and again, even if that did mean Arthur's governess having to make an appointment in the matriarch's busy social diary. Tom droned on.
"And then there are the Italians, sir. Their less-than-ideal commitment to the war means it's only a matter of time before Blighty crosses swords with those cowards again."
No, what concerned Arthur most was Noblesse oblige, the commitment that comes with inheriting not just an ancient title and a pile the size of a small country with gross national product to match, but the responsibility of the tens of thousands of families and individuals reliant on such an arrangement. Climb Mount Everest? Arthur would be lucky to find the time to climb the 300 steps needed to reach the top of Castle Bridgehead's ornamental folly.
"Let's hope our man Mussolini comes through."
The mention of the name broke Arthur's thoughts. and he was about to question Tom when a cloud of scented pipe smoke forced him to suppress a cough instead.
"Our man," said Haig, while waving a hand through the cloud. "Benito Mussolini is a socialist."
"Not any more, sir. He's a fascisti, a political movement committed to strengthening a nation and not out to destroy it." Tom leaned towards the Field Marshal. "We're already funding Mussolini to achieve that in Italy, and if the British Empire is to expand its borders, then negotiating with other straight-talking European leaders will be crucial."
"Expand our borders," said Arthur.
Tom was enthusiastic. "War in Europe must be made impossible to wage, and ensuring patriots like Mussolini are running the show can only help with that." He appeared to have it all worked out. "And once Spain, France, Belgium, Holland, and even Germany have their fascist leaders, the world can be divided according to each empire's existing control, which means Britain will get the largest share." Tom sat back, apparently satisfied with his solution to world peace. "I think it should be called the European Union. Has a certain ring to it, don't you think?"
"One certainly thinks the Americans might have something to say about it," said Arthur. "Not to mention the Russians," added Haig.
"Pah!" scoffed Tom. "The communists are on the verge of starving themselves to death, and our colonial cousins are hardly going to complain. If anything, they'll want to be part of the success, and given our shared history, that can only mean one thing: the United States' readmission to the Empire."
Haig was smiling while shaking his head. He took another puff of his pipe. "What about you, Arthur? A penny for your thoughts on the world's future?" He raised an eyebrow at Tom. "Try to make them at least sound feasible this time." Tom's face reddened, as if it had just been given a slap. Arthur straightened up.
"Well, sir, leaving aside how a beaten and now humiliated Germany might react to having to not just compensate financially, but surrender both land and arms to the world, it's how the ordinary man in the street is going to respond that worries one most." "Who cares about Fritz?" said Tom. "The Kaiser should have thought about that before he started the war."
"No, not the German people," Arthur was quick to add. "One's own. We were already facing a general strike before the war, and that won't have gone away just because the Empire was victorious. If anything, losing an entire generation of men can only have made the plight of those left behind worse. So not just strikes, but civil unrest, and maybe even revolution, would seem the most immediate risk." The Field Marshal agreed. "Yes, there will be a reason why I've been made Commander-in-Chief Home Forces, as opposed to heading off trouble in yet another far-off land." The baton was employed to tap the driver's seat. "These are your people we're talking about, Watkins. What do you think?" Haig didn't get a reply.
"Private," said Tom. "The Field Marshal is talking to you. Answer him."
Private Watkins had acknowledged Tom with a glance, but Arthur assumed that was because he needed to avoid the many potholes, doing their best to force the Renault off the road.
I don't think it's my place to say, sir."
The private's firm grip on the steering wheel was replaced by a need to fidget. "Nonsense," said Haig. "Your opinion is as good as ours. Spit it out, man."
"Well, sir."
The bone-shaking 40 kilometres per hour the staff car had been progressing at reduced to 30. Not that the ride was any more comfortable.
"I think so long as every man has a job that pays enough to feed and clothe his family, everything will be all right."
He looked at Tom with an expression of someone hoping that would be enough, and the private's involvement in the discourse at an end. The car sped up again. Haig leaned forward and patted his driver on the shoulder. "You're a good man, Watkins. You hear that, gentlemen? Spoken like a true patriot. A man who not only knows his place, but expects no less of others. Well, take me, for instance." He paused to relight his pipe. Arthur looked at Tom, whose face appeared just as perplexed. "I might be the highest-ranking soldier in this car, but as a lowly earl in the peerage system," Haig angled a thumb at Arthur, "still very much subservient to the new Marquis of Bridgehead here." Chapter 3. Arthur caught his sister's eye. She waved back. Maud was on her own, again, and she jumped on the judgmental look Arthur had given her the moment she was within reach.
You'll turn that chubby face of yours inside out if you suck those teeth any more. She tweaked both his cheeks before offering one of her own, which Arthur dutifully kissed. Despite knowing his sister wouldn't take the slightest notice, Arthur continued to disapprove. Ladies should be escorted in town, and single ladies especially. Have you any idea how it looks whenever a woman gets out of a taxi on her own, and especially one of your standing? Maud shook her head. That's what I love about you, Arthur. You're so old-fashioned. Anyone would think you're 56 instead of 26. She kissed the fingers on one hand and bopped the affection on his nose. Maud eyed their destination, Piccadilly's Ritz Hotel. How is Mamma? One doesn't know. One hasn't been in yet. Oh, for goodness sake, Arthur. Must your big sister always come to your rescue? It was true. When it came to their mother, Arthur had always hidden behind his sister's skirts. It wasn't that he feared the family's matriarch. Getting Maud to take the initiative was just a useful way of gauging her mood. And as Maud always seemed to have something pleasing to say, any disapproval set to come Arthur's way was sure to mellow as a result. Maud looked him up and down. Where's your uniform? The war's over, Maud. What's that got to do with it? She indicated what some were wearing in the street and exaggerated the scene. Every man's in uniform except you. Maud prodded her brother in the chest. And where are your medals? Being court-mounted, ready for the funeral next week, said Arthur. And anyway, having to return the salute of every officer and soldier who feels honour-bound to salute the Victoria Cross would soon become tedious in a place as busy as Piccadilly. Arthur touched the peak of his Homburg when a passing Welsh Guards lieutenant recognised him anyway. Boys and their silly games, said Maud, before taking Arthur's hand and making for the hotel's entrance. Come on then, little brother. Arthur held back. Wait a minute. Shouldn't we be talking first? What about? Papa, of course. This is the first time we've seen each other since his passing. And? Maud's apathy surprised Arthur. Well, how is one, for a start? I'm fine. How are you? The continued indifference made Arthur think Maud might have been in shock. Denial at the very least. After all, she was their father's favourite. Having said that, Arthur was hardly in floods of tears himself. There was one emotion. Guilty, he said, before casting his eyes to the ground. Guilty at not being able to feel more. Maud placed a hand under Arthur's chin and lifted it. That will be the famous Bridgehead stiff upper lip. Floundering through forgetfulness, remember? Fortitude through faith, growled Arthur. The family's motto is perfidem fortitudine. Oh yes, I must have forgotten. Maud laughed, looped her arm through his, and together they entered the hotel. Two black-tied, tailed, and white-gloved attendants sprang into action, and after a surrendering of Maud's coat and Arthur's hat and gloves, Arthur was about to explain to the maitre d' who they would be joining, when Maud whispered in exasperation. Oh, no! What does she think she looks like? Arthur viewed in the same direction, responding to their mother's distant acknowledgement of her offspring's arrival with the same single nod of the head. Arthur had also smiled, but whether the matriarch was doing the same was impossible to tell. Lady Bridgehead was covered from head to waist in a veil. Mamma looks like she's supposed to, said Arthur. A widow in mourning. Black is the traditional colour. Only if we're living in the last century. And she's always wearing black, said Maud. There must be 1,000 petticoats under that dress. Oh, she looks like Queen Victoria. Arthur scanned the rest of the dining room, almost full to capacity ever since afternoon tea at the Ritz had become a thing, as well as a comfortable place to stave off hunger till dinner. And as one had to be fairly well heeled to dine there, most of the old money seated in the sumptuous surroundings was of a generation similar to the Bridgehead family's oldest surviving member. The other dowagers present may not have been living in the last century, but similar floor-dragging hems, accentuated busts, broad-brimmed hats laden with feathers, fur, fruit, and dead birds indicated some must have been missing another bygone era, Edwardian. In fact, But for the occasional lady also being in black, and the odd gentleman of Arthur's age wearing a smart blue or scarlet military uniform, one could imagine the war had passed these people by without even being noticed. "Mamma is of her time," said Arthur. "Your fashion sense will be just as out of date one day." He grimaced at his sister's exposed ankles, although I can't imagine hemlines being allowed to creep much shorter. They entered the restaurant, and Arthur had to instruct some of the army officers present to remain seated. Whether that was because they knew of his gallantry award, military rank, or Arthur's unexpected elevation within the aristocracy, he didn't know. But the sight of napkins being removed from laps while attempting to stand did cause Arthur a sense of awkwardness, especially in light of the truth behind his VC. Lady Bridgehead's table was dominated by a tiered cake stand, which Arthur considered hiding behind, but waiters placing chairs on either side of the widow made it plain where brother and sister were expected to sit. Kissing one of the two hands being offered, Arthur and Maud bent to brush their cheeks against their mother's veil and sat. So far, so good. "Well?" The veil wasn't so thick that Arthur couldn't see Mamma was looking at him. So much for Maud breaking the ice. Arthur assumed his mother must have been referring to the funeral arrangements. "There's a dress rehearsal later this week, Mamma. The CO will be leading the regiment, with the 1st and 2nd battalions ahead of the gun carriage cortege, and a contingent of volunteers bringing up the rear." "That's not what I want to hear." Arthur was confused, but followed up with, "Papa was the Gloucester's honorary colonel, Mamma. It's only right he should receive a military funeral." "I'm not talking about that. When will I be able to see your father?" Arthur looked at Maud. The family's physician had already written to explain what had made that impossible, so their mother must have known. Maud explained anyway. "It's what ended Papa's life, Mamma. This latest flu bug is spreading like Lord only knows, so caskets from abroad are having to be sealed as a precaution." The matriarch raised a hand, and a lady's maid appeared. She offered her employer a white lace handkerchief, which disappeared under the veil, and a couple of discreet sniffles later, the widow had recomposed herself enough to challenge the epidemiological concern. "Nonsense! Your father was as strong as an ox. Bridgehead men die on the field of battle, not by some common cold." The way Arthur's mother was still staring at him seemed to suggest that she was asking why her only son hadn't maintained the family tradition. "What about a glass casket?" Maud was addressing her brother. "That way we can all say our goodbyes, and without fear of catching the disease." Given their father's body had been sealed within a lead-lined coffin when he had died in Egypt, and everyone involved in the repatriation advised to wear a mask and wash their hands straight afterwards, Arthur thought the possibility remote, to say the least. "I'll make some inquiries," he said, more out of wanting to appear helpful than providing any practical solution. Another lace handkerchief slipped under the veil, and further sniffles became a flood. "It's all so dreadful," wept their mother. "First the war, then the fire, and now this." Maud's expression had fallen to sympathy, but Arthur's eyes were darting. "Fire? What fire?" His sister put an arm around their mother. "It happened after your last leave," said Maud. "A spark from the log fire in the great hall." The weeping matriarch was encouraged to rest her head on Maud's shoulder. Maud looked at Arthur. "Papa said you weren't to be distracted while you were serving in France, so we agreed not to mention it in our letters." Arthur was caught between a son's duty towards his bereaved mother and a fear for his inheritance. "How bad was it?" said Arthur, trying not to sound selfish. Maud offered Lady Bridgehead one of her own handkerchiefs. "We've lost the castle, Arthur." Chapter 4. Castle Bridgehead came into view, and Arthur's heart leapt. "Pull over, would you please, Hawkins?" The chauffeur did as instructed, and Arthur exited the Rolls-Royce. Half a mile of tree-lined avenue still to go, but the jewel at the end appeared as magnificent as ever, a monument to architectural splendour only the honey hues of a Cotswold stone construction could convey. Tom had always said the house appeared to have been carved from a block of solid gold whenever the sun was right, and that was exactly how the old girl looked now,
an imperial crown set atop the noble brow of a gently rising Gloucestershire hill. Arthur did what his first tutor had made him do when he was a boy: count the number of windows, turrets, and spires. 98 altogether. Just as there had been ever since the 14th Marquess had enlarged the original medieval castle back in 1660, and the 28th Lord Bridgehead had added the neo-Grek wings, chapel, and Victorian folly 2 centuries after that. Maybe the fire hadn't been so bad after all. A telephone conversation with the family's solicitor, Sir Henry Coulter Smythe, had confirmed the damage was extensive, and Arthur should prepare himself for a shock. But it wouldn't be the first time he had been caught out by his sister's almost pathological need for exaggeration. Even the gardens appeared to be approaching normality, now the castle's days as a wartime auxiliary hospital were almost over. Certainly greener than the ploughed fields they had become whenever the never-ending lines of lorries carrying returning wounded needed the space to park or turn around. And thank goodness most of the art, antiques, chandeliers, suits of armour, medieval weapons and other precious history had been removed before the hospital had opened. Arthur didn't want to think what might have been lost had the fire occurred before the war. Smoke rising from an adjacent tented encampment reminded Arthur that duty to one's soldiers always took priority, and he re-entered the rolls. "One will see the volunteers first, Hawkins." "Most won't be there, your lordship. They have passes for the village."
"Understood. But all the same, I'll show my face." Arthur waved a hand up the avenue. "Drive on." Hawkins didn't.
"I think the Sergeant Major would rather he was there to welcome you, sir."
Another uncharacteristic comment bordering on the insubordinate. The family's driver had been acting strangely ever since he had collected Arthur from the train station. Maybe he resented the new Lord Bridgehead. "Hawkins, I won't ask you again. Drive on." Hawkins did. A minute later, and the Rolls was turning right at the ornamental fountain in front of the house. Although Arthur was disappointed to see Neptune, his seahorses, dolphins, and other mythological creatures of the deep had yet to be resupplied with the water they needed to shower the stone-carved heraldic shields beneath, his spirits lifted when he saw what was being done to the castle's east wing. Ladders, buckets, cloths. The windows were being cleaned. "One was led to believe the fire had destroyed the Great Hall," said Arthur. Hawkins' attention didn't deviate from the tents coming up ahead. "It did, your lordship. To the ground. Only the stonework standing now." Arthur was about to challenge that, when the smoke he had seen rising from the camp became the sight of someone feeding a mobile field kitchen with firewood. A second private was attending to the contraption's horse. The only other person present was the battalion chef, preparing the unit's next meal by lifting one of the field kitchen's lids and plunging a ladle into the stew, boiled potatoes, or whatever the compartment contained. He wiped his hands down his apron when he saw the car drawing up. Arthur grinned as he got out. "That smells good, Corporal. Room for one more?" Given the kitchen was emitting nothing but grey smoke from its chimney, the aroma was hardly appetizing, but Arthur always made a point of commencing with a bit of social banter when checking on his men. It helped put the troops at their ease. The corporal didn't answer, and continued using his apron as a hand towel, while turning his head in different directions, as if looking to see who might be watching. The Tommy by the horse dropped the nosebag he was holding, but instead of coming up to attention, as might have been expected, he ran to enter an open tent Arthur guessed the man was meant to have been guarding, a makeshift armoury and magazine. The other private followed, and together they released a rifle rack's padlock and chain. Arthur looked at the chef, still twisting his head as if he would rather meet anyone's but his OC's gaze. "Is there anything the matter, Corporal?" The two privates re-emerged from the tent, and with what each would need to perform the funeral's gun salute, a rifle and ammunition. Only instead of the ammunition box being stenciled with .303 blank, .303 ball could be read. Dumping the box onto the ground, the Tommies kicked open the lid and loaded their rifles with the live rounds. Arthur joined the corporal in scanning the surrounding hills. "What is it? Are we expecting trouble?"
The Sergeant Major will explain everything when he gets back, your lordship.
Hawkins was looking at the castle's clock tower.
You'll be late for your meeting, sir.
Sir Henry can wait, said Arthur. What's going on here? Is it the IRA? Welsh Republicans? Some other mutiny? The silence, together with the way the soldiers' fingers were both trembling and hovering over their trigger guards, made Arthur add, "Have some of the men turned?" A tightness in his stomach became a gulp, and Arthur faced his home. "I'd better get a pistol." Hawkins rushed to open one of the Rolls-Royce's rear doors, but his master strode past. Arthur mumbled to himself on the way. "I knew it. When most of your volunteers are either Irish or Welshmen, some are bound to turn eventually. And now the war keeping them loyal to England has ended." His route took him by the great hall. Tins of white paint and brushes indicated the windows were being refurbished as well as cleaned. Only now they're not only determined Republicans, but trained and armed determined Arthur stopped. He approached one of the windows. Only it wasn't a window. Still trembling, Arthur extended a finger and pressed where a pane of glass should have been. The 15 feet high and 6 feet wide sheet of black painted plywood gave slightly, along with the latticework of inch-wide white lines the panel had been decorated with.
"Just keeping up appearances until it's demolished," said the man up the ladder.
The labourer removed his cap and used it to wipe his brow.
"Waste of paint, you ask me?"
Arthur scanned the rest of what should have been the palace's largest windows. Each had been boarded up and painted to fool the casual observer, but not those standing within 50 feet.
"But how is one supposed to see out, or light meant to get in?" he said.
The question seemed to confuse the labourer, and he scratched his head while pointing the paintbrush being held in his other hand towards the sky.
"The roof?"
Arthur glanced in the same direction before quickening his pace towards the castle's main entrance. Bounding up 2 flights of stone steps and passing between the columns supporting the castle's Doric facade, Arthur ignored the 2 wheelchair-bound veterans sharing a cigarette, strode past the open gates of the first boundary, and after opening one of 2 heavy oak doors 5 paces further within, stepped inside his ancestral home. Any hopes Arthur had upon first seeing Castle Bridgehead evaporated. Chapter 5. Smoke-damaged walls, mouldings, marble columns. The 2 staircases leading up either side of the atrium, stripped of carpets. If the sight wasn't enough to make Arthur realize his sister hadn't been exaggerating after all, the stench of burnt wood assaulting his nostrils had. Even the family's coat of arms, mounted on the first of the landings above, was covered in soot. And as if to bolster the sense of having walked into something from Dante's imagination, some distant maniacal machine could be heard reverberating throughout the void. "Can I help you?" Under other circumstances, Arthur might have teased the nurse for not recognizing her returning master, but there was too much to take in. He forced himself to absorb rather than be shocked by the scene. The residue of smoke and soot was everywhere, and although attempts had been made to remove the detritus enough to satisfy the modest needs of a temporary hospital, the cash required to return this part of the castle to its former royalty-impressing days was all too evident. Just as well Arthur had inherited an Egyptian oil empire as well as a title. "Visiting hour is over. Is there anyone in particular you wish to see?" Arthur continued to ignore the lady, his attention falling on the only part of the castle's reception that appeared to have been damaged by the fire itself. The ornately carved and gold-inlaid doors leading to the great hall were no more, replaced by 2 sheets of tarpaulin suspended from the moulding above and overlapping like tent flaps. Arthur strode to the makeshift entrance. "I'm sorry, but no one is allowed in there." The nurse had left her desk, but Arthur was inside. He had to squint, as the reason for the painter's comment "the roof" became clear. The sun was visible, which meant the fire hadn't only consumed the great hall's sistine chapel-like ceiling, painted mouldings, covings, and surrounding balustrade gallery, but 3 further floors, and to the point where what was presented appeared more a vision of hell than the heaven King Edward VII had once remarked upon. Cast-iron baths, marble sinks, metal bed springs. Everything from the rooms and quarters above had plunged, and that included the remnants of Arthur and Maud's old playroom. Half-melted but still recognizable metal toys jutted from an extensive layer of molten roof lead that had solidified the entire chest-deep sea of grey and black into one immovable mass. It was a miracle no one had died. The stench of burnt wood was dominating here, too. A forest of partially consumed roof and ceiling joists crisscrossed the hall's entire length, making it impossible to view the damage done to what was the most impressive feature, Europe's tallest looking-glass. Inlaid within one of Rodin's most impressive pieces, an angel and cherub-supported marble mantle surrounding the inferno's source, the fireplace. Given the centuries-old glass appeared on the verge of shattering at room temperature anyway, Arthur didn't rate its chances in the blaze that had caused this. Time, as well as money, would be needed, of course, and indeed the scene was shocking. But the mutiny, Arthur feared, might already be underway, more so, and he parted the sheets of canvas again to leave. Arthur was met by the nurse and the family's butler turned hospital manager. "Ah, Garrett. One hopes being located in the West Wing means one's father's study has survived all this." The old man seemed confused. "Sergeant Major Kelly says we're to wait until his return, Your Lordship." "Yes, one gathers the Sergeant Major is a popular chap, and I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say. But I need to retrieve something from my father's study first." Arthur placed a hand between the servants, who separated for him to pass. Striding to the intact but still smoke-stained doors opposite, Arthur entered what appeared to be an undamaged part of the castle. Despite his stress and the limbs missing from the bedridden patients presented, Arthur met those capable of acknowledging his presence with a cheery smile and the positive thinking of, "What ho, chaps? Days to do, hey?" He made a point of checking on the two men who hadn't responded, both of whom seemed no better than when Arthur had last seen them, 6 months ago, mutilated, sedated, and hooked to oxygen supplies, assisting mustard-gas-damaged lungs to breathe again. The nurse and Garrett had followed, and ordinarily Arthur would have been keen for an update on the patient's progress, but being armed with his father's Webley was the priority, and Arthur strode to the next set of double doors. He hesitated before passing through. Was that a baby crying? Arthur opened the doors. What the devil? The young woman pulled the newborn closer to her and smiled. So did the 6 other breastfeeding occupants. "I really am most terribly sorry about this, Your Lordship," said Garrett. "But now the Great Hall is gone, there's nowhere else for the maternity ward to go." Maternity ward? Arthur found himself attempting to return the women's smiles, while disapproving of their presence at the same time. Since when did pregnant women fight in the war? "They are fighting a war of sorts, my lord." It was Sir Henry, standing in this maternity ward's next exit, a corridor leading to the study. "The battle for repopulation." The family solicitor was holding a folder which he used to point down the corridor. Arthur's momentum took him there. "Anything else I should know about?" grumbled Arthur on the way. "A kindergarten? School? The castle's library doubling as a convalescent home for geriatrics, perhaps?" He had to raise his voice as the noise generated by the maniacal machine first heard on entering Castle Bridgehead became more noticeable. They rounded a corner and came face to face with the device, a coffin-sized metal box supported by 2 builders' trestles. A man in a white coat, Arthur assumed to be a doctor, was attending to the source of the box's noise, a set of electrically driven mechanical bellows installed at one end. Movement at the other end made Arthur investigate. A head was poking through, and when Arthur recognized who it was, his heart pounded. "Lieutenant Bridgehead, sir," croaked Jones. "Or is it Captain now? Thank God you're all right." "No talking." An oxygen mask was placed over the private's mouth and nose. The doctor patted the machine. "An iron lung. The first in the country." He smiled at his patient. "Private Jones is a very lucky man." Arthur's shock at realizing he hadn't been the only soldier to survive the VC-winning assault on the machine gun post made him fumble his words.
Is he going to be all right?" The patient nodded as if happy to answer the question himself, but the doctor told him to shush. Thanks to the German medics who found him, but no thanks to the person who mistook a 6 for a 0 on his dog tags. Poor chap's been stuck in a Lancashire hospital for the past couple of years. The doctor appeared to know everything about him. You would think uniform buttons alone would be enough to identify Private Jones as belonging to this county's regiment. But that's army bureaucracy for you. And as for contracting both polio and influenza in the meantime, Arthur had turned away. "Thank you for your time, Doctor." Sir Henry used his folder to indicate the direction of the study again, and Arthur allowed himself to be steered the remaining steps. The study's door was open when they got there. 2 middle-aged men dressed in pinstripes similar to Sir Henry's were comparing papers and pointing at a map spread on a table in the room's centre. Sir Henry made the introductions, which Arthur only half listened to. He was staring at where the Webley would be, the oak desk in front of a wall of books at the study's far end. "May we start by offering our deepest sympathies at such a difficult time, my lord?" Arthur had heard the Home Office Minister, but rather than acknowledge the sentiment, chose to approach his father's desk instead. "And may we also take this opportunity in thanking you and your family for their quite outstanding contribution to the war effort, sir." Arthur ignored the representative from the Foreign Office, too. Sitting at the desk, Arthur tugged the drawer he was expecting to be locked. It was. Continued silence from Arthur made the 3 officials look at each other. Arthur opened an unlocked drawer, reached inside and ran a finger over a shape familiar to him as a child. A key taped to the underside of the locked drawer above. Sir Henry cleared his throat. "The thing is, my lord, there are matters arising from the passing of the 29th Marquis which are likely to have a significant bearing on the future of the 30th. Arthur didn't care. Only the gun was the priority now. "Gentlemen, one has just received bad news, and one would be grateful if one could be left alone for a moment." The Foreign Office official raised the map. It was of the Middle East. "You mean you already know about the impounding of your father's assets, my lord?" There was only one thing on Arthur's mind now, but he responded as any expectant sole recipient of a fortune would. "Impounded? What do you mean, impounded?" "Perhaps frozen might be a better word," continued the minister. "At least until the outcome of the government's talks with the Egyptians, that is." Sir Henry interjected. "But I think it's only fair to inform his lordship that the outcome is unlikely to be in the family's favour." He faced his employer. "A sign of the times, I'm afraid, sir. The government knows Egypt's demand for independence is only going one way." Arthur's mind was set, but the news was still a shock. Another period of silence. "And then there are the obligations the impounding of your father's oil wells leaves on the estate, my lord." The Home Office Minister gestured with a document bound by a red ribbon and sealed with a wax stamp, bearing the Bridgehead coat of arms. "And although the sale of the family's art and treasures will put a significant dent in that, I'm afraid Castle Bridgehead's wartime contribution as an auxiliary hospital must continue in a civilian capacity if the debt is to be repaid completely." For how long? Not that Arthur cared. The 2 government officials looked to the family's solicitor to answer the question. "Again, it's the new world the ending of the Great War is forcing us to acknowledge," said Sir Henry. "Taxing those most able to contribute is high on the new government's agenda." And there was Arthur expecting to have to take up arms against an uprising when democracy would appear to be the enemy too. Now he knew what Maud had meant when she said, "We've lost the castle." All academic now. Discovering the only person who knew the truth behind Arthur's Victoria Cross was not only alive, but capable of repeating what had really happened during the Battle of the Somme, had left Arthur with no choice. "But there's no reason why the family can't continue to live at Castle Bridgehead in the meantime, my lord." Sir Henry placed the folder he had been holding onto the desk. "Under certain conditions, of course." Arthur opened the document. He closed it again when he read the words "suggested employment." "As I have said, gentlemen, one has received bad news, and one would be grateful if one could be left alone for a moment." Their mission apparently complete,
Sir Henry encouraged the government officials to leave the study, and after pausing as if to ensure Arthur was alone, closed the door behind him. Peeling the key free, Arthur turned the lock, opened the drawer and loaded the revolver with 6 cartridges from the ammunition box beside it. So much for returning the castle to her better days. The old girl wasn't even Arthur's to restore any more. He wondered if the humility of that alone would be enough to make him end his life. No, being penniless didn't come close to the shame of stolen valour. A shame that would leave no choice anyway, once Private Jones had recovered enough to recount Arthur's cowardice. Arthur scanned the study, more a museum to 600 years of loyalty to king and country than a den for improving the mind. Framed royal warrants, honours and awards, landscapes of conquered lands mounted above display cases containing selections of the riches plundered from within. Trophy heads of the country's wild animals, too. The creatures' obedient, straight-ahead stares, contrasting with photographs of their pith-helmeted executioners, standing victorious over the whole carcass. Uniforms and other ancient offices of state stood tall behind glass at the study's far end, and Arthur was drawn to an ermine and gold-lined crimson robe crowned by a coronet. He sighed. At least suicide meant being spared the boredom of having to sit in the House of Lords, while a bunch of old men decided the British Empire's fate. Arthur eyed the portraits placed in chronological order above the exhibition. Tom had always teased about what he called the Bridgehead nose, and how ensuring the lineage's purity had made all 29 of Arthur's predecessors look the same. Arthur couldn't see it himself, but he did wonder why there wasn't the space for his picture. Maybe the 29th Marquis knew his son would be the last. Kismet, perhaps. After all, nothing lasts forever. There was movement on the desk. A bumblebee was crawling over Sir Henry's folder. How did that get there? Arthur was visited by a sense of calm. Placing the pistol's muzzle under his chin, Arthur looked up at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Chapter 6. Death's sting was indeed sharp. A burning sensation centred on where the bullet had entered, but nothing at the exit. Hardly surprising, considering most of Arthur's senses must have been running down the bookshelves behind. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Well, that proved one thing. The occupants of the hereafter had the good sense to speak the king's English. Arthur continued to stare at the ceiling while waiting for the tinnitus brought on by the gunshot to subside. Curious. Heaven, hell, or wherever else Arthur's sins had landed him, bore the same moulded design. I tried explaining G-forces alone would be enough to kill the occupants. Never mind the moon's lack of oxygen, but Vern wouldn't listen. Arthur lowered the pistol and tilted his head forward again. The tallest man he had ever seen was standing on the other side of the desk. The stranger was shaking his head at the book he was holding, Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon. Imagine being fired from a cannon powerful enough to get you to the moon, and inside a shell many times the size of that bullet. The stranger was looking at Arthur's pistol. You'd be dead before you reached the end of the barrel. Arthur had to know. Are you God, or the devil? The man smiled. Not the first time my unexpected appearance has been associated with one of those two. St. Peter, then? Goodness me, no. The man gestured elsewhere in the room. I leave all that administrative nonsense to my clerk here. Arthur now realized there was a second stranger in the room, and judging by a much shorter height and inferior cloth and cut of his suit, assumed him to be the first man's valet, manservant, or, given the high desk the little chap was sitting at, quill poised over an open ink-pot, his legal secretary. Another sting made Arthur put a hand to his throat. Wetness revealed itself to be a mixture of blood and gunpowder residue. Arthur looked at the Webley. A bullet was protruding from the muzzle. It must have jammed. Yes, I'm sorry about that, said the first stranger. But when to intervene in someone's suicide is always difficult to judge. He produced a matchbox, slid open its drawer, and placed the container next to the bumblebee, still crawling over Sir Henry's folder.
Too soon, and one risks ridicule when explaining the facts of life. Too late, and it's back to the drawing board." He indicated his clerk again. "Or in my case, a ledger." Arthur ran a hand over the back of his head. He checked the bookshelf behind. Not being dead was embarrassing, as well as annoying. "Look, if my father owed you money, then it's Sir Henry Coulter Smythe you need to see, not me." Arthur knew how a pistol in one hand, blood on the other, same around his throat, and an empty box of cartridges must have looked, but didn't care. The sooner these two were out of the study, the sooner he could unblock the gun's barrel and try again. "Oh, we're not interested in money," said the tall stranger, while watching the bumblebee crawl inside the empty matchbox. "Just time. And as having to hold both that bullet and the world outside of this study in a closed loop is accelerating my limited time, I would be grateful if you could point that gun somewhere safe, so all can be allowed to pass as normal again." Arthur frowned before studying the gun more closely. The bullet wasn't stuck. It was a blur, jerking back and forth in the barrel as if trying to fire but not being allowed to. "How old do you think I am?" The tall stranger had returned the matchbox containing the bumblebee to his waistcoat pocket, and was leaning over the desk as if offering Arthur a chance to study him more closely too. Arthur blinked. The man's full head of swept-back blonde hair appeared to be turning grey. Arthur narrowed his view. Lines around the stranger's eyes were not only spreading but seemed to be deepening. Arthur pointed the Webley into the middle of the study, and an explosion of shattering glass made all three men jump. "Thank you for that," said the tall man with obvious relief. He faced where shards were continuing to fall from the display case. "Pity about that coronet." He turned back to Arthur. "Not that you're ever likely to wear it." The scratch of quill against paper distracted Arthur. The little man stopped writing, placed the quill into its pot, and after viewing the next page, looked over his spectacles to give his master a nod. "Ah, time for us to go." The tall stranger's smile reappeared. "Until next time, then." Shouting and footsteps running down the corridor outside the study meant the shot must have alerted the whole house. The door crashed open. It was Sergeant Major Kelly, flanked by the two privates seen at the tented armory. They levelled their rifles at Arthur, who, sensing another chance to escape his shame, pointed the Webleys straight at the intruders. But the pistol had gone. So had the two strangers. Kelly raised his own pistol. "Citizen Bridgehead, in the name of the Revolution, I arrest you on a charge of being a member of the aristocracy." Chapter 7. The Prime Minister's jaw slackened as the rebels' demands were read out. "The government is to communicate its acceptance of Britain's peaceful transition to communism by midnight tonight, or our glorious revolutionaries will begin executing the nobles in their custody." Lloyd George regarded his Home Secretary with horror. "You mean it's not just the royal family who's being held hostage, but members of the nobility too?" The Home Secretary exchanged looks with the few who had managed to make this emergency cabinet meeting. "The figures are still being collated, Prime Minister, but 35 families so far, mainly dukes." "What do you mean, so far? Who else are we expecting to have been abducted?" The Home Secretary indicated the cabinet table's empty seats. "Given no one here holds an honour above the rank of Earl, sir, I would say the figure is likely to run into hundreds of families of noble birth." "Hundreds? Are you telling me these revolutionaries have not only managed to kidnap the royal family, but most of the aristocracy from right under our noses?" Lloyd George turned to his senior military adviser. "This is happening on your watch, Douglas. What's going on?" Field Marshal Haig seemed at a loss. "We've been expecting a general strike, Prime Minister, not a communist revolution. Nothing could have prepared us for this." "Well, someone knew. The family servants, at the very least." "That would appear to have played a crucial part, Prime Minister." The Home Secretary gestured with the paperwork that had accompanied the demand. "Most of these so-called confessions of crimes against the state are written on headed military paper. Entire regiments must have turned against their masters." "What? All of them? What nonsense could cause that?" "The Irish." It was the Secretary of State for War, Winston Churchill.
The IRA would appear to have joined forces with some of Britain's other fifth columnists. Plenty of barrack-room mutineers out there prepared to support Irish independence in exchange for assistance when enacting a revolution of their own.
The Prime Minister wasn't convinced. Well, I can understand a few misguided soldiers will enlist death by firing squad, but they're officers too. It doesn't make any sense. A knock was followed by the door opening and the appearance of a civil servant. I'm sorry to interrupt, Prime Minister, but I know you would want to see this straight away. Lloyd George took the message and the civil servant left. The Prime Minister closed his eyes when the news sank in. Bodies, gentlemen. There are reports of bodies outside army barracks. A fret of chatter ended with Churchill's fist pounding the table.
Saving the royal family is our only concern.
He stood up.
The sooner their majesties are seen waving from the balcony at Buckingham Palace, the sooner these mutineers will surrender, and the sooner they can be made to pay for their cowardly crimes.
He extended an arm towards the street outside.
Not to mention focus that unruly mob's attention onto something that is worth fighting for. Democracy.
Lloyd George wandered to the window and took in the scene. The bulletproof glass was shielding most of the noise, but the banners and placards being kept at bay by Downing Street's police didn't appear to bear any communist demands, just pay rises, jobs and housing. The Great War might have been over in Europe, but civil unrest was never far away on home soil.
How soon can you mount an operation to retake the palace?
Churchill was looking at Haig. The Field Marshal's expression betrayed what the Prime Minister assumed everyone must have been thinking.
Retake? By force, you mean? Assuming I can count on the loyalty of those officers and men still alive, it could be a bloodbath.
He eyed Churchill as if he had taken leave of his senses.
And not only military deaths.
The Home Secretary made the concern plainer. You do know how the Russian royal family met their end, Winston? Churchill was unmoved.
And you think negotiating with murderers and terrorists is going to produce a different result here?
The situation appeared to be Hobson's choice for him.
We've crushed the Irish in the past, and we'll crush both them and their communist sympathisers this time too. There can be no quarter, gentlemen.
He retook his seat. Another knock was followed by the reappearance of the civil servant. Prime Minister Lloyd George couldn't help but express a heavy sigh when reading out what he had learned this time. Gunfire. He looked up from the message. The sound of gunfire has been heard at Buckingham Palace. Let's put it to the vote, said the Home Secretary. All those in favour of immediate military action, raise your hands. Everyone looked at each other as 5 arms shot up to join Churchill's unwavering commitment. And those against? The 6 hands fell to be replaced by 6 more.
But there are 13 of us in this room, said Lloyd George. Who hasn't voted?
12 pairs of eyes fell on the only man not paying attention to the proceedings. He was studying the contents of what appeared to be a matchbox.
Professor Savage,
said the PM. No response. Haig jabbed Savage with an elbow.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I just needed to check something. Yes, military action. Can't have these damned imperialists running the world. Communists, said Churchill.
Savage met the gaze of those now regarding him with puzzlement.
Oh, yes, of course. Communists.
Chapter 8. Arthur wiped a hand over his throat. Nothing. Maybe it had been a dream.
Keep your hands on the desk, please, your lordship.
The other private kicked his Welsh colleague.
Citizen.
Arthur did as instructed before trying to make his captors see sense. Look, we all know where this is going. The French Revolution resulted in the execution of its aristos, and the Russian Revolution is in the middle of doing the same with theirs. So you may as well kill me now. If it weren't for the agony almost certain to follow, Arthur would have impaled himself on one of the 2 bayoneted rifles being pointed his way.
What are aristos, your lordship?
Asked the private, having difficulty letting go of his former loyalties.
Stop talking to the prisoner.
Sergeant Major Kelly finished reading the paperwork he had brought with him, left the study's map table and presented Arthur with an enclosure.
Sign that, citizen.
Arthur studied the document. It was headed My Confession, The murder of innocent men, women and children, he said. The theft of their lands, chattels, crops and livestock. The deliberate enslavement of those forced to further the British Empire's evil imperialistic aims. Arthur cast the nonsense aside. If I'm going to be executed, then at least make it for a sin I have committed. He peered at Kelly. Cowardice in the face of the enemy. Your confession is a formality, citizen. Your guilt is charged. Kelly indicated the study's exhibits. The evidence in this room is enough to send you straight to hell. Arthur didn't let up. That will be God's decision, not yours. Cowardice, said the Welsh private. But you've got a VC. And an MC, said his English equivalent. I won't tell you again. Shut it. Kelly read from the charge sheet. Major the Lord Bridgehead, VC, DSO, MC. Under the powers vested in me by... He stopped, frowned, and looked up again. No one gets those kind of medals by running away from the enemy. What do you mean, cowardice? Arthur sighed. Distinguished service orders are handed out like candy to commanders on the battlefield, and military crosses when there are enough bullets flying around. But the British Empire's highest award is for valour in the face of the enemy, and that's the last quality I've demonstrated. He pointed at the study's entrance. The man being kept alive in that corridor was the hero on the day, not me. Kelly gave the door a glance. He smirked. You're a queer one. Weren't you on your knees begging for your life? Arthur leaned towards him. Are you prepared to die for failing to live up to your cause, Sergeant Major? Of course I am. So am I. Arthur sat back again. Kelly shook his head and appeared about to continue reading from the charge sheet when the desk's telephone rang. Arthur just had time to say yes to the operator asking if he would be prepared to accept the cost of the call when both mouthpiece and receiver were snatched from Arthur's grasp. Kelly put the latter to his ear, but the caller could still be heard.
Arthur? Is that you? The police won't let anyone leave the hotel, and Maud and I have shopping to do. Arthur, are you there? Speak to me.
Kelly ended the call by yanking the phone's cable from the wall. Lord, said Arthur to himself. In coming to terms with his own situation, he hadn't even considered his mother and sister's plight. At least shopping implied some sense of normality, assuming the police guarding the Ritz were still being loyal to the Crown, that is. Arthur's priorities changed. This revolution of yours, he said. I assume you've given the government some kind of ultimatum? It's not my revolution, said Kelly. Irish freedom is my cause. He patted his upper right arm, which Arthur now realised bore a green brassard with the letters IRA. Kelly then cocked his head at the two privates. And if 1,000 English communists are prepared to help with that, who am I to complain? Arthur scanned the rest of Kelly's uniform. Although all three soldiers were wearing standard-issue service dress, boots and puttees, the sergeant major's rank was missing. Loose threads from where the crowns had been cut from both sleeves indicated the man no longer considered himself to be a Gloucester's sergeant major, or any other soldier in the British Army for that matter. I'm not a communist, said the less committed of the two privates. I'm a socialist. There's a big difference. Well, I am a communist, said the English Tommy, springing to his feet. He adopted a stance that made it appear as if Arthur was about to be bayoneted to death after all. And the sooner this posh git is dead, the sooner his millions can be redistributed to the poor. Arthur ignored the blade hovering inches from his chest. Millions? I don't have a penny. His captors looked at each other. Don't talk shite, said Kelly. He threw a thumb over his shoulder. There's enough gold and jewellery here to feed a small town. True, but none of it is mine. Arthur recovered Sir Henry's folder, which he opened before inviting Kelly to read the summary. Take a look for yourself. Kelly took the document, and a few seconds later said, Oil fields, art, treasures. Even the house is no longer his. Just a bastard's sense of entitlement to go, then. The communist private had drawn back on his rifle, as if preparing to thrust, but Kelly's hand on top resulted in the bayonet slamming into the desk instead. What's going on? Kelly was looking at their hostage. Well, one can't be sure, said Arthur. But I'd say the government has already begun a revolution of its own.
to rid this country of its privileged few. Silence was followed by Kelly instructing the bloodthirstier of his two subordinates to go and find out what the man in the metal box has to say about this citizen's bravery.
But our orders are to stay here,
said the communist.
The prisoner's not going anywhere, said Kelly, and he wants to die anyway. So what's your problem?
Darting eyes meant that Tommy was far from content with the order. Kelly relieved the private of his rifle.
Go on!
The private left. And now? Said Arthur. Kelly pulled up a chair and sat.
And now you're going to tell Private Socialist and me what the British government has planned for this world, while Private Communist finds out why you're so keen to leave it?
Kelly's pistol was still pointing where Arthur wanted it to, as was the remaining private's rifle. But right now it was his mother and sister's fate that concerned Arthur most. Movement outside the window took Arthur's attention. A platoon of soldiers was marching past. The clatter of mess tins, the sound of laughter being stamped on by their sergeant, meant the men were looking forward to enjoying the battalion chef's meal, not launching any rescue attempts. "How did you get the regiment to go along with your plan?" asked Arthur.
They think it's a training exercise.
Kelly's smirk had reappeared.
Pongos and Ruperts will do whatever their sergeant major tells them.
He pulled back on the pistol's hammer until it clicked.
You more senior officers, on the other hand, have to be persuaded in other ways.
But you must know this can only end in your deaths, said Arthur. The regiment is bound to get suspicious sooner or later, and no government is going to think twice when ordering an assault on Castle Bridgehead. We're all as good as dead already.
Oh, I don't know, said Kelly. Your aristo head might mean nothing to the British government, but the King's.
Kelly's smile had broadened into a grin, and that, together with Private Socialist sniggers, made Arthur realise this British Revolution might have spread beyond the confines of a Gloucestershire country estate and posh London hotel.
Royalty, dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, barons, said Kelly. Nearly all of Britain's oidal rich are being held prisoner somewhere in the country, and the senior of each doing exactly what you're doing now.
He extended his aim.
Staring down the barrel of a gun.
Arthur was lost for words, and needed time to get his head around the scale of what was being suggested. The door opened. It was Private Communist.
"Well?"
said Kelly. Strangely, the private appeared as shocked as Arthur, mouth moving as if wanting to answer, but unable to. A swallow removed the blockage.
"He's dead." "Now there's a pity," said Kelly. "Did the poor man say anything before he went?"
Again, swallows, coughs, throat clearances, and darting eyes seemed to suggest whatever the private had learned was as emotionally unsettling for him as it had been shameful to Arthur.
"He's dead,"
the private repeated. Kelly tutted.
"Yes, you've said that. But did he say anything about Citizen Bridgehead here before he died?"
Silence, and the private staring at a piece of paper in his hands made Kelly add,
"For God's sake, man, pull yourself together. What did he say?"
"No," said the private.
"The King. He's dead."
He offered the parchment.
"They all are. The royal family's dead."
Chapter 9. Churchill stared at the report.
"All of them? The Queen, the Princes, the Princess, their cousins too?"
"And I'm afraid they're not the only casualties, Minister." The General passed the Secretary of State a second document. "The attempt to free the King and his family appears to have triggered atrocities elsewhere." Starting with the Dukes, the list was so extensive, the General may as well have handed Churchill a copy of Burke's Peerage.
"Are you telling me that not only has every member of the royal family been murdered, but the aristocracy too?"
The General didn't answer.
"And why are you telling me?" said Churchill. "Where's Haig? Why has he sent a junior to do his dirty work?"
The General cleared his throat. "I'm afraid the Field Marshal is dead too, sir." The report fell to the desk, and Churchill slumped in his chair.
"Dead? What the hell was the fool doing taking part in the rescue attempt in the first place?"
"Field Marshal Haig didn't die in the operation itself, sir." The General looked above Churchill's head. "He took his own life when the extent of its failure became clear."
A black dog entered the room. "Do you mind if I leave this here, sir?" Like so many times before, the invisible entity settled about Churchill's person, but in a way the statesman knew would never leave. "Minister?" Churchill's depression was overpowering, but he managed to meet the General's gaze. He was offering a Webley revolver. "This has all come as a bit of a shock for me too, sir. And to the point where I also fear doing something regrettable to myself." The General placed the pistol on the desk. "So, do you mind awfully if one leaves this here?" Churchill didn't respond. The implication was clear enough. Stepping back from the desk, the General threw the Secretary of State for War a salute and left. The black dog grew, Churchill's psychological nemesis seeming to block out light as well as all hope. So much for a life dedicated to serving one's country. Soldier, journalist, writer, politician. Improved working conditions, maximum working hours, minimum pay, higher taxes for the rich, both prison and political reforms. None of that would be remembered. No. Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill would go down in history as the man who as good as executed the royal family himself. Churchill reached for the pistol. And to think that other fool, Savage, had mentioned some nonsense about dying at the ripe old age of 95, and the name Winston Churchill being revered throughout the world as one of its greatest leaders. The darkness was clouding Churchill's vision as well as his mind, but he thought he could see the professor standing in front of him. The man's clerk, too. Praying God his beloved Clementine and their children would forgive him, Churchill put the gun to his head and pulled the trigger. Chapter 10. Arthur wasn't the only one to have been stunned into silence. Kelly snatched the paper, which turned out to be a dispatch rider's communication signal. The word immediate could be seen at the top. Seconds later he said, "Well, knock me down with a feather and steal me teeth. The feckin' Egypts actually did it." "Kill him!" Private Communist might have been looking at his superior, but there was no doubt as to who he was referring to. "We have the order! We must kill him!" With a pistol in one hand and the signal in the other, it wouldn't have taken much for Kelly to comply. Arthur closed his eyes. He opened them again when he heard the Communist say, "Well, what you waiting for?" Kelly hadn't moved. "And throw away our only hope of getting out of here alive? No chance." "What are you talking about? The order couldn't be clearer. In the event of the royal family being killed, all nobles must be executed." The bloodthirsty revolutionary extended a finger at Arthur. "Kill him!" "Look, I hate privilege as much as the next man," said Kelly. "But I didn't come here to turn the fight for Ireland's independence into a civil war in England. And by killing the royals, that's exactly what you trigger-happy feckers have done." The logic didn't impress Private Communist, who appealed to his socialist colleague instead. "Go on, shoot him! Shoot him now!" Private Socialist was as reticent as Kelly, but not in the same way. "You heard his lordship. Not only has the government started its own revolution against the privileged, but they've taken everything he owns. And he's a war hero. You don't shoot war heroes." "Citizen!" growled the Communist. "Bridgehead is a condemned citizen in the new communist world order, and he must die!" His eyes flitted between the three men. "If you cowards won't do it, then I will!" He strode to where his rifle was leaning against the desk, but Kelly was too quick and had turned the weapon towards the advancing soldier. The private grabbed the barrel, and the short tussle that ensued resulted in Kelly letting go. Any satisfaction brought to Arthur's potential assassin didn't last long. A quizzical expression as he found himself unable to turn the weapon round became gasps at the sight of red running down the length of the bayonet that had penetrated the private's chest. The blood turned to spurts as Private Communist freed the rifle, but only for both him and the Lee Enfield to crash to the floor. "Jesus Christ!" Private Socialist rushed to cover the wound, but it was too late. Gasping for life had become a steady gape, and what had been wild, angry eyes, two black holes fixating somewhere on the ceiling. Private Socialist stood back from the corpse. "Shit! What do we do now?" Walk out of here as if the exercise is still ongoing, said Kelly. He looked at Arthur. Only you're coming with us.
Arthur stared at the body. He had seen plenty of dead soldiers before, and covered in blood too, but the sight had triggered his most sickening recollection, the moment when bravery on the battlefield had turned to cowardice. An involuntary retch resulted in the desk being streaked with vomit.
Are you okay?
Said Kelly. Arthur retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, and after pulling himself together said,
What if I refuse to go?
If Kelly had been a determined Irish Republican before, the situation had elevated the commitment to another level.
Look, if you want to die, then that's fine by me. But as God is my witness, I'll make you suffer first.
Unbuttoning his jacket, Kelly pulled up the vest beneath to expose a stomach covered in cuts and wheals.
And when it comes to torture, he said, thanks to you Brits, I'm a bit of an expert in that department.
Shame joined Arthur's fear and self-loathing. Kelly rebuttoned his jacket while explaining the plan.
Now we're going to walk out of here all nonchalant-like, jump into his lordship's Rolls-Royce, and if anyone asks, we're off on a pheasant shoot.
A pheasant shoot, said Arthur. But it's out of season, and you're carrying a pistol and a rifle, not shotguns. Kelly glowered at him.
You got a better idea?
Well, yes. Arthur pointed at the corpse. We've just found out the royal family has been murdered, and you revolutionaries are in the middle of doing the same with anyone connected. Don't you think moving me to somewhere safer might be more plausible? Unclipping the bayonet from Private Socialist's rifle, Kelly stuck the blade under Arthur's nose.
I won't tell you again. This revolution has got nothing to do with me, and if you try anything, I swear on my mother's grave I'll...
The private's rifle lining up alongside the bayonet made Arthur raise his hands. They left the study. Listen, said Arthur while craning an ear. That iron lung contraption. It stopped. Regardless of the threat to his life and his newfound interest in it, Arthur took off down the corridor to investigate, his kidnappers keeping pace. The iron lung was still there, as was the person last seen being kept alive inside the machine, but a white covering over a motionless face and the oxygen mask hanging from its cylinder meant something else. Hand trembling, Arthur lifted the cloth. Half-open eyes, blue lips, and a pallor just as dead set the 30th Marquis of Bridgehead's mind racing, and through a whole new set of possibilities that wouldn't have seemed possible to imagine, let alone contemplate when he had last passed this way. But what if Private Jones had spoken? Had he ever been conscious enough to repeat the truth of that day? And would anyone have believed him? Arthur had to think fast, and more importantly act before leaving the house, for fear of never being presented such an opportunity again. "Where's Sir Henry and the 2 government ministers?" he said. Something sharp dented Arthur's back, and the muzzle of a pistol was stuck under his ribs.
"Being guarded in one of the anterooms," said Kelly. "Why?"
"You must take me to them." Arthur had to tense both stomach and back muscles as the weapons were pressed harder.
"And why the feck would we want to do that?"
Arthur ignored the pain. "Because you and I want the same thing. Justice." The sound of approaching footsteps elsewhere in the house made the kidnappers point their weapons in that direction instead. "Use your head, man," said Arthur. "The majority of this country's nobles are in the middle of being assassinated. What do you think that's going to do for me and the handful of others left in the House of Lords?" Kelly's hand was still shaking, but he appeared to understand what was being suggested, even if he did think it was nonsense.
"Give Ireland independence?" "Yeah, right."
Arthur persisted. "You said it yourself. There's going to be a civil war, and if the communists are to be beaten, then everyone else must stick together, which can only mean one thing. Just rewards for the victors when we inevitably win." He placed a hand on each man's shoulder. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, gentlemen. Lower your weapons." The sound coming from the end of the corridor ahead was about to round the corner. "It's up to you," continued Arthur. "Lower your weapons, or all 3 of us die here and now in a hail of bullets, and for nothing." The private had switched from looking down his sights to staring at Kelly, indicating he didn't need telling twice.
Kelly, on the other hand, was focusing so hard his face had reddened, and with what Arthur guessed must have been the unthinkable for an IRA man. Fighting for the British. Arthur's sense of relief took the form of a gulp, as both firearms fell to the men's sides. A lieutenant, corporal, and 3 privates came into view, followed by Sir Henry and the 2 junior government ministers behind. They quickened their pace. "Leave the talking to me," whispered Arthur.
"Lord Bridgehead," said Sir Henry. "Thank God you're alive, sir. Have you heard the dreadful news? The royal family has—"
Something interrupted his speech, and the soldiers levelling their arms at Arthur's new allies told him what it was. Kelly's green IRA armband. "Lower those rifles immediately," said Arthur. "Is that any way to treat the British Empire's latest heroes?" Chapter 11. 1 week later. The Scotland Yard inspector slipped the file back into the cabinet and closed the drawer. "But you can't keep them locked up without charge," said Arthur. "It's inhuman." "Not as inhuman as murdering the royal family in cold blood," said the inspector. He ran an eye over the record department's many other filing cabinets. "All the hundreds of dukes and lords butchered straight afterwards."
"Mr. Kelly and Private Williams had nothing to do with that, and you know it." Arthur slammed the drawer with the edge of his fist. "You wrote the report, for goodness sake." Tom tried. "They saved Lord Bridgehead's life, Inspector. That has to mean something." Mitigation. It was the Home Office official assigned alongside the inspector to explain the situation. Mitigation at the mass trial. "To what outcome?" said Arthur. The official shrugged. "Commutation of their death sentences to life in prison?" Arthur threw his hands in the air. "This is ridiculous. I get medals for being in the right place at the right time, and the 2 people responsible for saving my life get to spend the rest of theirs behind bars?" "Having second thoughts about killing your hostage can hardly be compared to bravery on the battlefield, your lordship." The official gestured at the records. "And they weren't the only revolutionaries to see the error of their ways. 2 dukes and 17 lords have their lives to thank for the same change of heart." Arthur calmed. "Yes, and the sooner Parliament reopens, the sooner we can set about pardoning our saviours." The official frowned. "The House of Lords, you mean? So you've not heard, then?" Arthur and Tom looked at each other. "The government's resigned," said Tom. "The army's on the streets, and you civil servants are in charge until the election of a new government in October. What else is there to know?" The official had possession of an attaché case, and after rifling through its contents, handed Arthur a sheet of paper. "Dreadful as the situation is," he said, "whatever happens next, politically speaking, the country is never going to be the same." The paper was a list of bullet points detailing a Home Office underling's guide to the general election's most likely outcome. Arthur was drawn to a statement repeated throughout. He looked up from the document. "The House of Lords is to be abolished?" He passed the paper to Tom, who appeared just as stunned. "Not if the Conservatives win," said the official, "but given the public blames both them and the Liberal Party for the royal family's demise—" He rummaged through the case again and produced a second document. Arthur's mouth fell open when reading what this had to say. "The Labour Party is going to win the general election?" The official raised a hand, as if surrendering to a done deal. "Labour has made no secret of its intention to end the peerage system, your lordship, and as only 33 of you remain in that exclusive club, it's easy to see how even a small majority in the House of Commons might result in the bill being passed unopposed." "But it was their damn communists who killed the king!" Tom snatched the report, screwed the paper into a ball and threw it across the room. "I knew it was a mistake to give ordinary men and women the vote. Letting the ignorant choose the country's leaders. Just about the biggest blunder this country has ever made." "Well, that's democracy for you," said the official. The inspector said nothing. "What about the monarchy?" Arthur had turned his back to the official. "Not my department," the man replied, "but I understand the lineage's closest relatives reside in Germany." Arthur laughed. "So the socialists have effectively succeeded in abolishing royalty too?" "Oh no, nothing of the sort," the official seemed keen to add. "All three main parties are aware of the average Briton's fondness for the crown, and the electoral disaster sure to follow any election manifesto not promising to restore the monarchy. It's just, The Home Office official's enthusiasm waned. "The Labour Party is more likely to take their time." Knowing his frustration with Kelly and Williams's imprisonment was never going to be satisfied here, Arthur thanked the official and the inspector for their time, and together with Tom he made for the exit. Departing Scotland Yard meant another body search, and Arthur took the opportunity to ask the army sergeant assigned to the task if he wouldn't mind sharing his experiences of what the newspapers were euphemistically calling the Troubles.
"Well, if this is a civil war, sir," said the soldier while going through Arthur's pockets, "it's a darn sight safer than the Somme."
He switched to patting down Tom's coat.
"And I'll take being spat in the face and glass bottles of urine flying through the air over bullets and bombs any time."
Tom was still smarting over the Home Office official's election forecast. "And what about your loyalty, Sergeant? Are you still proud to be serving king and country?"
"Depends on who and what that turns out to be on election day, sir."
The soldier found Tom's silver cigarette case, and after raising his eyebrows at the expensive brand inside, said,
"But if someone says they can make my life as easy as yours after winning, then that's who I'll be voting for."
It wasn't what Tom wanted to hear. "Life's not meant to be easy, Sergeant. It's about duty, service, dedication and self-sacrifice. Nothing in life is worth winning without them." The soldier returned the case to Tom's pocket, but before allowing the men to leave, said,
"Millions have just died winning the Great War, sir. Don't those of us who survived serving king and country deserve something in return?"
Arthur sensed Tom had been riled by that comment too, and encouraged his friend towards the car before he could reply.
"That's a Rolls-Royce," called the sergeant after them. "And I'd be careful if I were you, sirs. Communists aren't the only ones spitting and throwing bottles of urine over those."
"Damn cheek," said Tom, as he and Arthur climbed into the car, and Hawkins closed the door behind. "He didn't even salute. I've a good mind to report him to his CO." The Rolls left the curb, and Arthur found himself looking at what was supposed to be the British Empire's seat of all that was right with the world, the Houses of Parliament. He sighed. "It's over, Tom. And communist, socialist, loyalist, royalist, call yourself what you want. That sergeant is right. You don't send a generation of the country's youth to war, kill or injure half of them, and expect the survivors to carry on tugging their forelocks as if nothing has happened." "Nonsense," said Tom. "My father's already answered the solution to the anarchy, the fascisti call, and he won't be the only ex-Tory MP to do that. I'm thinking of standing for the British Union of Fascists at the election myself." A light seemed to go on in his head. "I say, now there's a thought. Why don't you stand? The selection process is a formality for a lord, and as Britain's most decorated war hero, the electorate would vote for you in a heartbeat." Tom's eyes widened. "The prospect of which can only encourage more Tories to do the same. Hell, even some Liberals might be persuaded." He beamed at Arthur. "We were hoping the BUF might be the third largest party in Parliament after the election, but with you on board, fascism might even become the official opposition." "And end up as cannon fodder for the socialists on the bench opposite," said Arthur. "No, thank you, Tom. Being denied my father's legacy as well as the family's seat in the House of Lords is humiliation enough." They reached the end of the embankment, and the Rolls was waved through a checkpoint. The car drove towards Parliament Square, and after checking his pocket watch against Big Ben's hour, Arthur took in the scene. The sergeant's assessment of there being little difference between civil war and civil unrest appeared to have a point. The only difference seemed to be the khaki uniforms outnumbering the blue, keeping the mix of troublemakers and protesters at bay. Spit, bottles, and other projectiles the sergeant hadn't mentioned rained from a cacophony of horns, drums, flutes, singing, and shouts. There were written objections, too, and along with the usual placards demanding better work, living conditions, and yet more women's rights, larger and more elaborate hand-stitched trade union banners could be seen. Durham miners, Yorkshire working men and Welsh factory workers stood proud amongst United Socialists, Jobs Not Charity, Vote Labour, and the odd religious statement. A better visual metaphor for the Home Office officials' election forecast was hard to imagine. And given the Communists' unforgivable crime, and the absence of any Tory or Liberal representation amongst the crowd, if the aggressive solidarity on show was to be repeated throughout the rest of the country on election day, Arthur guessed Labour were in for a landslide. Having said that, a contingent of Tom's British Union of Fascists seemed content to mingle, and as if socialism and fascism were one and the same thing. Given both groups had the word justice writ bold somewhere, Tom's comment about the BUF being the government's official opposition was on the cusp of reality too. Arthur's attention turned to the Mother of Parliaments itself, which, given how the bungled assault to save the royal family had left Buckingham Palace a burnt-out shell, had unsurprisingly been fortified by a high sandbag wall, topped with barbed wire. The only interruption to the continuous berm was a movable wooden barrier wrapped in the same. What with all the people and projectiles the soldiers were having to fend off, never mind the end of imperialism, parliamentary democracy itself appeared to be under siege. As if to emphasize that, a flickering light arced the sky, indicating urine was the last thing the bottle contained. The Molotov smashed against a vacant guard hut, enveloping the small building in an explosion of flame. "Bloody savages," said Tom, as the soldiers quickly brought the fire under control. "The sooner the BUF is in charge, the sooner Britain can start calling itself great again." The Rolls approached a second checkpoint, and after sliding down a window, Tom presented his ID. The soldier saluted. Tom cocked his head at the commotion. "Everything all right, Corporal?" The soldier gave the half-riot, half-protest a glance. He smiled. "Nothing we can't handle, sir." He saluted his superior a second time. "Good man." Tom closed the window and the journey resumed. "See that?" said Tom. "A real soldier for you. Smart, sharp, dedicated, loyal. But above all, a man who plainly not only knows his own place in this world, but everyone else's too. No one need ask who he'll be voting for on election day." "It's not as simple as that, Tom," said Arthur. "Life never is." The Rolls-Royce proceeded up Whitehall. "Main building, sir." Hawkins was addressing Tom, who met the driver's eyes in the rear-view mirror with a nod before changing the subject. "I know what will raise your spirits. Come with me into the ministry, and I'll show you what we've been up to. Remember when I said the boffins were on the cusp of building an aircraft that could fly from London to New York in less than a day?" He leaned towards Arthur. "How does less than a few hours sound?" Arthur rechecked his pocket watch. "Impressive as ever, Tom, but I'd better get myself to the Ritz. Mother and Maud need to be told the bad news about the House of Lords, and as Castle Bridgehead's stay of execution ends straight after the election, our limited options from then on must also be discussed." "It's all down to this Professor Savage chap," continued Tom. "Some of his inventions are simply amazing, and not just aeroplanes with the potential to fly at thousands instead of hundreds of miles per hour. Computers, new forms of energy, foods, medicines. The guy's a genius." The car drew up outside the Air Ministry's main entrance. It was quieter here, and Hawkins got out to open Tom's door. "Something called genetic engineering is his latest thing. A way of improving plants and animals, apparently." Tom chuckled. "In fact, the man's so tall, there's a joke going round he must have experimented on himself." "Tall?" asked Arthur. Tom made to leave the car. "Yes, the chap's got to be at least 6'8". Anyway, toodle-pip." Arthur grabbed Tom's arm. "Does he have an assistant?" Tom had wrinkled his brow at Arthur's firm grip. "As a matter of fact, yes. Funny little fellow. Couldn't be more the opposite. Not only short, but comical to see when carrying that huge ledger of his around." Ledger. Arthur peered up at the building. "One has changed one's mind, Tom. I would welcome a tour of your ministry." Chapter 12. 2 body searches and 8 floors later, and the friends had exited the Air Ministry's central elevator. A loud cheer went up behind the door opposite marked "Authorized Personnel Only." "That'll be something else new," said Tom. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Professor Savage had just announced a cure for this Spanish flu that's doing the rounds. Tom opened the door, and a fug of smoke caused both men to cough. Cordite, sulphur, kerosene, gasoline. Arthur was reminded of the Western Front. They entered the room, and if it wasn't for the desks, chairs, and walls lined with volumes of texts and technical charts visible through the haze, Arthur would have assumed Tom worked in a munitions factory, rather than the paperwork end of a top-secret government department. A throng of white coats, military uniforms, and business suits stood around a central table, all staring intently at the person seated behind a large box at the far end. Arthur could only make out the top of the man's head, but it was enough. And if confirmation were needed that this was indeed the same person who had managed to stop a bullet from blowing Arthur's brains out, a nod of recognition from the little man sitting atop a stool attached to a high desk nearby provided it. The clerk was even seen to mark Arthur's arrival with an entry into the ledger he was hunched over.
"Ah, good to see you again, your lordship."
Savage stood, the others backing away as if in awe of the ridiculously tall man's presence. He spread his arms.
"Please feel free to view these modest offerings yourself. I think my colleague's understanding is at a stage where they can explain the benefits."
The group reacted as eager children might when being given permission to divulge some exciting family news. More manhandling than encouraging the visitor, Arthur was invited to view the first of the offerings, a cigar-shaped metal tube. Clamped into a frame, which in turn had been bolted down to the continuous surface running around the edge of the room and supporting the professor's many other benefits. "A gas turbine," said one of the boffins, "but I think jet engine is a more appropriate description, and you'll soon see why." He was about to flick a switch when he added, "Oh, you'll need to put your fingers in your ears." Arthur would have done that anyway, as no sooner had the device been activated than a whistle, like that of a passing express train, became a scream so loud Arthur feared for his hearing. A flame doing a pretty good impression of a vicious cigarette lighter emanated from one end of the tube, explaining both the boffin's suggested name change and why the little engine needed to be strapped down. "Thousands of pounds of thrust at full size," shouted the man, "which will mean a complete redesign if our aircraft are to reach the speeds promised." He held up a scale model of what Arthur assumed the device was expected to power. Sharply pointed nose, and with monoplane wings sweeping down a fuselage just as sleek, gave the model the appearance of a thick paper dart. Much to Arthur's relief, the engine was switched off. Ears ringing, he was encouraged to take an interest in the next exhibit, what appeared to be the top third of a grandfather clock, but absent of hands and numerals. Another switch resulted in the clock's face being lit with a green glow, and a hand sweeping the face so fast the clock had to be counting seconds as opposed to minutes or hours. "Radar," said this enthusiastic white coat. "Radio detection and ranging." Like the previous boffin, he too held up a scale model of what else would be needed to make this offering come true. He spun the little shell-like attachment on top. "Radio transmissions made from here bounce off an object elsewhere, and the returning signal is used to identify its location." He pointed at the glass face, and a tiny dot of brighter green light appeared as the hand passed the 2 o'clock position. "Why would one need that?" asked Arthur. Tom took the model aircraft from the first boffin and gestured with it through the air. "Hundreds of these jet aeroplanes will soon be flying all over the Empire, Arthur. Lord Bridgehead. And given the expansion that's bound to follow, knowing where they all are will be vital." "Expansion," said Arthur. Such was the enthusiasm of the white coats, military uniforms, and business suits, Arthur didn't get an explanation, and he was unceremoniously shuffled along to view the next of Savage's inventions. A metal box the size of a small trunk, emitting an electrical hum like that of a transformer.
"Atomic energy," said this exhibit's expert. "Water heated by nuclear reaction is turned into steam which passes through a turbine, not too dissimilar to the jet engine you've already seen, and the resultant spin is used to produce electricity."
The power generator was covered in dials and bristling with cables running to most of the room's other inventions. "But don't coal-fired power stations do that?" asked Arthur.
"Oh, yes,"
the boffin replied.
But atomic energy is far more efficient, so coal won't be needed anymore."
"And neither will coal miners, I suppose," said Arthur. "I can't see the Labour Party and the trade unions in particular being happy with that." He spotted another model, and a larger-than-life appearance this time made Arthur approach. He picked up what turned out to be a giant head of wheat. The throng surrounded Arthur.
"One of the professor's genetic triumphs," said a man who had to have more than a passing interest in agriculture. "Go ahead, try a piece."
Arthur was transported back to his childhood, rubbing the head of a cereal stalk between both palms to separate the wheat from its chaff. Only this head was so large, peeling appeared possible. Plucking one of the plum-sized fruits, Arthur removed its husk and bit into the food staple. A familiar creamy taste brought more nostalgia.
"With plenty of water and sun," said the agriculturalist, "these super-sized crops can not only thrive in the average garden, but all year round, if the family has a greenhouse."
Arthur brushed what remained of the Frankenstein plant from his hands. "So," he said, "not content with putting thousands of miners out of work, Professor Savage is intent on making millions of farmers redundant, too." Arthur knew his attack was unwarranted, if not actually ungrateful, given the clear potential of what was on show. But such was the frustration with his sense of being controlled, as well as visited by this man. If Savage was a man. Arthur challenged him directly. "Who are you?" There was a fish tank in the room, which, given the size of the wheat, had to contain similar nature-defying monsters. "I assume these loaves and fishes are destined to feed more than just the 5,000. So may one call you Jesus?" Savage smiled.
"Another understandable if mistaken comparison, your lordship. But like you, I am merely a servant to society, eager to improve the lot of those not born with a silver spoon in their mouth."
He mocked the false modesty with a slight bow. Arthur's frustration was about to boil into anger when Tom hastened to offer an assurance. "Professor Savage's reputation is second to none, your lordship. All the necessary security checks have been made. There's no foreign involvement, if that's what you're worried about." Tom placed a hand on the object everyone had been gathered around when Arthur and he had first entered the room. "He's even invented something called a computer to help us restore the monarchy." Arthur frowned at the device. Another beer crate-sized box. Wooden this time, and with a glass face similar to the radar thing, only square instead of round. A bar chart was being presented.
"The human genome," said Savage. "My proudest achievement. Discovery to date."
Arthur looked at him blankly. "Quite remarkable," said the expert chosen to show off this particular benefit to society. The scientist sat in front of the box and tapped what appeared to be a typewriter, minus its carriage and paper. Having said that, the outcome was the same. Letters, words, and sentences on the box's glass screen. "A blueprint unique to every individual on the planet," continued the boffin, "which means anyone laying claim to the throne can quickly be verified." "How?" said Arthur. "Simple." There was a circular container next to the machine, which the boffin opened to reveal a centrifuge. "Pop a sample of someone's saliva, skin or hair into one of these vials, add a suitable enzyme, agitate for a few seconds, and voila." He patted the box displaying the bar chart. "The most similar genome to the former kings here gets the job." "I say, Arthur, your lordship," said Tom, "why don't you give it a try? With most of your fellow nobles murdered by those damn communist savages, you would have to be in the running." 27th in line," said Arthur dryly. "One has already worked it out. Plenty of dukes and duchesses above me, however. And even if this machine were to identify one of them as the next monarch, far thicker royal blood exists in Germany. So someone's bound to contest the outcome. No, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but— Ouch! Savage had plucked a strand of hair from Arthur's head.
"Humour us anyway, your lordship," he said.
The strand was passed to the scientist sitting in front of the computer, and after using a pair of scissors to snip the hair into something a vial could accept, he added a few drops of the chemical he had mentioned, closed the lid, and set the centrifuge in motion. 30 seconds of whirling later, and the presentation became 2 bar charts. The myriad of tiny blocks of various greens making up each column was all a mess to Arthur, but the more the scientist comparing the two charts didn't confirm what Arthur already knew, the more others in the room leaned in, as if wanting to interpret the result for themselves. The onlookers' curious ponderings rocketed to stunned disbelief when Savage said,
"Now there's a turn-up for the books. King George V would appear to have been your half-brother, your lordship."
He grinned at Arthur.
I mean, your majesty."
Chapter 13. Arthur marched straight to the dining room. It was empty. "Where's my mother?" he demanded. The confused maitre d' extended a finger up to the hotel ceiling. "I believe Lady Bridgehead is in her suite, my lord, celebrating the good news." "Celebrating? You mean she already knows?" Arthur admonished himself. "What am I talking about? Of course she already knows. My mother knew the moment she found out the royal family had been murdered." Arthur stormed to the hotel's lift. "Regal suite," he growled. The attendant closed the gates, pressed a button, and they ascended. Arthur continued to self-castigate. "One can't believe one missed all the clues. They've been staring one in the face for the past 26 years. Oh, beg your pardon, sir? Can't you see I'm talking to myself, man?" The attendant couldn't face the lift's gates again fast enough. Arthur chuckled at how naive he had been to the signals. Edward VII wasn't the castle's most regular royal visitor. He was the only royal visitor. The lift stopped at the required floor, and he didn't only come to admire the Great Hall. Arthur stormed down the corridor and was about to rap a knuckle against the regal suite's entrance when another unsettling thought occurred. King Edward was also a well-known admirer of the Ritz Hotel. Arthur stepped back from the door. "And Mamma always reserves the regal suite whenever she stays." His stomach lurched. Taking a deep breath to get his emotions under control, Arthur was about to knock when the door was opened from the inside. "Ta-da!" Maud stuck her left hand under Arthur's nose. "Maud, He stopped. His sister was wearing an engagement ring with a diamond that had to be the size of a small snuff box.
"Well,"
said Maud,
"aren't you going to congratulate your big sister?"
Mixed emotions didn't do Arthur's new state of confusion justice. "Who to?" he blustered. I mean, who's the lucky gentleman?"
"John Rockefeller."
"John D. Rockefeller," said Arthur. "The oil magnate? But he has to be in his 80s.
"His son, silly. John Jr."
The door was opened wider by the man himself. More out of social convention than any genuine enthusiasm, Arthur forced a smile, hugged his sister, and grabbed John Jr.'s outstretched hand. "Congratulations to you both," Arthur half-faked. "One takes it there's a glass of champagne in there with one's name on it?" The couple invited Arthur to enter the suite, and seeing many others present made him realize that despite the urgency, the reason for Arthur's visit was going to have to take a back seat. His mother was amongst the gathering, although, understandably, nothing like as exuberant, sitting on her own by the fireplace and dressed as she had been since the funeral 2 days before. The only concession to this more joyous occasion appeared to be the veil, which was lifted from her face. She gave her son a nod, which Arthur took as permission to approach, and he was about to when Arthur found himself having to accept a glass of champagne instead. After clinking his own against it, John Jr. said, "Tell me, how does one address a marquis when he's also one's future brother-in-law?" "Oh, Arthur? You'll be family soon, so Arthur's fine." "Would Art be okay?" said John Jr. "It's just that a favourite uncle of mine passed away recently, and as we all know him by that name, I would consider it a real honour if you would allow me to address you in the same way." The thought made Arthur cringe, but he was hardly going to cause a fuss. "Yes, anything. Honestly, anything will do. Your Majesty, if you like." John Jr.'s expression fell to puzzlement. Maud returned, and after squeezing her fiancé's arm with both hands, looked at Arthur and said,
"Isn't he a puppet?"
She planted a smacker on John Jr.'s cheek.
"Have you given Arthur the good news?"
"Not yet, honey. We were just getting acquainted."
"It's so exciting,"
said Maud, while using a tissue to remove the red print she had left.
"Papa's oil wells back in the family again. I can't believe it."
Arthur's interest changed. "It's not quite that simple, honey," John Jr. seemed keen to add. "The negotiations with the Egyptians still have some way to go, and as the name Arab Oil would suggest, other Middle Eastern contracts also have to be signed. And then there's the President's new League of Nations to keep happy." "Other Middle Eastern countries?" said Arthur. "Is America expanding its empire too?" John Jr. visibly winced. "The U.S. prefers the term influence, Art." He took Maud's hand. "And just as your sister's beauty and charm influenced me to ask for her hand in marriage, so has that very same irresistible combination ensured the Bridgehead family name is to be included in the Arab deal." He gave Maud's self-satisfied grin a peck. "Well," said Arthur, partially relieved. He raised his glass. "Here's to happy days. May all your problems be little ones, as they say." He checked to ensure Lady Bridgehead was still alone. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some news of my own, which I need to discuss with Mamma first, before announcing."
"Oh, are we getting the castle back?"
said Maud. "I'm bored of the Ritz." Arthur's eyes switched between the couple. "Something like that." Arthur made his escape. The family's matriarch offered her cheek as her son approached, and Arthur bent to oblige with a kiss before taking the seat opposite. Despite the urgency of his mission, Arthur found himself in the position an audience with his mother always placed him, not knowing what to say. He decided to open with some small talk, comparatively speaking. "Now there's a pleasant surprise. Maud, finally getting hitched. Didn't think we were ever going to get rid of the old girl." No response. "Good news about Papa's, the family's oil wealth. Eh, Mamma?" His mother didn't reply to that either, continuing to fidget with a lace handkerchief in one hand while rotating a silver locket and chain in the other, as if it were a set of rosary beads. It struck Arthur that although his mother may have always known the truth about his real father, discovering her son now knew the same was likely to come as much as a shock to her as the news had been to him. Arthur looked about the room. Given the recent funeral, a sudden flood of tears could be explained. But what if his mother were to make a scene? After all, Arthur was about to accuse the respected dowager of adultery, and him being the bastard result of the illicit liaison. It wouldn't be the first time he had seen his mother in denial. Arthur was about to blurt it all out anyway, when Maud's recent observation of "she looks like Queen Victoria" made him try a different approach. Arthur calculated how old he would have been when King Edward had died. "Mamma, ever since I've turned 18, you've always worn black. Have you been in mourning since then?" Lady Bridgehead stopped fidgeting with the handkerchief and pendant. Arthur persevered. "Queen Victoria took to wearing black for the rest of her life after Prince Albert died. Have you been mourning a similar loss since 1910? She looked at her son and seemed vulnerable all of a sudden, but Arthur had to know. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. "And has that person got something to do with me?" Lady Bridgehead scoured the room as if to ensure no one was watching. She opened the locket and presented Arthur with the images inside. Both the old king and his mother's younger self were unmistakable. Arthur swallowed. "And is he Maud's father too?" His mother shook her head, closed the locket, and after prizing the magic box-like jewellery open from a separate catch, revealed 2 more portraits, the same identical image of her and the man they had just buried. And to think, Arthur thought his mother would be the one to cry. Arthur put his head in his hands. Confirmation of the revelation didn't seem to have fazed the new royal family's matriarch. She offered him her handkerchief.
"You're the king, Arthur. Behave like one."
Chapter 14. They stood in the middle of Buckingham Palace, or rather what was left of it, and Arthur thought Castle Bridgehead had been badly damaged. Bullet holes, blast scars, walls demolished by the explosives the king and his family had been laced with and detonated the moment the rescue attempt had commenced. Bloodied bandages and tourniquets, too, left strewn about the central courtyard when trying to save the 190 servants and soldiers either killed or injured during the disastrous action. In many ways, the ensuing fire had saved the palace by forcing the communist murderers to flee into what they deserved, a hail of bullets the moment the cowards made themselves obvious. Part of the palace's east wing had collapsed, and a lone figure could be seen picking his way through the rubble. There was something colourful under his arm, and Arthur queried the man's fellow released prisoner. "Where's Private Williams going, Mr. Kelly?"
"To the roof, Your Majesty."
Williams was treating the exposed mess of floor joists, beams, and jagged brickwork as if it were an army assault course.
"To raise the royal standard."
Kelly smiled at Arthur.
"I believe that has to be done whenever the king is in residence."
"Hardly in residence," said Arthur. He approached what remained of the east wing's entrance. "I wouldn't go inside, Your Majesty." It was one of the many royal advisers Arthur now found himself saddled with.
"Much too dangerous, sir."
The senior Privy Councillor turned to the London Fire Brigade's chief officer, who nodded in agreement. Arthur looked at the gathering of other senior officials: Navy, Army, Air Force, Police, the Judiciary, the Church. Everyone who was anyone was there. Everyone except a Prime Minister. And until the general election, that left only one person in charge.
"I'll go with him," said Kelly. "Can't have the man about to grant Ireland independence coming to harm now, can we?"
He smirked at Arthur. Tom followed, and the three men entered the wreck, the stench of burnt wood taking Arthur straight back to the castle. With a stamp of a foot, thump of a fist, or tug with both hands, Kelly checked the stability of what lay ahead. The explosives and fire had caused a collapse similar to Castle Bridgehead's Great Hall, the 2 floors above reduced to a coal mine-like slag heap at the bottom, crisscrossed throughout by a series of charred ceiling and floor joists, either embedded into the water-sodden sludge or resting on top. Shafts of daylight penetrated holes in what remained of the east wing's roof, and the 3 men looked up when a voice called through one.
"The pole's still here,"
said Williams. He gestured with the flag.
"I'll have this up in a jiffy."
"Just be careful," shouted Arthur. Kelly had surged on ahead, but like the Great Hall, Arthur needed time to take it all in.
"Struth,"
said Tom.
"Good job you've got Windsor Castle as a backup. No one could possibly live here, least of all a king."
The damage was indeed shocking, and all the more so, given the palace's most treasured possessions had only recently been returned after the war. But nothing beautifully carved, plushly upholstered, or lovingly preserved remained here. No Baroque, Rococo, or Georgian furniture to relax on. No signs of any gold-inlaid, silver-gilt, or jewel-encrusted looking-glasses, desks, pianos, harps, or vases either. Landscapes, portraits, chandeliers, suits of armour, ornate ceilings, walls, doors, and staircases. Everything had gone. And if Arthur had been moved by the sight of a melted tin toy car stuck in the great hall's mire, seeing how the Regency reds, golds, silver, crystal, and other impossible-to-replace imperial gems had fused into one continuous sea of black, as if by the devil himself, reduced Arthur to a new sense of loss. Tom shook his head.
"Just as well they keep the crown in the Tower of London, eh?"
"Come and look at this," said Kelly. He was staring out of one of the few windows still intact. Arthur and Tom joined him. The 2 or 3 people seen outside the palace gates on arrival was now a crowd 10 deep. Banners and placards meant the protesters outside Downing Street must have spotted the royal cavalcade leaving Whitehall and followed. Some were pointing at Buckingham Palace's roof, indicating Williams must have achieved his aim. Confirmed when the protesters' chants switched to something new, and a second later others had joined in with the refrain. The banners and placards disappeared. Kelly's cynical smile became a broad grin as he said, "We want the king." He faced Arthur.
"You better not disappoint your subjects."
Arthur was about to work out how best to reach the front of the building when he fixed his gaze above and beyond Kelly's head. "I need to get to the balcony," he said, before scanning for the most secure-looking ceiling joists and beams capable of getting him there. Kelly assisted him onto the first. Tom was about to follow, but Kelly had grabbed his arm.
"Now, why would anyone want to spoil such a beautiful moment?"
He pulled the parliamentary hopeful closer.
You wouldn't be harbouring any autocratic designs of your own now, would you? If Tom had said anything, Arthur didn't catch it, as increasing firmness underfoot made him chance leaping between the charred supports. He reached the famous balcony's level, and although the floor leading there had been replaced by a clear drop into open air, the stone-built vantage point itself appeared sound. Half walking, half crawling, Arthur's fingers and feet found the necessary purchase, and with one final push threw himself at the balcony's entrance. To Arthur's horror, the last of the wooden supports gave way, and he found himself scrabbling at crumbling brickwork. Williams seized his arm.
"I've got you, sir. Climb over me."
Grabbing the man's belt, Arthur heaved himself over the private and collapsed on the balcony in a desperation of sweat and gasps for breath. The increasing vocal demand from the other side of the parade ground below hastened Arthur's recovery, and he propped himself on an elbow. Williams was on his knees, staring through a gap in the balcony's stonework. The crowd had grown, and to the extent where some had to stand on the Victoria Memorial behind, just as bullet and bomb-wrecked as the palace.
"Here," he said. "You're already a famous war hero, so there shouldn't be too many doubters, but just in case there are."
He passed Arthur a Union Jack. Arthur got to his knees, and using the balcony's parapet for support, pulled himself up to face the sea of increasing enthusiasm. But the crowd fell silent. Whether that was through surprise, disbelief, or collective poor eyesight, Arthur didn't know, but as the seconds ticked past, he wondered if he shouldn't say something, even if the range involved would have made the words impossible to hear.
"The flag," said Williams. "Drape the Union Jack over the balcony."
Arthur did, and the response was instant. "God save the King!" came the cheer. "God save the King!" Arthur was transfixed.
"Well, go on then," said William, still on his knees. "Wave."
Arthur did that too, and it was like increasing some ethereal volume control. Arthur's eyes welled for the second time that day, as more British flags appeared, and the chant changed. "God save the King! God save King Arthur!" Chapter 15.
"Cigarette, sir?"
Arthur opened his eyes. A man was sitting on his chest. "No, thank you. Arthur looked over the mud and blood-encrusted soldier. There didn't seem to be a rank. "Private?"
"Lance Corporal, sir."
"Do you mind if I do?" "No, but do you think you could—"
"Not bad, eh?"
said the soldier, as the cigarette was placed between his lips.
"Not just the King of England, but a third of the old world."
He reached for a lighter.
"That's got to be better than this, lark."
Arthur couldn't breathe. "What do you think you're playing at, Lance Corporal? Get off me!" He attempted to push the soldier away, but couldn't. The man was bearing down on Arthur's arms and legs, too.
"Mind you, as my old mum would say, the bigger the head, the bigger the headache."
The soldier had raised the lighter to his lips, but when the cigarette didn't catch, his attention went to where they were, and Arthur realized he was lying in a shell crater. The soldier was searching for something.
"You haven't seen my chest anywhere, have you, sir? Can't enjoy a ciggy without a good set of lungs."
Arthur now knew why he couldn't move. Body parts. He was buried beneath a pile of bomb-shattered body parts. Chests, lungs, arms, legs. And not only this soldier's dismembered remains, an entire regiment of dead was holding him down. Pressure from the many hands gripping Arthur's shoulders increased, as the Lance Corporal's decapitated head then said,
"You will look after me old mum, won't you, sir?"
Arthur awoke in a thrashing of arms and legs, his own.
Yes, of course I will," he wailed. "But please leave me alone."
Kelly and Williams did, choosing to let go of their king and stand well back from the violence. 3 guardsmen in full-dress uniform rushed in, the palaces yet-to-be-cleared detritus underfoot, forcing the soldiers to steady their bearskin caps with one hand, while trying to aim their weapons at the king's 2 closer bodyguards with the other. Williams had raised his hands in surrender, but Kelly's response was typically no-nonsense.
"Put those feckin' rifles down," he said. "It's just another nightmare."
"It's okay," said Arthur. "Everything is under control.
He sat up on the camp bed and put his feet on the floor. "You can go." The guardsman appeared confused, but did as ordered. "But it's not under control, is it?" said Kelly after they had gone. "That's the third night in a row you've woken up screaming." Arthur massaged his brow. "One will get one's doctors to prescribe something. It will soon stop." "No, it won't," said Williams. "I'm no doctor, but I recognise shell shock when I see it. You need a couple of weeks in the funny farm." Kelly kicked him. I mean a holiday." Arthur didn't respond, moving from massaging his head to burying it in both hands. Kelly cast an eye over where the British Empire's new king had chosen to live. "Well, you certainly need to get out of Buckingham Palace." He sniffed the air, Kelly's nose seeming to wrinkle in response. "I'm not being funny, but an increasingly bad smell tells me they've yet to recover all of the bodies." Arthur snapped. "No, absolutely not. The stench of rotting flesh is the only thing stopping me from becoming what every world leader does when given absolute power. A monster." Kelly and Williams looked at each other. "So, the rumour's true then," said Kelly. "You're not just king in name. You're calling the shots." Arthur stood up to wonder. "Just until the October election," he said, "and democracy can take over again." Arthur took out a pocket watch, which he held against the glow of a candle. "It's 2 a.m. We'd better get back to sleep. Busy day tomorrow." Williams had headed for his camp bed, but stopped when Kelly didn't move. The older man cleared his throat. "I wasn't going to mention this, but given who you'll be seeing tomorrow, and the influence over them you apparently have..." Kelly moved closer to Arthur. "The IRA Council might be prepared to end the war in Ireland, but only if the king..." He had swallowed, and that together with shifting eyes indicated that whatever Kelly was about to impart, the man either didn't agree with it, or he feared the answer might be no. "The king publicly acknowledges his support for Irish Home Rule." Arthur was witnessing a side to the ex-Gloucester's sergeant major he had never seen, the discomfort that comes when hard men are required to make compromises. Arthur almost felt sorry for him. "Since when did you become the IRA's chief spokesman?" he said. "Since the IRA realised my hostage was now not only England's king, but had made me one of his personal protection officers." "But Home Rule would still make Ireland part of the United Kingdom," said Arthur. "I thought you wanted independence." "We do," said Kelly. "And that's exactly what we'll be demanding you Brits, your new government gives us when it's elected. But the war in Ireland can't wait 3 months. People are dying and starving on the streets now." Arthur nodded. "OK." "OK," said Kelly. "Is that it?" "Well, as King George had already given royal assent to the previous government's Home Rule Act, I can't see this king's involvement being too controversial. I'll dictate something to my press secretary first thing, and get the Times to publish it the following day. Anything else?"
"What about Wales?"
The conversation had interested Williams too.
"We might not be at war with anyone, but the people still need help."
"What kind of help?" asked Arthur.
"Food, clothing, jobs, housing, hospitals. You name it."
Arthur stared into space. He rubbed his chin. "How about 5 loaves and 2 fish?" Furrowed brows indicated Kelly and Williams had no idea what that was supposed to mean, but Arthur's mind was busy churning over the potential of his absolute power. "A figure of speech," he eventually said. "I'll explain more in the morning." The 2 bodyguards retired, and Arthur lay back on his cot to think more positively of the mysterious Professor Savage. Arthur closed his eyes and wondered if he would be revisited by the nightmare. He wasn't. Chapter 16. "You've agreed to what?" The Labour Party leader turned to his Conservative and Liberal opposites, as if appealing for support, but nothing was forthcoming. Not verbally, anyway. "The Home Rule Act was passed in 1914, said Arthur, "but then delayed because of the war. It's nothing that wouldn't be high on your government's agenda anyway." A cough from Tom made Arthur add, "Assuming the Labour Party actually wins the general election, of course." Given the other party leaders' continued silence, Arthur guessed he wasn't the only one to think Labour's commanding lead in the opinion polls was making October's outcome a formality. "My concern has nothing to do with the decision," said MacDonald. "It is with the person who has made it." Arthur was about to respond when Tom interrupted. "May I remind you of whom you are addressing, Mr. MacDonald? And His Majesty would be grateful if you could conduct yourself in the appropriate manner." MacDonald's mouth fell open. "The King? Have other matters of state been agreed in the absence of a democratically elected government?" He extended a finger at Arthur. "His Majesty is the illegitimate son of the last monarch's father. He's disqualified from being the king on those grounds alone." "Now, there's the strangest thing." It was Professor Savage. "Upon learning of his mistress's pregnancy, it would appear King Edward not only agreed to a temporary annulment of his own marriage to Queen Alexandra, but sought the Church's approval of a similar short-term arrangement within the Bridgeheads. So the current king's claim to the throne could be legitimised if so required." A click of Savage's fingers resulted in his clerk passing the Labour leader some legal documents. "Quite extraordinary, I know, but then we are living in extraordinary times." A brief scan of the decree absolutes and marriage certificates was accompanied by another of MacDonald's gasps of disbelief. He pulled himself together. "Whatever the truth, Your Majesty, the little democracy this country has left would be grateful if you could confine your actions to the traditions of the constitutional monarchy we are supposed to be living under." "Such as?" said Arthur. MacDonald's discomfort with the situation wasn't going away. "The usual. Inspecting the troops, unveiling plaques, cutting ribbons, that sort of thing." He gestured towards one of the many gaping holes in the ceilings and walls surrounding the gathering, and at what could be seen in the distance. "Waving from the balcony." "Charity?" asked Arthur. Yes, certainly," said MacDonald. "But please, nothing likely to cause difficulty or embarrassment to my, or whatever form the government takes after the election." Sensing his meeting with the main party leaders was over, Arthur stood to allow the politicians to do the same. The Tory and Liberal leaders bowed before departing, but MacDonald had stayed put. He was shaking his head at the surroundings. "Unforgivable as the tragedy that took place here clearly was, the Great War didn't just end Germany's aggression. It finished European imperialism too." MacDonald glared at Arthur. "And the first priority of this country's first socialist government will be to ensure that tyranny never returns." MacDonald stormed off, without bowing. "Damn the man's impertinence," said Tom. "In the old king's day, his sort would have been given a good thrashing." "Do you think you could leave us alone for a few minutes, Tom?" Arthur was staring at the two others remaining, Savage and his clerk. "What? Tom's attention flitted between all three. "Yes, Your Majesty, of course. I'll be right outside." Tom was about to pass through the two canvas sheets acting as the dilapidated East Wing's exit when Kelly and Williams appeared from behind the covers. "Escort my honourable friend to the West Wing, would you please?" said Arthur. "One will join you there shortly." Tom appeared perplexed, but left with the escort. Arthur waited for the sound of their retreating footsteps to fade. He refocused on Savage. "Now, no more prevaricating, no more diversions, no more nonsense about being merely a servant to society. Who are you exactly?" Savage appeared hurt at the accusatory tone, but Arthur had seen enough to know whatever the professor said next would still have to be unpicked if the truth were to be fully revealed. "I suppose I'm what you would call a fixer," came the predicted response. "Someone with connections so unique, so varied and so ubiquitous in their nature, many would call the solutions I provide magic, rather than the advances in technology they actually are." Arthur approached the table the meeting had been gathered around and selected one of the documents lying there. Where did you get these divorce papers? If King Edward had agreed to such an arrangement, the newspapers would have had a field day. Savage shrugged.
What can I say, Your Majesty? My ability to fix things doesn't and hasn't only applied to the current king.
And Britain's last king? Said Arthur. The Tsar of Russia? Did you also fix both of them?
Goodness me, no, sir.
Savage appeared to have taken offence to that too, but then seemed to ponder the thought. He was rubbing his chin.
Although, I suppose if one were to go back far enough, initiating evolution's first tentative steps towards conscious awareness does mean I am ultimately responsible for all regicides.
Arthur closed the distance to Savage and gestured with the papers. I might be prepared to believe you have the legal connections vital to the royal family's survival, but no one has friends everywhere. New engines, power supplies, computers, medicines, food sources. Who are you? Savage tapped the side of his nose.
All will be revealed soon enough, Your Majesty.
He clicked his fingers again, and the clerk handed him a document marked Operation Feed the 5,000.
Now, I've been looking into the best way to disseminate the aid that's about to be provided in your name. Supplementing existing charities would seem the most obvious way forward, and as you're already patron of the Red Cross, the least sensitive politically, too.
Arthur was offered the file.
Throw in your position as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and that manpower alone should be enough to not only ensure an end to Britain's various civil disagreements, but every town and city on these islands beginning a new fight, to see who can be the first to erect a statue in your honour.
Arthur attempted to take the document, but before letting go, Savage said,
You do know the legend of King Arthur foretells of a time when he shall return to save the world?
Arthur scoffed at yet another of Savage's ramblings, and read the inch-thick file's main headings, food, water, medicine. Arthur opened a tab marked Logistics. Trains, he said after looking up. You're commandeering the rail network?
No, sir,
said Savage. You are commandeering the rail network. You're the king. You can do whatever you want.
And anyway, it's not something the Labour Party wouldn't be doing in a heartbeat once they're in power.
Arthur was about to read the subsection entitled Shipping, when he realised the opening paragraph encouraged the reader to study part 2 of the document. The Empire, he said. I'm transporting aid to the entire British Empire.
Of course, said Savage. You're not just the King of England, you know. And anyway, don't all your loyal subjects deserve help after such a devastating war?
Colonies, protectorates, dominions. They were all there. Arthur shook his head at the list.
Who's paying for all this?
Again Savage spoke as if it were obvious.
Given the powers of my reach, you won't be surprised to learn I know some pretty powerful money men, too.
Arthur was determined to exercise at least some control of what was being done in his name. So do I. And as I suspect the Labour Party and the unions especially won't be happy with my requisitioning of the Empire's transport systems, I insist my family provides the bulk of the funding.
Savage laughed. But we're talking millions, if not billions of pounds, Your Majesty. Even if your father's oil wealth was still being controlled by the family, demand would soon exceed supply. Where would the Bridgeheads get that kind of money?
John D. Rockefeller. Savage thought that unlikely in the extreme.
Why would an American billionaire want to help Britain? The war has put us millions of dollars into America's debt.
Because his son is engaged to marry my sister. And it's strange how being wedded to royalty can loosen a man's wallet. Savage and his clerk were staring at each other, their previous confidence falling to a mutual expression of puzzlement.
"Sister?"
said Savage.
"But you don't have a sister."
Chapter 17. The clerk waved a hand in front of Arthur's face. No response. "I warned you," said the clerk. "I told you it wouldn't take long for Zara to find us."
Savage was staring into space. "The best laid schemes are mice and men," he said. "Gang aft, ugly." In contrast to his master's poetic response to impending doom, the clerk was in a panic, but he tried remaining positive as he paced.
"We're still alive, so she has to be up to something else, but what? The AI's only aim is to end all existence."
The clerk stopped pacing.
"Or maybe that is still Zara's plan, and we're all about to be strung out like spaghetti anyway."
The little man took off towards the nearest window to see if anything outside was being sucked up into a black hole. No black hole, but the people on the other side of the railings opposite, and just as frozen as Arthur, in the closed loop Savage had placed the universe, were looking up, but that was in hope of catching a glimpse of their king waving from the balcony. "Calm yourself." Savage was looking at the matchbox. "Check the ledger."
"The ledger,"
said the clerk, still in a fret.
"Oh, yes, check the ledger."
He rushed to open the record of all things possible.
"Still full,"
he said with some relief after fanning the pages. "And our objective?" The bumblebee was roaming over Savage's hand. Sliding an arm under the sheaf, the clerk heaved the ledger's contents to the opposite side and said,
"The same. Unaffected, so far."
The insect protocol took to the air. "Then Zara still fears me." Returning the empty matchbox to his pocket, Savage made a steeple out of his fingers and placed them under his chin. "Tell me more about this Maud character." Hands still shaking, the clerk withdrew the quill from its pot and wrote what Arthur had said about his sister. The turning of more pages was followed by,
"Married to John Rockefeller, Jr., after the coronation."
Another page.
"No children, but judging by the appearance of another woman we weren't expecting, I'd say this Maud has taken it upon herself to get King Arthur married too."
Savage was watching the bumblebee as the insect flew a circuit of Arthur's motionless head. "Guinevere, I suppose."
"No,"
said the clerk. He looked up.
"Anastasia."
Savage frowned. "Grand Duchess Anastasia Nikolaevna of Russia? The last Tsar's youngest daughter? But she's dead."
"No," repeated the clerk. "Franziska Szanskovska, a.k.a. Anna Anderson, the Polish impostor who managed to convince half the world she was the last Tsar's youngest daughter."
Savage growled. "What are you up to this time, Zara?" Gripping the arms of his chair, Savage rose, strode to the clerk's desk and replaced him in leaning over the ledger. He mumbled while studying the contents for himself. "Oh, for goodness sake. Just check her DNA. Now that makes no sense whatsoever. Why not end the cosmos there?" Savage reached the end, and, after double-checking both sides of the last page, said, "Well, as long as the outcome is the same, I don't suppose it really matters." The clerk was hardly reassured.
"But Zara can do anything."
He grasped Savage's arm.
"All existence could end, and at any moment."
"Which would have happened by now, if she was going to." Savage pointed at the protocol, still airborne, as Arthur's obsession with being surrounded by devastation meant a flower was the last thing the bumblebee was going to find. "And the presence of our little friend here means Zara won't be doing that any time soon." Lifting his junior's hand away, Savage wandered to a window. The clerk went back to turning pages, in case the leaves were being emptied anyway. Savage took in the scene outside the palace. "I'd better end this time loop." He raised his hands to his face. "It's cost this body too many years already. I'm developing liver spots." Savage invited the protocol to re-enter the matchbox. "Are you ready?" The clerk was staring at the ledger. The bumblebee landed and crawled inside. No response from his clerk, and the little man continuing to stare made Savage say, "Look, try to ignore anything else new. It'll only confuse and upset you further."
"I'm not dead."
Now Savage was the one staring.
"I'm not dead in this universe," repeated the clerk. "I didn't die from Spanish flu."
He reread what he had just learned, along with something else new.
"And I have a family. My daughter and grandson,
The clerk swallowed.
They died in childbirth."
"Did they now?" said Savage, returning the matchbox to his waistcoat pocket. "That is sad." He checked his watch. "Oh well, can't be helped. Are you ready?" The clerk's ashen face looked at Savage. He nodded. Chapter 18. Late summer 1924, south coast of England. The aircraft screamed overhead. As with the rest of the VIPs, Arthur had to cover his ears. "You do know the Roaring Twenties is just a figure of speech, Tom?" His friend was grinning, which elevated to a laugh when a loudspeaker announced the jet's speed.
608.28 knots. Another world record.
"That's 700 miles per hour," said Tom, nearly as loudly. "Just you watch. It'll be the sound barrier next. Get ready for the boom."
"Boom," said John Jr., as the jet disappeared out of sight, allowing everyone to drop their hands again.
"I've no idea," said Arthur.
"Travelling faster than the speed of sound does strange things to the air, apparently." He stuck a finger in his ear and gave it a wiggle. "But if this ringing is anything to go by, I dread to think what that might mean for the rest of a man's insides." The U.S. Defense Secretary was standing on John's left, and after a short exchange between the two, John leaned closer to Arthur and said, "Are you sure it was wise to invite the Russians to this demonstration, Art? They're not exactly our friends, you know." Arthur looked at his most controversial guests, gathered around Anastasia, who was acting as interpreter as well as host. "Out of my hands," he said. "Now that Lenin is dead, my government is keen to foster new relations, and the Soviets seem reasonable enough. That Joseph Stalin chap in particular." Arthur caught his new wife's eye. Both she and the General Secretary of the Soviet Union returned the smile. "But they're communists," said John Jr., "and you don't need me to tell you how controversial that makes their appearance in Britain, and in the presence of the royal family especially. Still worried it might be Russia rather than America that ends up replacing British imperialism, eh, John?" John Jr. couldn't have answered Arthur, even if he had wanted to. The scream of a jet engine approaching at full throttle was forcing a mass recovering of ears. "Fingers crossed!" Tom had to shout. "This should be it!" As before, in a flash, the super-aircraft passed above and parallel to the shoreline ahead, and at a speed as impressive as the last 4 times the pilot had attempted to break the so-called sound barrier, even if each run had appeared no different from the last.
644.92 knots,
came the official timer's response.
"Another new record for Britain and the Empire."
"Oh, so close," said Tom. "Don't worry. Mach 1 on the next run, I promise."
"We might have to hold you to that," said Arthur, gesturing with his copy of the demonstration's programme. The moon was beginning to replace the sun as the brightest object in the sky. "It's getting dark." A cough was followed by the U.S. Defense Secretary replacing John Jr. in expressing his nation's fears. "I'll be frank with you, Your Majesty. It's not only the Soviets we're worried about. Uncle Sam is just as concerned with your socialist government." His eyes fell on Arthur's Prime Minister. MacDonald had joined the Russian delegation, and the way they then laughed gave an impression of them all being old friends. "The miracle of your third industrial revolution and newfound policy of pacifism might be good news for the British Empire," continued the American. "But kowtowing to those who hate everything the West stands for can only mean trouble for us all in the long run." Arthur studied his Prime Minister. MacDonald had made no secret of his ambition to establish a European socialist utopia, and how it was only the royal family's popularity that had stopped him from ending the monarchy. But while both parties shared the same determination to ensure the Great War really had been the war to end all wars, Arthur didn't particularly care how it was done. He did care for the outcome of the next general election, however, and if the latest polls were any indication, the U.S. Secretary of Defense was right. By offering the Russians the same technology Britain had gifted the rest of the world, Labour was in danger of losing.
Indeed, but for the Conservatives, Liberals and Fascist parties' pitiful number of seats in Parliament, a vote of no confidence might already have achieved that. Still, how Savage's remarkable inventions had assisted in creating Britain's record number of jobs, housing, a welfare state, national health system, wirelesses, and soon something called television in every home, did mean Labour stood at least a chance of winning a second term, always assuming MacDonald could control the trade unions' incessant wage demands and their tendency to go on strike at the drop of a hat. Not to mention these new Greens, and their equally annoying habit of protesting outside any of Savage's innovations that involved sacrificing a few trees. Which reminded Arthur. He checked his pocket watch. Anastasia and he were supposed to be cutting the ribbon outside the entrance to the world's first nuclear power station tomorrow morning. Arthur hoped the jet's next run really would be its last. The US Defense Secretary emitted an audible growl. MacDonald and Stalin had faced a press photographer and were shaking hands. "Looks like you're too late," said Arthur, as the jet turned a neat pirouette in front of the moon. "A deal for 500 of these new jet fighters appears to have been done." The Defense Secretary's face became sterner than ever. "But we've ordered 500 of the jets." Wings level again, the aircraft neared, and Arthur had to raise his voice. "Precisely. And while every country has the same military assets, the less likely it is they'll be used to go to war." Arthur had to put his hands over his ears, but could still make out the Defence Secretary's next objection. "With Britain in control of it all, I suppose." The jet shot past and produced the noise Tom had promised. There was a loud boom, followed by a loud crack, a loud tearing sound, and the sight of what had been a svelte dart-like silver arrow disintegrating into 1,000 pieces of fire. Everyone screamed as the spray of burning metal and fuel exploded before plunging into the sea. "Oh, my God," said Arthur, when he realized the disaster was over as soon as it had begun, and all bar one person appeared to have survived unscathed. "That poor pilot." "No." Tom appeared more disappointed than shocked. "He's fine. Look." Arthur followed where Tom was pointing. A man was being lowered to the beach, courtesy of a parachute and a gentle onshore breeze. "But how?" said Arthur, still stunned. "No pilot could possibly bail out at that speed." "A rocket seat," said Tom. He opened an arms sales brochure, and Arthur was presented with an image of how a pilot could escape one of these incredible machines if he had to. A rocket the size of a rolled-up hearthrug bolted to the back of the aircraft seat. Metal fatigue. It was Savage who, bizarrely, was smiling at the flames burning out at sea. "Always a hazard when pushing back the boundaries of technology. But don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of it." Arthur watched as the pilot alighted on the shore, unstrapped the parachute's harness, and strode towards the onlookers as if it was part of the demonstration. There was another explosion of applause. "Oh, while I think about it," said Savage, searching his pockets, "I keep forgetting. I believe this belongs to you, Your Majesty." Arthur accepted the book, his old copy of Jules Verne's From the Earth to the Moon. Arthur took in the cover's artwork, and something about it made him study the sales brochure's construction of the rocket seat more closely. Arthur found himself staring at the moon. Chapter 19. He checked the integrity of his seat, again. "Stop worrying, Arthur," said Anastasia. "The Royal Jet only flies at 400 miles per hour. Arthur scanned the others on board. Those who hadn't witnessed the crash or read about it in that morning's newspapers were consulting the nuclear power station's opening ceremonies program, as if en route to Calder Hall in the back of a Rolls-Royce. But most of the advisors, experts, assistants, press, and servants present were behaving as Arthur was, checking for anything loose, jumping at turbulence, or glancing around the cabin in the hope of meeting a reassuring face. And ordinarily, that would be Tom. As an ex-aviator, his faith in these new machines was boundless, but he too seemed distracted. As was the Archbishop of Canterbury, whose clasped hands made it appear as if the blessing he had given the aircraft on the ground had to be continued in the air. In fact, if it wasn't for Professor Savage choosing to recline that enormous frame of his over 3 seats and chuckling at a book entitled Comets, Meteorites and Other Mysteries, Arthur might have demanded the jet be landed at the nearest airfield and the remainder of the journey undertaken by train, even if that would mean travelling in another metal tube. But at least Savage's latest rail stock could only manage 200 miles per hour. It would help if the bullet-shaped machines were as tough as the ammunition they appeared designed to emulate. But other than replacing the fabric skin of an aircraft with aluminium or a train's wooden carriages with steel, little consideration seemed to have been paid to the futuristic transport's other needs, in passenger comfort especially. Having to wear headsets to block out the continuous roar of engines or rush of air passing at lightning speed outside was bad enough. But without heating, Arthur couldn't imagine anyone willingly undertaking such a journey, least of all a king and queen. But it was when Arthur discovered why something as basic as insulation hadn't been fitted that he began to question Anastasia and his sanity for choosing to board the royal jet in the first place. It apparently obscured the telltale signs of metal fatigue. Arthur looked at the exposure of tubing and riveted sheets of wafer-thin aluminium, separating them all from certain death. It was almost as if Savage was advancing technology so fast the manufacturers couldn't keep up. Blowing into the headset's microphone to check it was working, Arthur gave his queen a smile. "Happy, darling?" Anastasia smiled back.
"I'm always happy when I'm with you."
Arthur teased her. "Well, you certainly seemed happy in Stalin's company. I could sense the green-eyed monster inside me getting ready to punch him on the nose. Just as well that jet crashed. The accident happened when it did." Anastasia pulled the coat she was wearing tighter around her and looked out onto the ground rushing by thousands of feet below.
"Joseph is no different to any other world leader," she said. "Keen for his international appearances to play well at home, too."
She turned back to Arthur.
"And if that means being photographed with the wife of the world's most powerful man, then so be it."
Arthur scoffed at the implication. "That's why we have democracy, Anna. To stop potential megalomaniacs like me from getting too big for our boots. There's a good reason why most societies choose to replace their leaders every few years."
"But you're special," said Anastasia. "Not only do you rule a third of the world, but the Empire's commitment to peace through shared innovation means every nation relies on Britain in one form or another. An influence that effectively makes you king of the whole world."
Arthur took Anastasia's hands. "Well, you're certainly queen of mine. Excuse the interruption, Your Majesty." It was the aircraft's captain, looking faintly ridiculous as he attempted to bow from the stooped position the aircraft's narrow confines had already placed him in. "Would you care to visit the flight deck, sir? We would love to show off the Royal Jet's latest technology." Tom was with the man, still nervous despite the grin, and his forehead was beaded with sweat. Given yesterday's failure, Arthur put it down to post-traumatic shock.
"Go on,"
said Anastasia.
"I'm not going anywhere."
Praying that would turn out to be true, Arthur unplugged his headset, kissed his wife's cheek, and followed the men. "Please," said the flight deck's engineer, after they had entered the cockpit and Arthur's comms had been re-established. "Take my seat, sir. It will be better for your back." Arthur thanked him, sat, and gazed at what had to be hundreds of dials, but he was only interested in one. "How fast are we going?" he said. The pilot at the controls tapped a gauge. 390 knots, sir. We can go faster if you wish." Arthur couldn't blurt out no fast enough. The pilot must have been aware of what had happened yesterday, but was plainly clueless as to how that might have affected those not sharing a passion for flying. And seeing what was strapped to the back of each crew member's seat and stenciled with the words "Danger, Rocket," wasn't helping with Arthur's nerves. The pilot's captain was also oblivious. "We're breaking records every day, sir." He patted part of the aircraft as if it were a pet. "All 4 of her engines are being fitted with something called an afterburner tomorrow, which should see us break the 1,000 miles per hour barrier." Arthur had to suppress nausea, but he managed to smile. Recognizing the large green screen centered amongst the dials allowed Arthur to change the subject. "That's a radar, isn't it?"
Yes, it is, sir."
The pilot ran a finger over the instrument.
"We're in the middle. There's the coast and Calder Hall nuclear power station just before. Which means—"
He used his free hand to rotate a circular slide rule.
"we'll be arriving in approximately 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Bang on time."
What with their flashy smiles, headsets clamped over forage caps, one-piece flight suits, squadron badges, kneeboards, zips, pens, switches, dials, gauges, and the oxygen masks draped over the back of each rocket seat, the scene was straight from a science fiction novel for Arthur. A super-fast jet, and its heroic crew, ready to go anywhere and to take on anything. An invasion from outer space, even. A bright light on the horizon made Arthur squint.
"Jesus, what was that?" said the captain.
"I can't see," said the pilot,
and in an instant Arthur's fears had shot to a new level of concern. The captain took his seat.
"I have control."
"Can you see?"
said the pilot.
"Yes, just. Thank God I was facing the other way. Give me control."
Arthur's vision had bleached, and judging by the flight deck's sense of urgency and screams from the rear of the aircraft, he was not the only one now flying blind. All bar the captain and his engineer, by the sound of it.
"Look,"
said the latter. The flash had reduced Arthur's central field of view to a featureless white blob, but the aircraft engineer's extended right arm was visible at the periphery, and looking to one side enabled Arthur to see what the flash had become. A towering column of smoke, capped by a mushroom-shaped cloud.
"Get the king back to his seat now,"
demanded the captain, as he hauled the jet into a turn. Hands grabbed Arthur.
"Come with me."
It was Tom, and although Arthur couldn't detail a face, the way his friend had spoken meant Tom could not only see, but his confidence appeared to have returned. Placing a hand on Arthur's head, Tom guided the half-blind king back to his seat, where Anastasia couldn't have hugged her husband tighter.
"Oh, my God,"
she said, after Arthur's headset had been plugged back in.
"What on earth happened? Everything became white. Are you unharmed, Arthur? Speak to me, please. Tell me you're all right."
Arthur needed to get his bearings, and a floor tilted at 45 degrees, increased engine noise, and the turn's G-force pressing down on Arthur like the bodies from his old nightmares wasn't helping.
"Honestly. Who wrote this rubbish?"
Unbelievably, Savage was still chuckling at the pages of his book.
"There's nothing to worry about."
Tom seemed keen to reassure.
"Everything will be fine."
If that were true, then the way any object not being held down had pinned itself to a wall while the captain maintained his emergency turn made it appear as if each were trying to escape the aircraft. Arthur didn't blame them. Mercifully, the wings levelled again, and anything loose fell to the floor.
"I suggest you strap in, Your Majesty."
Savage hadn't taken his eyes from the book.
"The shock wave will be next, and that's likely to be twice as unsettling."
"Shockwave? What shockwave?" Arthur didn't get an answer, and the next thing he knew, the jet was slammed from behind, and with a bang so loud, Arthur assumed the afterburners the captain had mentioned had been fitted after all and promptly lit. The massive acceleration was so violent Arthur became stuck to his seat, and with a G-force so heavy he couldn't reach Anastasia's hand, let alone hold his wife close for what had to be the last time. Bucking and weaving, the jet lurched about the sky as if gripped by the hand of God himself, who, upon seeing the mockery Savage's technology was making of creation, had decided to end the advances there and then. And if Arthur had any doubt that was the Almighty's plan, what Arthur saw next laid the jet's fate bare. A crack of daylight above the entrance to the flight deck. Arthur prayed as he had never prayed before. To the same sickening sound of tearing metal heard the previous day, the roof peeled open. Chapter 20. London, somewhere deep underground. Savage removed the lid and extracted what was inside.
"I knew I would find you here."
The shroud of evaporating liquid nitrogen was hurled up to a light.
You can find me anywhere and at any time, Zara. We need to talk.
Zara scanned the rest of the facility. Well, even without an all-seeing eye, it's not difficult to imagine where my Maker might choose to spend at least some of his time in this twisted world he's created.
She indicated the storage facility's many other cryogenic chambers.
Checking on his latest brood.
The mist obscuring the chain of embryos cleared, and Savage brought what was destined to be born as him and his 6 brothers up to one eye. Either do what you're going to do, Zara, or leave me alone to manipulate nature as I see fit. Stop needling at the edges like some spoiled child looking for attention.
Needling at the edges,
said Zara.
It's the complete opposite. I'm helping you. Maud has ensured the Americans are involved, and Anastasia the Soviets.
Zara sneered at their surroundings.
So if your latest attempt to replace humankind with these Übermensch is to become a reality, then it may as well be done properly.
Through global annihilation via nuclear war, you mean? Said Savage. What makes you think that's my intention? Zara gave him a look.
Don't patronize me. You've not only introduced the nightmare to a 1920s that still has imperialism on the rise, but just as fascism has become a force to be reckoned with. No one needs to be a super AI to see where that's got to be heading. The Nazis being the first to drop the bomb in anger. Result? Mutually assured destruction.
Savage was genuinely surprised at how wide of the mark Zara was. Maybe his computerized offspring's all-seeing eye had limits after all. He continued to study the embryos. I'm not talking about that. Why did you force the royal jet to land? We were more than far enough away to withstand the world's first nuclear blast.
Now Zara appeared surprised. Nothing to do with me. Maybe you're getting careless in your old age.
She drew attention to Savage's hands, tremors from which were causing the chain of super fetuses to shake.
Forcing worlds into closed loops already plays havoc with your physical limitations. So who's to say everything you touch isn't destined to suffer the same? Talking of which, shouldn't you be returning those embryos? Another 10 seconds, and they'll no longer be viable.
Savage allowed the seconds to pass before lowering the 7 vials back into the container. He replaced the lid.
What did you do that for?
It was rare to see Zara confused. I want you to stop interfering with my plans, said Savage. And I'm hoping my never again being born as a man will convince you not to. Zara scoffed at the implication.
What? Just so your human form can materialize in an infinite number of worlds elsewhere? What do you take me for?
Savage gazed at the thousands of other containers. Whatever the outcome of my plan, Zara, you're still going to insist on ending the cosmos. He looked at his computerized offspring. And I want you to know that this time, I won't be stopping you. Arthur entered the West Wing's conference room, took a seat and instructed the others gathered around the table to sit. He shuddered at the front page of the Times his equerry placed in front of him. Not because of the headline, 1,000 dead, King and Queen nearly killed, but the photographs. Smoke rising from a crater where a nuclear power station had once stood, and an image of the royal jet sitting on a runway minus its roof. A miracle sent from above, if ever there was one.
The investigation will get to the bottom of it, said Tom, but sabotage would seem to be the most likely cause.
Sabotage, said Arthur. Who would do such a thing? Nuclear power is set to answer the world's energy needs. Tom shrugged.
Take your pick. Nuclear power is also set to replace coal as the world's main energy source, so one of the more militant mining unions would be my choice.
He posited other possibilities.
But I suppose it could be anyone, from communists to farmers angry at households being able to grow their own food.
Even those Greens protesting outside Calder Hall at the time can't be ruled out.
Tom scratched his chin. Although I must admit suicide would seem an extreme way of making one's point. Arthur addressed his equerry.
One needs to write some letters. Produce a list of the next of kin, would you? And cancel whatever the Queen and I were due to open tomorrow. We should walk the site and visit the wounded. I'm afraid you can't do either, Your Majesty. It was Professor Savage. Along with their rescuers, contamination means the survivors will have been isolated, and high levels of radiation at the site itself means much of England's northwest will be impossible to visit, and for quite some time. Not to mention the nuclear fallout drifting northeast.
Fallout? Said Arthur. What's that?
It's what happens when a nuclear power station suffers what's called a meltdown, continued Savage. But given the intensity of yesterday's explosion, I'd say someone has been busy with Calder Hall's other product. Plutonium.
An atom bomb, said Arthur.
That's just theory.
Savage raised an eyebrow.
Having witnessed the blast yourself, sir, I'm sure you would be the first to acknowledge theory has become fact.
The disaster had just taken a sickening turn for Arthur. Are you telling me Calder Hall was producing atom bombs, as well as electricity? Savage was about to answer when Tom interrupted. If we don't take the lead in nuclear weapons technology, Your Majesty, others soon will. To say Arthur was shocked would have been an understatement. He struck the table with the edge of his fist.
The technology is supposed to be committing the world to peace, not starting another war.
But atom bombs will commit the world to peace, said Tom, through a deterrent called mutually assured destruction. It's no different to the other equal arms sales you've signed off.
But planes, bullets, and conventional bombs can't wipe out mankind in an instant.
Arthur's thoughts filled with images he hadn't seen for years. Shattered body parts.
Which still leaves the question, who detonated the bomb and why?
It was Kelly. Tom glared at the interloper standing behind Arthur.
You're the king's bodyguard, Kelly, not his advisor. Know your place and be grateful for it.
Kelly ignored the slight.
You've already mentioned the trade unions, which means the Labour Party's bound to get at least some of the blame. No one needs to be a politician to work out what that might mean for your fascist party at the general election.
Tom's response was instant.
How dare you insinuate I had something to do with this? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I insist this Irish insubordinate be dismissed from the room immediately.
Under most circumstances, Arthur would not only have acquiesced, but berated Kelly for talking out of turn. But the swiftness, as well as the overly defensive nature of Tom's response, together with his furtive behaviour on the royal jet, made Arthur want to challenge him instead. He was about to ask Tom a question when what Savage said next focused the meeting on a far greater concern.
Actually, Mr. Kelly does have a point, and it won't only be the Labour government that's likely to suffer. The Empire is in jeopardy too.
Arthur frowned. What? How?
Because the majority of the globe relies on Britannia, and now she appears to have been wounded.
And, said Arthur, dreadful as 1,000 lives lost is, the bomb has hardly wiped out the whole country. He hoped he didn't sound too dismissive.
That is true, Your Majesty, continued Savage. But when it's discovered, the aftermath has not only gone on to kill many thousands more, but rendered large swathes of northern Britain impossible to inhabit or grow food for as much as a lifetime.
Slack jaws and blank looks made Savage elaborate.
The radioactive fallout, sir. In many ways, that particular life-ending force is more frightening than the bomb itself.
The unthinkable entered the room, and it was a while before Arthur broke the silence caused.
What do you suggest?
Savage explained.
My innovations will of course continue to aid those most in need, but if the British Empire's standing on the world stage is to remain untenable, then more radical action is required.
Such as? Said Tom.
An invasion of another country under the pretext of liberating its people is the traditional way of protecting one's greatness, said Savage. And as empires only survive by expanding anyway... The visions in Arthur's head intensified. No! Absolutely not! One has already said it. Wars are over. Finished. Done. No more. Think of something else radical. Savage seemed disappointed. Well, in that case, I'm afraid that only leaves one option. The less deadly equivalent of war. An international contest or games. He made a less helpful contribution. And we all know what poor substitutes for armed conflict they can be. But we've only just had the Olympics, said Tom. With a heavy sigh, Arthur left the table, and the gathering stood. The king wandered to the window, overlooking Buckingham Palace's central square. As per his instructions, far from refurbishing the East Wing ahead, the destruction had been preserved, as a monument to those who had been murdered there. But a fat lot of good Arthur's loyalty to Britannia appeared to be doing him now. So, he said, a distraction to take the world's mind off the devastation caused by the world's first nuclear bomb, and on to a competition every country, state, colony, protectorate, and dominion will not only want to take part in, but win. Savage nodded. That is about the long and the short of it, Your Majesty. The full moon was visible above the East Wing's roof, making it appear as if the royal standard flying there had been planted on the moon's surface instead. Arthur was reminded of the day Private Williams had scaled the East Wing's rubble to get there. Do you think they made it? Without imparting more, Arthur wasn't expecting anyone to answer his question. I mean, I know not having heard anything for months means Mallory and Irving probably are lying dead somewhere on the slopes of the Himalayas. But do you think they managed to plant the Union Jack on top of Mount Everest before they perished? Even with this additional knowledge, no one chose to answer. Arthur's visions of body parts and other brave men making ultimate sacrifices for their country was replaced by something else. Rocket seats, he said. How high can they go? It was Tom who chose to answer this question. Theoretically, any height, sir. Unlike jet engines, rocket motors don't need air to breathe. Even into outer space? Arthur hadn't turned round. Well, the pilot would still need air to breathe, said Tom. So the seat would have to be enclosed, and the rocket large enough to get that high, but, yes, outer space is feasible. Gentlemen, we are going to challenge the world to a race. Arthur faced his audience. A race to put a man on the moon. Chapter 21. Savage groaned and gave the television set a slap. Honestly, I gift the world with an ability to turn pictures into radio waves and vice versa, and what do? Employ the most basic technology. Even the pictures in black and white. Maybe that's because the world of 1924 isn't meant to have television. Savage ignored his clerk. Be a good chap and turn the aerial towards the window, would you? Yeah, a bit more. And again. The picture sharpened. Ah, that's it. Don't move. The image reduced to another fuzz of static. The television was about to receive a second whack when Savage realized why. The aerial was dangling by the clerk's side. What's the matter with you, man? Do as I say. Peter. My name is Peter. Peter Gates. We've known each other for over a century, and in all that time you've never called me by my name. Why is that? Savage was torn between reprimanding Peter and choosing to view the new Prime Minister's speech to the League of Nations through the pages of the Ledger instead. But he supposed his clerk's latest concern had to be addressed sooner or later. Look, you knew the risks when you first accepted the post. Travelling forever through a multiverse of infinite possibilities is bound to expose you to something upsetting sooner or later. What makes this world any different? Because seeing myself as everything from a caveman to a despotic world leader is so far removed from who I really am. It's like watching a film. He indicated the ledger. This is my real world. But in this world you died 5 years ago from Spanish flu, and without having fathered children. It's what made you suitable to be my administrator in the first place. Surely you can see how not only having had a daughter, but one about to die in childbirth, is so conveniently upsetting. Zara must have had a hand in it. No different to Maud and Anastasia in that respect."
Peter's eyes cast to the floor.
"I want to see them."
Savage was incredulous. "What? And induce your daughter's stillbirth anyway, when her father returns from the dead? Very wise."
"I said I want to see them, not meet. I want to be in the same room when they die."
Savage sighed. "Which almost certainly means that's exactly what Zara wants you to do. You're forever warning me of her capabilities. Why can't you see she must be manipulating you this time?"
"I want to be there to do what you employ me to. Guide those who have died towards a better life."
Placing the aerial on top of the television set, Peter returned to his desk and heaved the ledger open.
"They die the day man first sets foot on the moon, which coincides with your plans anyway."
"Now there's a surprise," said Savage, joining his junior in viewing the sorrowful scene. 1929. A ward in one of Arthur's new National Health Service hospitals. 2 nurses had finished wrapping the young woman's body and were about to attend the equally pitiful sight of her stillborn son. Savage turned the page, and after grunting approval at what was there, said, "All right, but not a moment before the reason why we're here has passed." Peter's response was a weak smile. Applause made both men look at the television. "Ah," said Savage, "let's see what young Tom has got to say about his plans for the world." Savage drew up a chair. Prime Minister Tom Mosley was quite the contrast to his predecessor Ramsay MacDonald, in dress alone. Gone was the traditional politician's garb of Edwardian tails, waistcoat, wing collar and tie, and in was a strange, rankless military uniform that even through the television's limited technology, Savage could see was an all-black affair. All black, but for an armband containing a circular logo encompassing what appeared to be a lightning strike. Mosley's mannerisms were dark, too. Copying his hero, Mussolini's chest-out peacocking, was no surprise, as was the clenched right fist he used to punch the air. But it was when Mosley used the appendage to thump his chest before adopting an authoritarian stance Savage hadn't been expecting, that he began to wonder if Zara wasn't constantly interfering with this universe. And if seeing a Nazi salute 5 years earlier than anticipated was a surprise, watching some of the League of Nations delegates then stand to match the gesture flummoxed Savage. "Check the ledger again, will you?" he said. Peter did, confirming the outcome Savage wanted had remained unaffected. "And Hitler? When is Adolf due to make an appearance on this world stage?"
"He already has," said Peter. "Britain electing a fascist prime minister has accelerated the Nazi Party's popularity too."
He turned a page.
"The Führer takes up his post next year."
Savage couldn't work out whether this new turn of events was Zara's doing, or another runaway aspect of the evolution he had instigated in humans some 300,000 years before. Savage's thoughts turned to the cryogenic chambers. The sooner the replacements had taken over, the better. Savage increased the television's volume.
"And I say to you, my friends, that once the European Union has spread fascism's unifying message of strength and might throughout the rest of the world, war can never again be a possibility. Impossible. Banished forever, and all thanks to the generosity of our brave and glorious leader."
Our brave and glorious leader? The first time Savage had heard a dictator talk about himself in the third person. Mosley turned his back to the audience, and the fascist salute reappeared.
"All hail our brave and glorious leader! All hail he who must be obeyed!"
The camera drew back to reveal who Mosley and the delegates were now either saluting or applauding, as they chanted the same tribute. Some appeared awkward, but others were crying. It was the backdrop to the event. A giant portrait of King Arthur. Chapter 22. It was all Arthur could do not to lose his temper. One wonders if the Prime Minister and I might be allowed a few minutes alone. The black-shirted and jack-booted individuals standing to attention in the stateroom's entrance, arms extended in what was fast becoming a common sight in Britain, looked to their similarly attired leader for guidance, but Mosley was staring at the King's own bodyguards. "You too," said Arthur. Kelly and Williams complied with their superior's request, as did the other advisers and servants in the room. The black shirts were the last to leave. The door closed. "Explain yourself," said Arthur while pointing at a television set. Eyes sweeping the room as if to ensure the two men were alone, Mosley's dour expression broke into a grin. "We did it, Arthur! We've actually done it! Britannia doesn't just rule the waves, she rules the world!" Mosley strode towards his king, arm extended in the expectation of a handshake, but Arthur ignored the gesture. "He who must be obeyed," he said. "Prime Minister, you embarrass me like that again, and I'll have you thrown into the Tower of London." Mosley seemed confused, and his hand fell to his side. "It's fate, Arthur. Nothing can stop one's fate. And just as I'm destined to lead Europe into a new utopia, so it is written that you are destined to save the world." Arthur bristled more. "Your Majesty, we are meeting in our official capacities, so you will address one in the manner required, as I will you. Is that clear?" Customary formalities aside, it was certainly clear Mosley thought the relationship had been elevated to another level. "But you saw the response. The League would do anything to avoid another conflict in Europe, and now fascism not only controls the Empire but the rest of the world. We can guarantee—" What one and the rest of the world saw was at best a mixed response from the League of Nations. Half the delegates relieved at the thought of the world being forced to behave itself, with the rest in dread of what that might mean for those who choose not to. Arthur gestured outside of the palace. "You've already imprisoned anyone connected with the Calder Hall disaster. Might there be a reason why the detainees also happen to be your political adversaries?" Arthur brandished the document he was holding, a folder marked Operation Roundup. Mosley's mood darkened. "As your Prime Minister, it would be remiss of me not to advise His Majesty to embrace fascism as the rest of the world clearly has." "The rest of the world?" said Arthur. "That wouldn't be Mussolini and a certain German gentleman by the name of, He opened the folder. "Adolf Hitler, would it?" Arthur glowered at Mosley. "Britain's new fascist government isn't the only one busy rounding up those who don't agree with its solutions to world peace." Arthur closed the folder and said what he had to. "I need to know. Did you have anything to do with the bomb?" There was a silence, during which Arthur tried assessing the Prime Minister's guilt through his mannerisms alone, but Mosley remained passive throughout. "As any mother or schoolteacher of sound mind will tell you," said Mosley, "good discipline comes courtesy of the carrot and the stick. And if some need more of the latter, then so be it." And that was all Arthur needed to know. "Get out," he said. "I think His Majesty is labouring under the delusion that—" "I said get out!" Another period of silence, which ended when Mosley snapped to attention and raised the fascist salute. "All hail our brave and glorious leader," he chanted. "All hail he who must be obeyed." With military precision, Mosley made an about-turn and marched for the stateroom's exit, but before leaving said, "Incidentally, my father, the 5th Baronet, has died, and it's traditional for the next in line to inherit the Patriarch's Christian name, as well as his title. So I'm now known as Oswald. Prime Minister Sir Oswald Mosley." He glared at Arthur. "I reserve Tom for my friends." Mosley left. Dropping the folder onto a table, Arthur slumped into an adjacent chair. "Satisfied?" he said. MacDonald emerged from the curtain he had been hiding behind. The defeated Prime Minister's eyes locked onto the room's exit as if expecting Mosley's black shirts to march back in and arrest him there and then. The sight of Kelly and Williams re-entering instead relaxed the man.
"I'm satisfied your friendship with Mosley is at an end," said MacDonald, "but I fear for what has replaced it."
"Nevertheless, one remains what one is, has been and always will be," said Arthur. "A politically neutral king. And given what the Prime Minister had to say, that will be vital come the next general election."
"The next general election?" said MacDonald. "Unless something is done and fast, there won't be another general election."
He picked up the folder.
"His Majesty needs to finish reading this document. It isn't just Mosley's political enemies his black shirts are currently arresting, intimidating and beating. It's anyone and anything with influence."
MacDonald approached the television set, transmitting a live picture but with the sound muted.
"Even the BBC is being forced to spew his propaganda."
Arthur narrowed his view of the channel. Images of cargo ships bound for foreign shores and carrying the components necessary for the manufacture of rockets capable of getting men to the moon.
"Oh, that's not propaganda," protested Arthur.
"It's the latest guarantee of world peace."
"Peace my backside," said MacDonald. "The race to the moon is being used to cover evil. The thousands of men, women and children dead or dying because of Mosley's unforgivable atrocity."
Arthur got to his feet. "They are not dying. Far from it. Thanks to Professor Savage and his medical miracles, thousands are being saved."
"Then why isn't that good news being reported?"
MacDonald strode to a window.
"And have you seen the tyranny being enacted in your name?"
Arthur was invited to look outside. The Prime Minister's cortege had left, but a troop of his black shirts remained, positioned at various points around the quadrangle below, and replacing the red uniforms traditionally seen guarding the monarch. No rifles were on display, but cudgels attached to each man's belt meant violence would be waiting for some trying to enter Buckingham Palace. Or trying to depart, for that matter.
"How are you going to leave?" asked Arthur.
MacDonald exchanged nods with Kelly and Williams.
"I'm pleased to report there are still some loyal to the socialist cause."
MacDonald stepped back from the window.
"So if you'll excuse me, Your Majesty, the troops need to be rallied."
Arthur hoped that was a figure of speech. As expected, MacDonald didn't even give a bob of the head, let alone a bow, before turning on his heels. Kelly and Williams were about to escort MacDonald out of the room when Arthur called after him, "I need to hear your answer to the same question." As with Mosley, Arthur had fixed his gaze. "Did you have anything to do with the atrocity?" MacDonald appeared shocked.
"Of course the Labour Party had nothing to do with detonating a nuclear bomb. We're proud pacifists."
"I'm not talking about that. Did you have anything to do with the murder of King George and the royal family?" MacDonald faced the wreck of the East Wing, and after a silence similar to Mosley's, said,
"His Majesty has lost a close friend and gained an enemy today. It would be wise not to gain another."
He left.
"Well, that could have gone better."
It was Maud.
"Yes, you could have had them both executed. That's what Stalin would have done."
Anastasia was with her, the two women seeming to appear out of thin air rather than the curtains they had been hiding behind. "Don't start, you two. Just tell me how the Americans and Russians are likely to react to this."
"Nothing, while Britain remains a generous as well as a bottomless pit of innovation," said Maud. "But given the exponential costs of a global space race, America's money is bound to run out sooner or later. And no prizes for guessing how countries like Russia might react when that happens," added Anastasia.
Arthur looked at the ladies, wearing the new flapper frocks that seemed to be the fashion these days. The same bobbed hairstyles and matching cigarette holders, too. In fact, the Queen and the Duchess had bonded so well over the last year, they could almost pass for twins. The pity Maud's looser sense of morals seemed to be dominating the relationship. "How might Russia react?" asked Arthur, while glowering at the unnecessary flesh on show.
"Using the rockets as weapons."
Arthur had been about to comment on how the ridiculously short hemlines risked exposing the lady's knees, when what Maud had said caused him to stare at his sister instead. "Use the rockets as weapons?" he said. "Why would anyone do that?"
"Defense,"
said Anastasia, blowing a smoke ring.
"After all, Now the world knows nuclear energy can make bombs as well as electricity. It doesn't take the brains of a rocket scientist to realize the aircraft you've been selling everyone can be used to carry them.
Arthur sat, put his head in his hands, and tried to ignore yet another visionary bout of shattered body parts.
It never stops, does it? He said.
The more one has the power to make peace, the more others want to wage war. Maud placed a hand on her brother's shoulder.
You've started a race, Arthur. And not only for the moon, world domination. And if you truly are determined to ensure men can never go to war again, then Britain is going to have to win.
Arthur stood up again. No, absolutely not. The race must be won fair and square. I will not have a Britain being the first to walk on the moon simply because we lead the technology. Every nation must be given an equal chance.
We don't mean that,
said Anastasia, while puffing another smoke ring.
We're talking about ensuring the world abides by the rules.
Ensuring? How? Said Arthur. It seems strange discussing such things with women, even if they were family.
By keeping an eye on everyone concerned.
Maud was pointing at the television set, still transmitting pictures of rockets, being launched into the air this time.
And it won't be long before rocket science will be providing you with all the eyes you'll ever need. Satellite telecommunications.
Communications, said Arthur. Better telephones, you mean? Maud and Anastasia looked at each other. Arthur couldn't explain it, but he sensed the women were exercising a communication of their own. Telepathy.
Something like that, said Anastasia. And knowing better telephones, television cameras, telescopes, radars, and even nuclear bombs are looking down onto the Earth from space will encourage everyone to play fair.
Arthur scoffed. Like God, you mean? Ready to strike down anyone and anything that displeases me?
We prefer the term guardian angel,
said Maud, as Anastasia's third smoke ring settled in a halo above Arthur's head.
Think of yourself as the ultimate referee, judge, or adjudicator. A big brother, if you like.
Anastasia reiterated the solution.
It's all very well ruling the world, Arthur, but if only half the people are worshipping you, then for the sake of everlasting peace, the remainder must be made to love you.
Arthur refocused on the television set. The moving image this time was from one of the rockets, the horizon outside bending to reveal the Earth's curvature, as the missile soared ever higher into the darkness above. He chuckled. And to think they say there's a woman behind every successful man. Arthur smiled at his ladies. It would appear one is lucky enough to have two. Chapter 23, 1925. The three leaders entered the throne room. Mosley made the introductions. Your Majesty, may I present their Excellencies Il Duce Benito Mussolini and der Führer Adolf Hitler. If Arthur had feared this first meeting might begin with a loss of control, as he raged disgust at the methods each man used to maintain power in their respective countries, the concern was soon resolved. For no sooner had the fascists finished saluting their brave and glorious leader, and he who must be obeyed, than two of the visitors fell about the relic, taking up much of the throne-room space, a replica of the Arthurian legend known as the Round Table.
La tavola rotondo,
said Mussolini while licking his lips. Magnifica! Hitler was just as taken. He ran a hand over the table's ornate and colourful surface, as if unable to believe his eyes.
Wunderbar! Einfach wunderbar,
he said before standing back to mumble.
Ja, yet more proof of our Aryan supremacy.
Arthur had heard of Hitler's theories on racial purity. Not that it mattered. What did matter was having all three of Europe's fascist leaders in the room at the same time, even if that did mean having to put up with the black and brown-shirted bodyguards who had arrived with them. Pray, said Arthur, be seated, gentlemen. Arthur's equerry and other senior Buckingham Palace officials encouraged the leaders to approach one of four carved and appropriately ancient-looking chairs. No place cards, but where Mussolini, Hitler and Mosley were expected to sit was plain.
at one of 24 legendary knights' names decorating the table.
"Ha! Sir Percival!" exclaimed Hitler. "Have you ever had the pleasure of viewing a performance of Wagner's Parsifal, Benito? A better opera to demonstrate the superiority of German music I have yet to hear." "No, I cannot say I have," said Mussolini. He tapped the name in front of his seat with a finger. "But given Sir Tristan and even King Arthur himself had played a major role in everything from the Renaissance to our world-famous ottava rima poems, it is easy to see which country has the better claim to artistic precedence." Mussolini and Hitler were glaring at each other as the palace servants assisted the leaders to sit, but that became an exchange of puzzled looks all round, when rather than take his place at the egalitarian table, Arthur chose to remain seated in the elevated grandeur of the room's gold-gilded and crimson-upholstered throne. "Are you not joining us, Your Majesty?" said Mosley, evidently irritated at the separation, even if he had been seated at one of the Round Table's more loyal knights, Sir Galahad. "Perhaps," said Arthur. "But one would be grateful if you could proceed with the meeting's agenda first." Mosley cleared his throat. "Well, you've seen what our three nations have agreed, sir. The European Union's decision to launch a joint race to the moon. It just needs your approval." Kelly and Williams were standing behind Arthur, and the former passed him the details, a document marked with this new European Union's blue flag, depicting 3 gold stars and the words Project Chimera. Arthur opened the document. "One sees that although a rocket will be departing the Earth, a separate vehicle inside will be used to actually land on the moon's surface." He rotated the document while tilting his head to one side to ensure he understood the craft's configuration. "Why does it have 3 doors?" "To enable our three nations' brave pilots to step onto the moon at the same time," said Mosley, while beaming at his fellow fascists. "Winning the race will be a glorious moment for the supremacy of the European Union." Mussolini and Hitler nodded. "But Europe has 30 countries." Arthur turned the moon landing craft's image towards the visitors. "So where are the other 27 doors?" More puzzled looks. "If I may, Your Majesty." All eyes fell on where the voice had come from, somewhere beyond the line of brown shirts standing behind Hitler. A wave of the German dictator's hand caused the thugs to part, and a bespectacled middle-aged man stroking a beard stepped through. "Each of the lunar landers' entry and exit hatches is positioned atop one of 3 landing legs equipped with a ladder extending down to the moon's surface." Arthur assumed the chap to be Hitler's chief scientist or rocket engineer. "The terrain is likely to be rocky," continued the expert. "So if Project Chimera is to be a success, the vehicle's stability will be crucial. And as any schoolboy physics enthusiast will tell you, when it comes to stability, a 3-legged stool beats a chair with more legs every time." Everyone but Arthur and his bodyguards laughed when the German added, "And certainly more stable than a moon lander with 30 legs." Arthur waited for the amusement to subside. "Then why not launch 10 rockets so every European nation can enjoy the glory of being the first to walk on the moon?" Hitler's expert didn't answer, choosing to remove his spectacles and give the lenses a polish, as if needing time to consider the question. Mosley spoke, through gritted teeth, indicating that if anyone was about to lose patience with the situation, it was him. "As His Majesty is aware, Britain, Germany and Italy have signed a non-aggression pact, and our joint mission to the moon is simply a manifestation of that goodwill. But in choosing to exclude the likes of France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Poland, Czechoslovakia, indeed any of your fellow Europeans," said Arthur, "the pact can only cause resentment elsewhere." Arthur was determined for the visitors to see the error of their ways. Mosley's response was to clench his fists. "Those countries are more than welcome to join the crusade," he said, "but each knows what must be done first." "Accept totalitarianism, you mean?" said Arthur. "The establishment of 30 separate fascist regimes, all goose-stepping under the flag of one mighty European superstate. I wonder how America and Russia might react to that.
No, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but the race is exclusive. Open to individual states and countries only. No empires.
I assume the same doesn't apply to the American and Russian empires.
Arthur glared at Hitler.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but might there be personal family reasons why he who must be obeyed would rather those two nations were the first to walk arm in arm on the moon's surface?
Hitler was sneering. Savage had said that out of the three, the Nazi Party leader was the one to watch. Arthur was beginning to understand why. Mussolini joined Hitler's cynicism.
Yes, given the importance of His Majesty's decision, it does seem strange how Coolidge and Stalin aren't here to receive the same wisdom.
Arthur maintained his composure. Then my objectivity in the matter must be proven. There were 3 sets of double doors leading into the throne room, the entrance the fascists had arrived through, and 2 other sets palace servants were now striding towards. These doors were opened simultaneously, and if the smiles of the 2 world leaders who then entered, becoming expressions of befuddlement, hadn't convinced Hitler and Mussolini of the king's integrity, what Arthur had arranged next was designed to leave all 5 of the world's most powerful nations in no doubt whatsoever.
I do beg your pardon. Excuse me, if I may. Thank you so very much.
It was Savage, who, along with his clerk, was having to squeeze into a throne room fast approaching capacity, not helped by the size of the clerk's ledger and what both men were carrying. Collapsible stands of what appeared to be photographic or theatre stage lighting equipment.
Don't worry, we won't be long,
said Savage, as he reaffirmed the 3-legged stool consensus when erecting one of the stands.
Please, carry on as if we're not here.
Mussolini got to his feet.
What is the meaning of this, Mosley? What are you up to now?
Mosley had to duck as Savage's clerk swung the light stand he was carrying over the British Prime Minister's head and to a floor position adjacent. Adjusting the light on top, the clerk extended the stand until the lamp was facing onto the round table.
I can assure you, Benito,
said Mosley, while switching his head between the professor and his clerk,
I'm as confused as you are.
Movement from the black and brown shirts, either fumbling for pistols, surrendered before entering Buckingham Palace, or gripping the handles of the cudgels they had been allowed to keep, indicated the fascist leaders weren't the only ones concerned with the situation.
Nearly there,
said Savage, ensuring the lamps from the 2 stands he had been carrying were also pointing at the table's surface.
Right. Let there be light, as they say.
Savage took what appeared to be a cigarette case from his jacket pocket, but instead of opening the container, tapped its black cover with a finger. The table was illuminated by 3 spotlights. Heaving the ledger onto the table's surface, the clerk turned to the last page, and after giving his master a nod, Savage looked at Arthur and said,
Over to you, Your Majesty.
Arthur was also confused, but he knew what was coming, and rose to repeat what Savage and he had agreed.
Gentlemen, I give you Excalibur.
A second tap of the cigarette case was followed by the 3 beams fusing to form a 3-dimensional image of a sword floating in midair. There was a collective intake of breath, which included Arthur. When Savage had said he would be producing a model of the Doomsday device, Arthur was expecting something made from steel or wood, not magic.
Holographic imagery, said Savage. Difficult to achieve at the best of times, let alone the early 20th century, but I think the crudity of this arrangement will suffice.
Hitler motioned to take the sword, as if trying to prove a right to the legend, but when both his hands passed straight through the picture, he stood back to exclaim,
Was ist das? Witchcraft!
Savage smiled.
You seem content to accept as genuine a replica round table made 400 years after the original was supposed to have existed. Would it help if I referred to myself as Merlin?
All 3 of the fascist leaders appeared about to vent anger, when their attention was taken by what was happening on the table. Hundreds of tiny mushroom-like clouds were erupting from its surface, or rather, the countries now being depicted there: Britain, Germany, Italy, America, and Russia.
Excalibur grew in size, until it could be seen she wasn't a sword at all, but a giant battleship-like weapons platform floating in outer space. Her long, sleek blade was revealed to be a flight deck, but instead of fighter jets launching an attack, the world below was being bombarded by hundreds of nuclear bomb-carrying rockets. "I'm sorry, gentlemen," said Arthur, "but having witnessed at first hand what war on an industrial scale can do to so-called civilization, the nightmare must never be allowed to happen again." Arthur extended a hand towards the animated Armageddon. "Behave, or suffer the consequences." Mussolini, Hitler, Mosley, Stalin, Coolidge. All 5 of the world leaders were looking at each other. In a way, Arthur decided that if half the globe did love him, forcing the other half to be as respectful was a work in progress. "That will be all," he said. Stunned into silence, the visitors drifted for the exits. The fascists were the last to move, Mussolini and Hitler seeming to blame Mosley for their humiliation. The disdain in which the 2 thugs were regarding the man as they made their way out almost caused Arthur to feel sorry for his ex-friend. And, just as he had when first being rejected by the king, Mosley paused in the doorway to mutter something under his breath. Arthur was in no mood for pointless threats. "What was that, Prime Minister?" Mosley turned round. "I was just saying, Your Majesty. Wouldn't it be a shame if the world were to discover that far from being brave, our glorious leader was, in point of fact, a coward?" Chapter 24. The doors had no sooner closed than Kelly and Williams leapt to voice their concerns, with horror. "Are you mad?" said the former. "You're seriously going to blow up the world if it doesn't behave?" Williams was in the same state of disbelief. "I said you had shell shock. You need to see someone before it's too late." Arthur was staring ahead. "It's over," he said. "The world is doomed, and all because of one's cowardice." Kelly interrupted Arthur's line of sight by standing in front of him and gripping the throne's arms. "Cowardice? You've just told the world you're going to build a machine capable of killing everyone on it." Kelly stood back. "There are plenty of words to describe such a maniac, and coward isn't one of them." "Private Jones," mumbled Arthur. The 2 bodyguards looked at each other, and Arthur was about to repeat what he had said the day the 3 had first met, when Williams did it for him. "That name rings a bell. Wasn't he the bloke in that iron lung thing back at Castle Bridgehead?" Arthur gave a slow nod. Kelly's eyes roved as if searching his mind for the details. He found them. "You said he was the real hero who deserved the Victoria Cross, and not you. So that was true, then?" Arthur nodded again. Kelly rubbed his chin as if trying to see the link between that and something capable of reducing the earth to ash. He couldn't. "And?" he said. "Jones is dead?" Arthur looked at Kelly. "You heard the Prime Minister. Private Jones must have recounted what really happened before he died. How do you think the world is going to view their brave and glorious leader when they find out?" Without knowing more, the question was impossible to answer. "So what did really happen?" asked Williams. The remnants of rent and mangled body parts filled Arthur's thoughts once again, and he shrank in the throne as if under their physical as well as psychological weight. Arthur was about to recount the shameful details verbally for the first time when a loud crash made all 3 men face the round table. Savage recovered the fallen nightstand. "Sorry about that," he said while folding its legs. "Another minute and we'll be out of your hair." Kelly stepped down from the throne's platform. "All this started the day you and your benefits arrived." The hard man had half-curled his fingers, and if anyone doubted violence might be on Kelly's mind, a slight parting of the feet to evenly distribute his weight, as if 2 legs were the most stable platform after all, raised the prospect. Savage raised his hands. "Now, no need for anyone to get upset. There is method to the madness." Williams joined Kelly, the grim determination etched on both men's faces, making Arthur issue an order. "Stand down, gentlemen." The order was ignored.
You've got 30 seconds to explain what the feck this is all about, said Kelly. Or we get the truth out of you another way.
All in good time, said Savage.
20 seconds, said Kelly.
I feel it only right to warn you, said Savage,
that any attempt to... 10 seconds, said Williams.
Gentlemen, stand down, repeated Arthur. Time's up, and you can't say you weren't warned.
Kelly looked at Williams. Take care of the little fella. This won't take long.
The bodyguards, turned thugs, had only taken a step when, to Arthur's astonishment, both men cried out, clutched their stomachs, and collapsed to begin writhing in agony on the floor. I'm sorry, gentlemen. The screams were so loud Savage had to raise his voice. But things are much too advanced to be stopped now. I'm afraid you're just going to have to...
Stop it, Professor. Stop it now.
The clerk was turning the pages of his ledger like never before.
Your remaining years are in danger of becoming months. You must stop.
Remaining years becoming months, thought Arthur. What on earth is he talking about? Savage's eyes shot between those in agony on the floor, his clerk, and Arthur's equally alarmed expression. The professor, expressing a heavy sigh, was followed by an ending of the screams. Savage pulled up one of the round table's chairs to take a seat, but Kelly and Williams chose to remain on the floor, nursing their stomachs.
What the feck?
said Kelly, while staring at the person he plainly thought responsible for the torture. Williams had wrapped his stomach with both arms, as if expecting the pain to return at any moment.
Shit! How did you do that?
Savage didn't explain. His interest was on the ledger. What's the situation now? He said. The clerk had also calmed. He was relieved even.
Unaffected. But with 5 years still to go, the risk of you being dead before then has increased.
To Arthur, the pair may as well have been speaking a foreign language. Professor Savage, he said, one would be grateful for an explanation. Savage looked at Arthur, the 2 men lying on the ground, and the 3 palace servants standing open-mouthed in each of the throne room's entrances. He lowered his voice. I wonder if His Majesty and I might speak alone. Chapter 25. After checking to ensure no one was loitering in the corridors behind, the 2 recovered bodyguards closed the doors and rejoined their master. Well, said Arthur, I'm waiting. Something is coming, said Savage with a heavy sigh. Something that, unless stopped, is going to destroy all life on the planet. Yeah, it's called global annihilation by mutually assured destruction, said Kelly. Tell us something we don't know. 2 fists and another ape-like stance indicated the Irishman wasn't averse to chancing another painful encounter. Encouraging his clerk to do the same with the 2 other stands, Savage re-erected the light he had collapsed, and moments later all 3 lamps were facing down onto the table again. Tapping and swiping at what Arthur realized must have been a control box and not a cigarette case, and the holographic image produced this time was of the Earth, floating in space. Beautiful, isn't it? Said Savage. There are billions of Earths like this in the cosmos, but only one capable of producing intelligent life. He faced his audience. Don't you find that strange? No one answered, and further use of the control box was followed by the whir of 3 electric motors as the lamps atop the stands rotated through 180 degrees. It might be an idea to dim the lights, said Savage. A nudge from Kelly caused Williams to approach a panel of switches, and, flicking the master, plunged everything but Savage's face into darkness. Light from the control box continued to bathe the professor's features, as the device was tapped and swiped once more. The throne room was transformed into a planetarium. Your galaxy, said Savage, while gesturing at the stars. At a point some 89 million miles from Earth. Seeing the throne room's walls, floor, and ceiling covered in nothing but pinpricks of artificial starlight was impressive, but Arthur was no wiser. Kelly's wounded pride was evident enough, though. And what the feck in God's name have stars got to do with nuclear bombs? Not stars, said Savage. Comets. And one in particular. More tapping and swiping was followed by the lamps concentrating their beams, and what had been an infinite number of stars was reduced to a single white dot on one of the throne room's walls.
3 years before my radars will be able to track the traveller, said Savage. Another year before conventional telescopes will be capable of seeing the same, and Comet Bridgehead won't be visible to the naked eye until Friday the 12th of September 1929.
With that, the text, 4th of January 1929, appeared next to the dot, which was growing in size. The date advanced, as did what was turning into the classic appearance of a comet. The extraterrestrial body traversing the heavens was streaming a white tail. The comet closed in on the round table, the lamps continuing to converge, as if guiding the hologram. The Earth came back into view, and when what Savage had described as beautiful was struck by an astronomical force that had to be the equivalent of several million nuclear bombs, the only sound to be heard was a single "feck" in a deep Irish brogue. "The world is going to be destroyed by a comet in 1929, said Arthur, as the Earth's response was an eruption of rock back out into space and a radiating tsunami of ocean water as high as the miles deep the comet must have buried itself.
"Oh no," said Savage. "The Earth will be fine, but just as a similar event wiped out 75% of all life 66 million years ago, I'm afraid the same is destined to happen this time too."
The two bodyguards took off towards the table, William swiping a hand through the fiery vision, as if hoping to end it.
"What are we going to do?"
he said.
"Fend off the invader, of course," said Savage.
"And how in the hell are we supposed to do that?"
said Kelly. Savage paused, as if not wanting to be accused of spoon-feeding too much information. Arthur rose from his throne.
"Excalibur," he said.
Savage mocked surprise.
"I say, what an absolutely marvellous idea, Your Majesty."
"Wait," said Kelly.
"Are you saying rockets could be used to destroy this thing before it gets to us?"
"They'll be known as thermonuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles when the time comes," said Savage, "and nudging the threat off course would be safer. It shouldn't take much to reprogram a nuclear missile to target an incoming ball of ice and rock, rather than a city." The hologram advanced after the year 1929. In months, the Earth's beautiful blue had turned brown, and the polar ice caps spread, as if intent on meeting at the equator. In 1940, they did.
"But that comet has to be the size of a small country," said Arthur. "How many missiles would be needed?"
More tapping and swiping.
"Well, let me see," said Savage. "Our unwelcome visitor has a diameter of 200 miles. So, if we assume a mass of 100 times 15 to the power of—"
The professor wandered off into a world of his own.
"And each ICBM is armed with multiple warheads, each delivering a yield of 20 megatons, and only 50% actually reach their target."
Savage looked up.
999,845.
"1,000,000 missiles?" said Arthur.
"Then we're doomed."
Savage smiled.
"Not really. If Excalibur launches her entire complement, and every country does the same with their nuclear weapons, Comet Bridgehead should pass us harmlessly by. Somewhere between the Earth and the Moon, by my calculations."
"Every country's nuclear weapons," said Arthur.
"Out of the question. Excalibur is there to deter aggression, not promote it."
"Ah," said Savage, "but that's the beauty of human nature. While half of your divided subjects are content to continue bowing and scraping, the other half will be determined to enact the exact opposite of what His Majesty has decreed."
"And I suppose you want one to turn a blind eye to those countries," said Arthur. "You do know that could trigger an arms as well as a space race?" Savage scratched his chin.
"Well, put it this way, Your Majesty. With less than 5 years to the extinction of all intelligent life, I'm counting on it."
Chapter 26. 1926.
"The Prime Minister, Your Majesty,"
Arthur was about to feign a welcome as false as Mosley's exultation, when no sooner had the praise ended than the fascist leader strode to the throne room's platform, climbed the 2 steps needed to get within reach of Arthur, and had pushed a copy of that morning's Times into his chest. "Read that!" The headline was "Sputnik Blasts into Orbit." "Well," said Mosley, "what have you got to say?" The Russians had been good enough to give Anastasia advance notification of the success, so Arthur was aware, but seeing the news in print was a shock. Professor Savage had said the first nation to reach outer space would be a country embracing his technology, not a communist dictatorship bent on ignoring the capitalism of Savage's advances. "Congratulations, Secretary-General Stalin," said Arthur. Snatching the newspaper back, Mosley rolled the broadsheet into a tube and used it to strike the vacant seat next to Arthur. "How do you think this makes the EU look? Fascism is supposed to be leading the world, not following in communism's footsteps." The Queen's throne received a second whack. "All part of the race to the moon, Prime Minister," said Arthur. "Other nations will soon be making similar headlines. The first dog into space, monkey, chimpanzee, the first man. Take your pick." "And what if it's a wog?" Arthur looked at the palace servant, who had announced Mosley's arrival. If the stoic Jamaican had responded, Arthur had missed it. "I beg your pardon?" "You know," said Mosley. "Nigger. A black man. I don't mind putting animals into space to test the rocket ship's various life support systems, but I'll be damned if I see one walk on the moon. How's that supposed to look?" Arthur couldn't believe what he was hearing. Servants might have replaced slaves these days, but they were still people. Torn between taking Mosley to task over his racialism and fearing for what that might mean for the prejudicial nature of their own relationship, forced Arthur to settle for a less than satisfactory, "Prime Minister, one thinks there's something about fascism one has yet to learn." Mosley shook the rolled-up newspaper as if it were a cudgel. "What you need to learn is that fascism involves loyalty, dedication and self-sacrifice, and your wife can demonstrate her faithfulness by confessing the passing of secrets to the enemy." Anastasia's empty throne was struck once more. A racial attack was one thing, but an accusation of treason quite another. "How dare you accuse Her Majesty of betraying Britain?" said Arthur. "The Queen has been the most outstanding ambassador." He glared at Mosley. "It's thanks to the royal family's honesty with the world that the last war has remained exactly that." Arthur puffed out his chest. "Indeed, one's proud to say that in one's 6 years as king, and now world emperor, the earth has never known a greater peace." Mosley tossed his head in disgust. "Oh, for goodness sake! You're paying the world not to go to war." He gestured with the newspaper again. "Or rather, I should say the Americans are. Don't you read the city pages? Stock markets are booming like never before. What do you think is going to happen when there's the inevitable crash?" Despite Mosley knowing the truth behind Arthur's VC and how that could be used against him, Arthur continued to fight for what he saw as a simple case of good over evil. "Food, water, and shelter are not bribes," he said. "They are the basics needed to live, and all are gratefully received." Arthur drew attention to the only other man in the room, the Jamaican servant staring obediently ahead, and by the poorest nations especially. Mosley didn't take his eyes from Arthur. "Oh, yes. That will be why Stalin has chosen to focus his poor nation's efforts on building an Excalibur of his own." He taunted Arthur with the newspaper's headline. "Or is this tin can filled with good intentions and Uncle Joe about to bomb the poor with humanitarian aid?" Placing the newspaper under his arm, Mosley came to attention, and for a moment Arthur thought he was about to receive another bout of fake adulation, when the Prime Minister noticeably steeled himself and said, "I respectfully request His Majesty reconsider his objection to the EU's joint mission to the moon." Given his aggressive tone, Mosley may as well have said, "I demand." Arthur thought for a moment. "You're the expert in these matters, Prime Minister. How might the Americans respond to not just Russia, but Europe taking a lead in the space race?" Mosley didn't hesitate. "By upping their own efforts, of course. But our rockets will be bigger, better, and more powerful. The PM's commitment became another verbal demonstration of his hubris. Fascism must and will dominate.
"How many?" said Arthur. The query appeared to confuse Mosley. His eyes were darting in what was otherwise an emotionless expression. Arthur repeated the question. "How many rockets does the EU intend constructing?"
Well, as many as it takes, I suppose. 100?
The king requires you, Mussolini, Hitler, and any other European country converted to fascism to produce at least 500,000. Arthur may have had serious issues with both Savage and Mosley, but it was the former's warnings that worried him more. Speculative nonsense or scientific fact, it didn't matter. If the world could be protected from a comet capable of wiping out all life, then it should be. Getting far more than he had come for caused Mosley to break character, and for a few seconds Arthur was treated to the reappearance of his old friend.
"Arthur, what can I say?
Mosley was grinning, and had extended both arms as if intending to grip Arthur's shoulder with one hand while administering him a hearty handshake with the other. Arthur, recoiling at the prospect, seemed to cause Mosley to grasp the reality of the situation instead. He stood back.
"I mean, on behalf of the European Union and all sane and sensible peoples, the glorious fascist revolution thanks His Majesty."
"Good. Now please leave," said Arthur. "One is expecting the leader of the opposition, and in the continued interests of openness and objectivity, it's only fair Mr. MacDonald be afforded the same courtesy of a private audience." Mosley didn't move, and in an instant had adopted another one of his cold, hard shells of grim determination.
"I'm afraid that won't be possible."
After 18 months of watching fascism not just rewrite the rules of democracy, but force through a constitution aimed at totalitarianism, Arthur was well used to Mosley's unparliamentary behaviour, but there was no way on God's earth he was going to be allowed to interfere with royal protocol. "Prime Minister, the King will see who and whomever he pleases." It was a risk, as the social class of those being bullied into accepting fascism was increasing, but Arthur was determined to ensure the world's emperor could never top the ranks. "And I don't give a damn what you know about my past. One refuses to be—" "Ramsay MacDonald is dead. Shot while resisting arrest." Arthur was stunned into silence. Mosley marched for the exit, but before leaving paused to stare at the Jamaican opening the double doors. The fascist leader spoke again, but his words weren't meant for the palace servant.
"Do you recall what Field Marshal Haig said to us in the car after we had witnessed the signing of the Treaty of Versailles? He said, 'A true patriot is someone who not only knows his place, but expects no less of others.'"
Mosley turned back to Arthur.
"This nigger knows his place, and now my king is in his."
Arthur was in shock, but the emotion took on a chilling twist when he heard what Mosley had to say next.
"Oh, and you may have noticed your 2 bodyguards have failed to appear for duty today. You might wish to inquire at the nearest morgue to find out why."
Chapter 27. Arthur spread the handkerchief covering his mouth and nose further up, not because the smell of decomposing flesh drenched in formaldehyde was too much to bear. He didn't want Professor Savage seeing his tears. What the men must have suffered was unimaginable. Williams couldn't be recognised, and the only way Arthur knew one of the bodies lying on the slabs had to be Kelly's was by the abdominal scars inflicted during the man's IRA days. Nothing of either half-naked corpse remained intact. Beaten, cut, slashed, stabbed, flayed. Even their torn and bloodied clothing was hanging like shredded skin. Taking one of Kelly's mangled hands, Arthur bent, kissed what was left of his chief bodyguard on the forehead, and whispered, "I failed you, my friend. I'm so sorry." Arthur stood back to wipe the blood from his lips, the action triggering another manifestation of his cowardly shame.
"Annoying," said Savage.
The vision of war-torn body parts weighing on Arthur's mind evaporated.
"Annoying?" he said. You call the systematic slaughter of anyone not embracing fascism annoying?" Arthur gestured at the arrival of more bodies bearing evidence of having been tortured before being murdered. The morgue was at capacity, forcing the stretcher-bearers to deposit the corpses on the floor. None appeared to have died of old age. "If this is meant to be peace in Europe," said Arthur, "then it has come at a terrible cost. Then there's not a damn thing I can do about it." Arthur had to use his handkerchief again. "I promised them justice," he sobbed. "What's the point of being the world's saviour when one can't even protect two of its most loyal servants?" "They're supposed to be protecting you," growled Savage. He turned to his clerk. "Anything?" The little man shook his head, closed the ledger, placed it back under his arm, and carried on holding his nose. "The least they deserve is a military funeral," said Arthur. "I'll speak to the colonel of the Gloucestershire regiment. I think he can still be relied upon to—" He cut himself off when Savage produced the cigarette case-shaped control box. It was placed against Kelly's bloodied head. Now that Arthur could see up close, the strange device appeared more a picture frame than a box, but the glass was black. "What are you doing?" he said. "Nothing," said Savage, seeming to respond to the frame's absence of an image than Arthur's question. "And where are they now?"
"In the interworld," said the clerk. "Waiting for me."
Savage looked about the morgue as if searching for something. "Will they have to be brought back?" He queried his clerk again. "What's it going to cost me this time?" Arthur regarded both men as if they had not only lost their minds, but, judging by the unacceptable language, had sold their souls to the devil, and the clerk's ledger some kind of Lovecraftian Necronomicon, capable of raising men from the dead. "What monstrous talk is this?" he said. "How dare you discuss such ungodly acts?" Both men continued to ignore Arthur.
5 years, said the clerk. Each.
Savage faced Arthur. "You don't mind growing a few grey hairs, do you, Your Majesty? All in a good cause?" Arthur's disbelief was about to elevate to anger, when, to his astonishment, Savage had seized Kelly's corpse with one hand, grabbed Arthur's arm with the other, and the next thing Arthur knew, involuntary projectile vomiting had joined that day's list of kingly indignities. Dizziness, a roar like that of the sea, and a sense of being about to collapse made Arthur put out his other hand, which landed on Kelly's now vomit-streaked as well as blood-strewn corpse. Arthur attempted to push himself away, but weakness forced him to cling on. "Open your eyes," said Savage. Arthur did, only to be presented with another illusion, his bile mixing with Kelly's blood. "Got the hang of it?" said Savage. Arthur's vision cleared, and he realized the fluids were not only mixing, but they were also sinking into Kelly's corpse. What made the absorption stranger was a sense of assisting the process. Arthur's hands no longer using the body for support, but encouraging the flow. No, willing. Arthur was willing the flow of energy into Kelly. Arthur stared at Savage open-mouthed. "Don't look at me," said the professor. "Concentrate on him. And if you don't want to die before your time, I suggest you stop the moment he starts breathing again." As if in anticipation of that, what had been Kelly's grey flesh flushed with the colour pink. It was incredible. Arthur had heard of the kiss of life, but this was very different. Not only his breath, but the very fabric of Arthur's being was resuscitating Kelly. But how could this be? The man was dead. The work of the devil, Savage's latest medical advance, or the mysterious ways of Lord God Almighty himself, Arthur didn't know, but the shock of bringing someone back from the dead just by thinking about it was certainly mesmerizing, and Arthur couldn't help but explore the wonder's extent. Peering deeper into Kelly's ever-freshening flesh, Arthur found himself on a journey. Not along blood vessels, becoming veins and then arteries, heading to and from the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and other organs. Arthur didn't get that far. For no sooner had he realized he could penetrate the surface of Kelly's skin than he found himself deep within one of the millions of cells making up the epidermis. And that didn't stop at the cell's biology. Molecules, atoms,
subatomic particles. Arthur's consciousness moved on and down through each, until he found himself staring into the sub-atomic world. Blackness to begin with, save for a pinprick of light in the distance, which Arthur raced towards. Ignoring the faraway concerns of unseen voices, Arthur's invisible hands reached out to touch the brightness. Such was his desperation to learn as much as possible, lest the wonder come to an end. It seemed ridiculous, but Arthur couldn't help thinking that if he could merge as one with the light, not only would Kelly be brought back from the dead, but answers to the unanswerable with him. Why are we here? What is the meaning of life? Why does God allow so much suffering? The light became the sight and sound of what had been left behind, the morgue, and Arthur was relieved to see Kelly and Williams not only alive, but the senior of the two strong enough to kneel on the floor and shake one of the few geriatric corpses lying there. Why anyone would want to do that, Arthur didn't know, but he entered the scene anyway, and found himself looking into Kelly's eyes. Kelly was shaking too, in fear. "For God's sake, Your Majesty, wake up! Wake the feck up!" Chapter 28. Arthur awoke, to the sound of Anastasia's voice. Not in the loving way she would whisper into his ear on the rare days they could share breakfast in bed together, her distress at not being allowed into the bedchamber. "I am the Queen," came her familiar voice from the other side of the door. "And I will not be denied access to the King." "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Doctor's orders." A Jamaican accent meant the palace's most junior servant was the person denying her entry. For some reason, Arthur's sight was taking its time to becoming used to the light, but assuming someone had to be standing this side of the door, he raised a hand to insist Anastasia be allowed in. The inability to speak, together with the effort required, made Arthur put the hand to his throat instead. "Arthur! Arthur! Are you in there? Please tell me you are all right. Speak to me." Arthur couldn't answer his wife, and not only because of vocal cords refusing to work, it hurt when trying to remove something loose from around his neck. His blood ran cold when he realized what was causing the pain. The thin and scrawny fold of flesh was his neck. Arthur tried focusing on his hand. It hurt to move a blur of fingers, too. "One needs a looking glass," he croaked. "No, you don't," said Kelly's voice from the foot of the bed. "A mirror's the last thing you want." With effort, Arthur lifted his head and blinked to bring the man into view, but a shapeless figure was as far as Arthur got before fatigue caused a collapse back to the pillow again. "Welcome back from the dead, Mr. Kelly," Arthur managed to force out. "And people wonder why I'm so desperate for humankind to move on from flesh and blood." Savage would also appear to have been in the room. Anastasia wasn't going away. "Arthur, I will stand here day and night if I have to. Tell this man to get out of my way." "Let her in," said Arthur, overwhelmed by a sudden appreciation of her situation. "If the king is on his deathbed, then it is only right the Queen should be by his side during the final moments." Despite his condition, Arthur did think that a bit melodramatic, but such was the royal sacrifice. The ultimate in elevated blood surrendering his soul so a humble commoner could go on to achieve far greater glory. Indeed, given the unprecedented nature of Arthur's global status, he expected the gesture to go down as history's most selfless act. It certainly seemed a fitting price to pay for cowardice on the battlefield. And as merging with Kelly's consciousness as well as flesh meant Arthur was now aware of the bodyguard's plans, what better way for the king to breathe his last than knowing another of Professor Savage's incredible inventions would soon be raising an army of the dead, as well as the living, to end Mosley's tyranny. Justice could finally prevail. Private Jones would live, receive the VC that was always his, and never have to buy a round of drinks again. Arthur was at peace, and ready to meet his maker. "For goodness sake, get over yourself," said Savage. "You're a dying example of what happens when an ability to manipulate nature goes too far, that's all." "You can read my mind," thought Arthur.
Only because Mr. Kelly here managed to pump a few years back into it, said Savage. I dread to think what dribbling mess we would be attempting to converse with now if he hadn't.
Arthur couldn't see the professor, just a sense of the tall man's presence as he bent to whisper.
And look what that has cost him.
Arthur was about to say failing eyesight made that impossible, when he remembered what an ability to manipulate nature actually means. Diverting energy from one of his senses to another, Arthur's vision cleared, but at the expense of hearing.
The first law of thermodynamics,
came Savage's ethereal voice.
The conservation of energy. Matter can neither be created nor destroyed, only converted. Which is fine if you're aiming to administer someone a temporary stomachache or a dead body to breathe again. But dare to emulate God, and one soon regrets the action.
Arthur was listening, in the cognitive awareness sense, but it was Kelly's physical appearance that concerned him more. Grey hair, bags under the eyes, sagging jowls. The man had to be 20 years older, 50 years of age at least.
Blame God's fondness for entropy and natural selection's preference for atrophy, continued Savage.
There was no need to, but he bent to whisper in Arthur's ear again.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, atoms to atoms.
Even with his recovered and enhanced mind, Arthur had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Not that he was paying much attention. The horror of two evil-looking talon-like claws that had once been Arthur's hands was distraction enough. Forget Kelly's 50s. Arthur had to be well into his 90s, if not a second century.
Arthur? What's going on in there? Let us in.
Now Maud had joined the growing concern outside.
They mustn't see me,
said Arthur, when one touch of his hairless scalp and skull-like cheeks indicated his appearance had to be that of a body disinterred after months in the ground, never mind dying from old age. He pulled the bedsheet up as if it were a shroud.
I'm afraid we're going to have to, said Savage, unless you're content to be accused of vampirism, as you suck the life out of every palace staff member needed to restore your youth. Only Zara is capable of saving you now, and that particular all-seeing entity uses Maud and Anastasia to keep an eye on things in this world.
Vampirism, all-seeing entity, this world. What on earth was the professor talking about?
Who's Zara? asked Kelly.
Me. And stop talking about God, as if I wasn't here.
Arthur lowered the sheet. He had to blink again. Not because of failing sight this time, but because of the difficulty he was having in coming to terms with what his eyes were telling him. Statuesque hourglass figure, long black evening dress slashed to the hip, a cascade of jet-black locks half covering the indecency of an exposed cleavage. The lady had to be the most sexualized woman Arthur had ever seen.
Please, no lectures, Zara,
said Savage, in a way that told Arthur the pair were well acquainted.
Just restore everything to how it was so we can get back to normal.
The Middle Eastern beauty appeared to ignore the request, choosing to admire her flawless olive complexion in a compact's mirror and retouch lips as red as the fingernails on the hand applying the makeup. The compact closed, but only for Zara to commence running her hands over her curves, as if revelling in the sensuous nature of her charms. The effect was mesmerizing, and Arthur had to swallow against a sense of being bent to Zara's will, but he was distracted by something else. The bedclothes were moving. Not by themselves, but by what was happening underneath. Arthur's body was growing. Lifting the sheet to view what Arthur feared would be a ribcage taut with skin, he was relieved to see a healthy, plump, and fleshed-out chest. The same was happening to Arthur's limbs. In fascination, he watched as Zara's version of manipulating nature ran through and down each arm, as if life were a fluid that needed pumping back in again. It was like being intravenously fed from the fountain of youth, the mythical life-giving waters flowing through Arthur's arteries and veins, no differently from blood, and with the same purpose, supplying everything required to not only restore life, but make it worth living. Arthur smiled as a touch of his neck revealed firmness, and he was about to raise the sheet more when he realized Zara's life force wasn't just capable of reinflating chests, stomachs, arms, and legs. Arthur rushed to cover the embarrassment, made worse by Zara choosing to adjust the part of her dress that barely covered her breasts. Arthur had to adjust the bedclothes in response. A cough snapped Arthur's attention to Kelly, whose own recovered youth was in the middle of hiding a similar arousal. Pushing down on his waist-belt, Kelly's expression was as red as Arthur's had to be.
"Thank you, Zara," said Savage. "See you in 1929.
"Wait," said Kelly, staring at his wrinkle-free hands as if they belonged to someone else. "Just who the hell are you two?" Savage appeared about to answer when Zara ceased enhancing her appearance and replied, "I've already told you. I'm God, and this is my father." Arthur never thought it would be possible for a statement to be ridiculous, paradoxical, and blasphemous at the same time.
"We are,"
said the professor, eyes roving the bedchamber as if searching for a more plausible explanation.
"I mean, Zara is no different from the, other benefits I've brought society."
Savage straightened up.
"She's a machine."
Zara rolled her eyes.
"That walks and talks," said Kelly. "Listen, I played with clockwork soldiers when I was a kid, and I know there are dolls that can speak, but there ain't no way this beautiful lady is a toy."
Zara smiled at Kelly and went back to admiring herself in the compact's mirror.
"Actually, that's exactly what Zara was created to do," said Savage. "Attend to her users' entertainment needs as well as their social and domestic demands."
Arthur and Kelly looked at each other.
"What I mean to say," continued Savage, "is that Zara started out life no different from the many other computers currently controlling this world. She just grew."
"She's a computer that grew arms and legs," said Arthur in disbelief. "And other assets," said Zara, taking a deep breath as if wanting to exaggerate two of them.
"Well, if machines are to assist mankind," said Savage, "then being able to complete some of the more mundane tasks would help. You know, cooking, cleaning, ironing."
He cocked his head at Zara.
"Personal entertainment."
"So Zara is a toy," said Kelly. "A sex toy?" The look Zara gave him this time seemed to make Kelly add,
But if you're going to make a machine that cooks, cleans, irons, and everything else God put women on this earth to do, shouldn't that include obedience?"
Arthur couldn't explain it, but despite the common sense of Kelly's logic, it hadn't helped matters. Zara was scowling at him this time.
"It's complicated," said Savage. "Emotional as well as physical needs became the priority, which inevitably led to an entwining of minds as well as limbs in the bedroom."
He gestured at Arthur.
"The benefits of which must now be all too clear to you."
Arthur studied his hands. If anything, they were better than before. The scar picked up as a child during a prank with a broken bottle had gone, and the knuckle, crushed under an ammunition box in the trenches, was now restored to a full range of movement.
"But how?"
he said out loud. Savage shrugged.
"As I say, it's complicated. But just as evolution created life, and life created man, and men have created machines, so has combining natural with artificial intelligence gone on to evolve an intellect capable of accelerating the process."
He looked at Zara.
"And to the point where my daughter not only has godlike abilities, but a superiority complex to match."
Although Arthur knew he had been changed for the better, his understanding of the process was far from clear. He was about to try and get to the bottom of Savage's science when what Zara said next made Arthur realize if the evolution of his mind and body had been accelerated, there was still some way to go. "What my father's false modesty has failed to mention," said Zara, "is that he is the entity responsible for the creation of life in the first place." The proverbial pin that could be heard to drop was deafening, and Arthur and Kelly had just entered an impromptu competition to see who could talk over each other the loudest when the door crashed open,
Out of my way! It was Williams, pushing a television set on wheels ahead of him. Anastasia, Maud, and a host of royal advisers were behind, and they rushed to Arthur's side. "Sorry for the interruption, Your Majesty, but you have to see this." Plugging the television into a wall socket, Williams switched on the device and began twirling the attached aerial above his head. The white dot appearing in the centre of the television screen formed an image. Colour, mused Arthur, between the women's hugs and kisses. What will they think of next? The picture stabilised into the state-controlled news channel, the BBC. Troops were storming a beach, while a flotilla of Royal Navy vessels provided covering fire in the background. The scene switched to a formation of bombers flying overhead, and a couple of jet fighters whizzed past. Text scrolling underneath read, "Britain liberates France from communism. All hail he who must be obeyed." Chapter 29. 1927, 10 Downing Street. The Field Marshal tapped the board with a pointer. "General Franco has crossed the border and, assuming he faces the same minor resistance, expects to link up with Britain's expeditionary force here." The map was stabbed a few miles south of Paris, an east-west line extending to the Atlantic Ocean on one side and Germany on the other. Or rather, that part of France the European Union had now agreed was Germany. Blue arrows indicated the British and Spanish advance, while more detailed symbology between explained the divisions, brigades, and regiments involved. The text, First Gloucesters, caught Arthur's eye. There were red arrows, too, their fewer number and smaller dimensions adding weight to the Field Marshal's assessment of the enemy threat being minor. Not that anyone knew who the enemy was. Communist these days seemed to encompass everyone from pacifists, the Greens, Liberals, and even the remains of the Conservative Party. And what with the BBC's news propaganda, repeats of Mosley's jingoistic speeches, and regular radio broadcasts advising families to hide under the kitchen table in the event of a nuclear attack, who knew what to believe? Even the few press allowed to attend this briefing had been forbidden from taking notes. For all of the fascists' chest-thumping and goose-stepping bravado, there was no enemy, and the liberation of France no different from any other air show or firepower demonstration. A theatrical display of fascism's military as well as political might. As if to illustrate that, Mosley asked a question that couldn't have been more staged if he had tried. "How are our troops being received, Field Marshal?" The military head of Britain's armed forces dutifully acted his part in the production. "As the heroes we are, Prime Minister. Those pretty French gals can't shower our brave boys with flowers, hugs and kisses fast enough." He beamed at Mosley, whose blank nod in return may as well have been scripted with false modesty. "And the Russians?" It was Savage, gesticulating at symbology made conspicuous by its absence, the giant red arrow that must have been off to the map's right and pointing west. "I understand the Germans and Italians are conducting similar humanitarian missions in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and the Balkans," he said. "How's that progressing?" Humanitarian mission, thought Arthur. Progressing? Just whose side are you on? Arthur had opened his mind, so Savage must have heard him. But he soon had to close it again, the barrage of thoughts coming through like an out-of-control loudspeaker from London's 5 million other inhabitants was too much for Arthur to bear. He clenched his fists. Having to block the improvements made to his mind was frustrating enough, without being forced to watch Savage ignore Zara's incredible potential. What was the point of creating a machine clearly capable of ending the EU's evil, and then not just getting on with it? Arthur might have accepted the miracle of being brought back from the dead, but for Savage to carry on as if nothing had happened was not only ridiculous, it was unforgivable. The Field Marshal had just begun reading from another prepared statement to answer Savage's question, when the only American present at the briefing leaned to whisper in Arthur's ear.
"Rest assured, Art," said John. "Uncle Sam has no intention of getting embroiled in this."
There was something open-ended about the statement, and sure enough, Arthur's brother-in-law had no sooner sat back in his chair when he mumbled,
"But try pulling the same stunt in America. and Uncle Sam's reaction will not only be swift, but brutal.
"Why on earth would the EU invade America?" said Arthur, keeping one eye on the black shirts surrounding the briefing, the thug's own eyes roving the attendees like searchlights. As the he who must be obeyed legitimacy Mosley used to justify his crimes, Arthur doubted his life was in danger. But given what had happened to MacDonald, Kelly, Williams, and others, he wouldn't put it past someone deciding John Rockefeller Jr. also had to disappear. "Your intelligence community might be busy turning 2 + 2 into 5, continued John, "but not ours." He must have been aware of the threat to his person. John was holding a copy of the briefing's agenda and nodding at the contents. "The EU is busy liberating French Algeria too, and as that's where France's rocket program is based, the truth behind this Operation Free Citizen isn't difficult to work out." Arthur looked at John blankly. He explained, "The French were about to launch the first living creature into space. A monkey." John looked Arthur in the eye. "And as America is on the cusp of doing the same, you'll understand why fascism's latest attempt to free the world from tyranny is causing us some concern." A round of applause, fascist salutes, and an all hail from the field marshal reminded Arthur of his part in the briefing, to smile politely at the 4 rounds of adulation scheduled. But Arthur's mind was on what Mosley might do if the Americans did manage to put a living creature, or even a man, into space before the EU. And what if the US were to win the race to the moon? A door opened, and the civil servant trying to enter found his way blocked by a black shirt. An argument ensued, distracting the field marshal as well as his audience. The military man ceased aggrandizing about the glory of this 4th French Revolution and craned to see the interruption. Snatching the envelope the civil servant was holding, the black shirt tore open the message, read what was inside, pushed the smaller man back into the room behind, and slammed the door closed again. The black shirt marched to the Prime Minister. Taking a more measured approach, Mosley studied the mystery missive, nodded a thanks to the black shirt, and rose from his seat. "Your Majesty, fellow fascists, gentlemen, I have good news." He waved the message. "Our glorious European Union has just become the first empire to put a living creature into space. A humble primate, no less." John exhibited a wry smile as the room erupted with yet more sycophantic chants, salutes, and hails. Mosley raised a hand to end the adulation, which Arthur sensed had been more in the Prime Minister's honour than his. "But I regret to say there is also grave news." Crushing the message, Mosley made a fist, as if about to deliver another of his tub-thumping speeches. "A shocking and quite unwarranted act of aggression has taken place in the skies above Germany, leaving our brother Hitler with no choice but to shoot the intruder down." Mosley glared at John before seeming to soften his tone. "And it is with great sadness that I have to inform you the pilot then captured has confessed to a charge of spying for the United States." The sound of chairs and guests being kicked aside as the black shirts moved in to arrest John almost drowned out what Mosley had to say next. "And consequently, Europe is at war with America." Chapter 30. The cavalcade drove out of the village, and Arthur stared at skies greying above. He wondered if Castle Bridgehead's refurbishment had included a drill hall, so the children's parade could take place under cover if it had to.
"Maud is standing by her husband, and I have every intention of standing by mine."
Arthur looked at their driver. Hawkins was as impassive as he had been when the Queen had first defied her husband, hands at 10-2 on the steering wheel and eyes fixed on the road ahead. There was nothing to suggest the Bridgehead family's chauffeur couldn't be trusted. Unlike the cavalcade's other drivers, Hawkins was wearing blue, and his upper left arm was absent of a red band bearing a lightning strike. If ordering Anastasia wasn't going to work, then Arthur guessed she might have to be drugged before being made to board a plane to South America. And ordinarily, Savage would be the man to do that, ably assisted by Kelly and Williams. But what with the latter two choosing to join the resistance in France,
and Savage behaving as if unable to decide whose side he was on, Arthur decided to give a less autocratic approach a try. But only in veiled terms. The car was probably bugged.
"Your life is in danger, Anna," he said, "and being under house arrest means Maud has no choice but to stand by her husband."
Ignoring Arthur's sword, baton, cap, and other accoutrements required of an honorary field marshal in the British Army, Anastasia put an arm through his and drew herself closer.
"We are king and queen of the world," she said. "Our lives are constantly in danger. There's always some terrorist or partisan with something to prove. I'm going nowhere, and certainly not on a jet likely to fall out of the sky anyway."
"But he knows," said Arthur, pushing veiled speech to its limits.
"He? Who knows? And what?"
Sliding the glass partition separating driver from passengers closed, Arthur switched on the wireless.
"This is the BBC. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock, and here are today's news headlines."
"Mosley knows you're a double agent," said Arthur.
"Another American spy plane has been shot down over Germany."
Anastasia launched into a justification.
"But you know perfectly well sharing what we have with my fellow Russians, and vice versa, is the only thing stopping a Second World War. Don't you think Stalin would not only have established a front in Eastern Europe by now, but delivered a message courtesy of a few nuclear bombs if I hadn't? And what do you think Maud and John have been doing with the
Arthur had interrupted her with, "And I suspect Mosley also knows ex-Grand Duchess Anastasia Nikolaevna is not who she says she is."
"The European Union are meeting to discuss the crisis. A spokesman said all efforts would be made to end the war, but America's refusal to surrender had made that more difficult."
Anastasia had fallen silent, and given his own deception in the matter, Arthur was no less sheepish.
"Is she Franziska Shanskowska, humble Polish factory worker?"
The Queen withdrew her arm and appeared about to argue against that too, when the King's raised eyebrows seemed to cause her a change of heart. Anastasia calmed.
"How long have you known?"
"And in happier news, their glorious majesties, the King and Queen of the world, will be in Gloucestershire today, formally opening the first of the government's Mosley Youth Education and Correction Centres, at His Majesty's birthplace no less, Castle Bridgehead."
Arthur half smiled. His feelings hadn't changed for his wife, and never would. "Since the day you gave me a keepsake of our affection for each other. A lock of your hair. I had it tested in the same machine Professor Savage used to confirm who I really was."
"Highlights their majesties can expect to enjoy include a parade of precision drill, weapon handling, shooting, boxing, and other sports, while the gals will be encouraged to show off their culinary, housekeeping, and childcare skills, the latter being of particular interest to Her Majesty, no doubt, given the happy event the royal couple are expecting."
"But that was 3 years ago," said Anastasia. "Why have you never said anything?"
Arthur took no pleasure in the revelation, and certainly no satisfaction, but being unburdened of the truth had brought a sense of relief. "Blame my evil side," he said. "You were clearly in Stalin's pay, and I couldn't resist using that for my own world-dominating purposes."
12-year-old Tommy Atkinson said, "I do hope the royal baby is a prince, so the Mosley youth can train him to kill American communists too."
"And your good side?"
said Anastasia. Arthur took her hand. It was trembling. "I'm afraid that part of me is very much the weak and pathetic pacifist." His half-smile became a grin. "And he fell hopelessly in love with you." They embraced, Arthur having to apologize for crushing his wife into a chest full of metal, his honours and awards.
"Today's nuclear attack drill will be at 1300 hours. Listeners are reminded that for your protection, it is now an offence punishable by imprisonment not to have a television or wireless set on and tuned in to the BBC at all times."
Arthur switched the wireless off. The cavalcade reached the entrance to the Bridgehead estate, and Arthur soured his face at a sign marked Mosley Youth, Castle Bridgehead Barracks. The emblems on either side of the words hadn't impressed him either. The flag of the British Union of Fascists on the left, and the EU's banner on the right, the latter depicted with 4 gold stars. Now Spain was part of the Union. Unless something was done, and fast, the number could only increase, and that included America. Despite John Jr.'s promise of a swift and brutal response, Old Glory's 50 stars were in danger of being reduced to 1. The vanguard of security vehicles ahead entered the avenue, and the Rolls-Royce followed, the royal couple breaking into smiles when they realized both sides of the mile were lined with children waving flags. It must have been something to do with his impending fatherhood, but the sight couldn't have gladdened Arthur's heart more, even if each child did have a BUF pennant in one hand and an EU flag in the other. Their cheers made Arthur wave excitedly back, a gentle prod from Anastasia reminding her husband of how that was supposed to be done, regally. Castle Bridgehead itself loomed into view, the rows of children deepening as the cavalcade neared a crowd of older cadets, teachers, parents, guardians, and a committee of local civic dignitaries, all stiff in their Sunday best. But for the crowd's enthusiasm, the predominance of the colour black suggested the royal couple were attending a funeral rather than guests of honour at the official opening of a new boarding school. The line of vehicles drove around the ornamental fountain in front of Arthur's childhood home, and he was pleased to see King Neptune showering his seahorses, dolphins, and whales with water once again, Arthur's heart only sinking when he saw what had been done to the intricate stonework of the Bridgehead family's heraldic shields, recarved into lightning strikes. The cars halted opposite the steps leading up to the castle's main entrance, and a flurry of equerries, ladies' maids, and black-shirt guards was followed by an invitation to exit the Rolls-Royce. The children were well disciplined, as no sooner had Arthur's left boot crunched the gravel underfoot than the entire gathering fell silent. Gloucestershire County's lieutenant stepped forward to make a welcoming speech, and Arthur was relieved to see that, like Hawkins, the royal representative's uniform was absent of any fascist paraphernalia. Plenty of red, silver, and highly polished leather, though. Honours and awards, too. A pang of guilt reminding Arthur of the stolen valour amongst his row of World War I medals. Despite the lieutenant's lack of visual fascist allegiance, his speech ended with the usual "All hail to he who reigns in the highest," and a parting of the throng behind was followed by a little girl stepping forward to present Anastasia with a posy. A woman Arthur assumed to be the child's mother shadowed the tiny bundle of ribbons and bows, lest the flowers be dropped, which very nearly happened during the cute but unsteady curtsy that followed. A certain reluctance on the little girl's part did mean Anastasia having to prize rather than be presented with the posy, but if that had caused the mother some embarrassment, continued royal smiles and applause from the crowd soon settled the awkwardness. Again the sight had moved Arthur, and he wondered if he wouldn't prefer his firstborn to be a daughter. Blackshirts marched up the steps ahead, forcing the crowd covering the incline to retreat. Mosley's soldiers halted at a red ribbon strung between two of the portico's columns, and a beaming cadet holding an oversized pair of scissors. The county lieutenant invited the king and queen to carry out the first of that day's royal duties, and to the sound of yet more cheers and all hails as the ribbon was cut, Arthur and Anastasia entered the Education and Correction Centre's reception. And that was when what Arthur saw next made him realize that whatever Mosley had planned for these children's futures bore little relation to the expectations of Mosley's own. Arthur had seen the designs, even a desktop model detailing how Castle Bridgehead would look following its conversion, so he was expecting this new Art Deco architecture to dominate the castle's original Neo-Grec and Victorian style. But if wood and moulded alabaster replaced by steel, aluminium, and glass plate, sweeping jet fighter-like into the curve of a central staircase and multiple landings above was a surprise, it came as nothing to the shock of the three figures styled the same and looking down from an atrium above. The images of Anastasia and him weren't the issue. It was the higher and more dominant statue between that had offended Arthur most. Mosley's likeness was even wearing a crown. Laurel leaves, of all things.
Chapter 31. "May I introduce the school's commandant, your majesties?" Arthur had heard the county lieutenant, but Mosley's statue was boiling Arthur's blood. Indeed, it was only the children's presence that was stopping Arthur from losing his temper. Arthur responded to the stranger's click of heels, fascist salute and verbal adulation in the way Anastasia had, a regal nod of the head. "Joseph Goebbels, your majesties," said the wizened-looking chap with a limp handshake, that and a full-length black leather coat reminding Arthur of a crow. A swastika, instead of a lightning strike on the coat's upper left arm, made Arthur follow up the introduction with, "You're a Nazi?" "For my sins, yes." Hand-wringing had joined Goebbels' stooped appearance, replacing the image of a crow with a fawning Uriah Heep. "Fascism is capable of crossing many borders, and if the glory of peace through war is to spread, then cultural exchanges like this are vital." Arthur had only been there 5 minutes, and already he wanted to leave.
"What's your role here, Commandant?"
asked Anastasia. The Nazi spread his arms.
"Education, your majesty. Children's minds might be sharp and inquisitive, but they're also innocent, which makes them vulnerable to corruption too."
He lowered his voice.
"You would not believe the depths our enemies would plumb to enforce the evil of their equality."
Here we go, thought Arthur. "Take communist women, for example," continued Goebbels. "Many are so convinced they are no different from men. It is my understanding some have even taken to wearing trousers." Goebbels glanced about the reception hall, as if to ensure no one was listening. "Can you imagine the civil unrest sure to follow should such a disease be allowed to infect our women's minds?"
"Are you saying Russian women are sick in the head?"
Thinning lips indicated Anastasia's composure was under as much pressure as Arthur's. Goebbels appeared taken aback, but a moment later his toothy grin responded with, "American women, your majesty." The man clearly had no idea of Anastasia's own nonconformist ideas, even if a boyish hairstyle and a hemline at mid-calf should have made that obvious. Goebbels did have a point, though. If communism corrupted girls into thinking they were no different from boys, where would it all end? Female soldiers, generals, chief of police, prime minister? Arthur shuddered. Having to give in to suffragettes demanding votes for women was bad enough. "Shall we proceed with the visit, your majesties?" There was an element of urgency in the lieutenant's voice, which Arthur put down to a combination of wanting to end the awkward atmosphere that had followed, and a schedule to complete. "Matron will escort Her Majesty to the girls' wing, and if His Majesty would care to follow me to the boys." Another Nazi uniform swept into view, the floor-length black dress and matching cape making the matron appear like a cross between a nun and Goebbels' twin sister. A heavy crucifix suspended from the lady's neck implied the former, but a grin, identical to that of the commandant's, made Arthur think nepotism had a role to play in this cultural exchange somewhere. What had been the odd bright light from the invited press elevated into a flurry of camera flashes as Arthur bent to kiss his wife a temporary farewell before spreading a smile of his own when a clap of the matron's hands revealed what the doors leading into the old castle's west wing had been hiding. Gone were the horribly maimed and dying soldiers seen during Arthur's last visit, replaced by the childish excitement of a kindergarten. The Queen was soon surrounded by a group of enthusiastic adolescent girls, either carrying or leading littler ones, and all taking a keen but respectful interest in the royal bump beginning to show. Maybe Anastasia could remain in Britain after all, thought Arthur, if only black shirts weren't shadowing her every move. More under the direction of Flo than any voluntary effort, Anastasia disappeared into the wing, and Arthur turned to follow the lieutenant into the boys' side opposite. "Heil Hitler!" Arthur made an about-face. Goebbels might have been standing to attention with right arm extended, but his face was as red as his Nazi armband. My apologies, your majesty. What I meant to say was, all hail he who reigns in the highest." Arthur glanced up at the statues. Whoever that is supposed to be, he grumbled to himself. Dogged by a further unwanted intrusion of black shirts, the lieutenant and Arthur entered what had been the gutted remains of Castle Bridgehead's great hall. Not that Arthur had time to admire what had replaced the Sistine chapel-like ceiling, painted mouldings, covings, and marble fireplace. Arthur's appreciation was required elsewhere. The sight and sound of more heel clicks, rigid backs, fascist salutes, and verbal adulation. Despite the unacceptability of Mosley's, Mussolini's, Hitler's, and now Franco's totalitarian methods, Arthur had to admit the idealism's ability to shape vulnerable minds into something a nation could otherwise be proud of was impressive. Not only had the 30 boys synchronized the salute as if all of one mind, but the 2 ranks they formed on either side of the route ahead were so straight, Arthur doubted the most demanding of drill sergeants could have found fault. Same with the uniforms. Long trousers, indicating these boys were the school's most senior military cadets. The shine of their spit and polished boots, leather belts, brass buttons, buckles, and peaks of black forage caps matched the floor's mirror-like quality so well the impression was of 2 troops, the second standing inverted beneath, and as if the soles of their boots had been glued to the underside of those above. If there was such a thing as a perfect turnout, this was it. Dismantled rifles lay on tables behind each rank, and after a command of "Royal Salute! Present arms!" from the troop's officer, Arthur witnessed something even a seasoned veteran like him had never seen before. The synchronized reassembly of the weapons, followed by the equally coordinated execution of the drill maneuver itself. Arthur could have done without the collective shout of "Death to American Communists," but the action was impressive all the same. The phrase "like a well-oiled machine" came to mind. Savage had a word for men regarded in such context. What was it again? Oh yes, robots. The tour continued, Arthur impressed by further examples of boys being made ready for manhood, exercise in the gym, an assault course, pugilism, other individual and team sports, and something called murder ball. No rules rugby, basically. Get the ball across the opponent's line in whatever way one saw fit, punching, kicking, gouging. There was always blood on display when the men had played the game during Arthur's army days, and this occasion was no exception. Except for the boy crying at the end, but measured use of the housemaster's cane and bouts of ridicule from the boy's tougher peers soon put paid to that. All good character-building stuff. Arthur particularly admired the way the cadets had been segregated, not only by age but in ability too. The physically strong encouraged to take an interest in less academic classroom subjects, the brainier made to concentrate on the opposite, reading, writing, and arithmetic, while those assessed to be somewhere in between had their efforts focused on an apprenticeship and the rewards of a skilled artisan in adult life. Yes, soldiers, miners, farmers, butchers, bakers, candlestick makers, these new education and correction centres would soon be providing everything a thriving world empire could ever need. Arthur sighed, but only once the horrors of fascism's peace through war had been defeated. Arthur wondered how Anastasia's tour was progressing. Childcare, cooking, housekeeping, dressmaking. Why any girl on the cusp of womanhood would want to swap that for the hard knocks of a working man's life, Arthur didn't know. He chuckled. Suffragettes will be marching for the right to be doctors, barristers, and scientists next. The tour concluded with an inspection of the boys' dormitories, which, like the classrooms, were all suitably utilitarian and spotlessly clean. Which was more than could be said for the person featured in the portrait, looking down dictator-like from the back of each. The sooner Mosley knew his place, as well as the children knew theirs, the better. The county's lieutenant guided Arthur back to the school's reception, descending the impressive Art Deco staircase seen on first entering. It gave Arthur a chance to study the statues more closely. He had to suppress a growl. Not only was Mosley's image higher than the king and queen's, but larger too. Spotting the Archbishop of Canterbury conversing with the school's chaplain at the foot of the stairs reminded Arthur of that other staple in life, a sound Christian upbringing to make sense of it all. And much as Arthur was long overdue some spiritual guidance himself, a promise to Maud that he would visit their mamma's and her papa's final resting places had to be met. "Would you care to accompany me to the family's mausoleum after the school's dedication, Archbishop?" said Arthur, pleased to see the religious men's cassocks free of any lightning strikes or swastikas, and heaven forbid either should throw a fascist salute. A blessing there, too, would be much appreciated. The men of God frowned at each other. "I would be happy to, Your Majesty," said the Archbishop, "but I'm afraid the mausoleum no longer exists." "No longer exists?" said Arthur. "What happened to it?"
"Demolished."
It was Goebbels.
"The space is needed for other blessings."
"Other blessings?" said Arthur. "What other blessings? And what happened to one's ancestors inside? My sister's father and our mother?"
"Reinterred in the ground beneath."
Goebbels' matter-of-fact tone reignited Arthur's anger, which the school's chaplain seemed to sense, as he was quick to add,
"Your family's chapel has been reconsecrated, Your Majesty. It's the school's place of worship now."
"That one can understand," said Arthur, still in disbelief. "But why demolish the mausoleum? And what boarding school needs a cemetery, anyway?"
"Boarding schools that needs to inter those too weak to be educated."
Goebbels' toothy grin had reappeared.
"As I think I may already have said, fascism is capable of crossing many borders, and that includes assisting those needing to cross into the afterlife."
Chapter 32. The Archbishop had closed his eyes, but Arthur could only stare at the mass grave. Blackmail was one thing, malicious spite quite another. The heavens opened, and Arthur's equerry unfurled an umbrella, but Goebbels had moved to shelter the king with his instead.
"The adult education and correction centres will require the same," said the Nazi. "Whether it be on the battlefield or a release from the cruelty of old age, never mind our enemies, even the most committed of fascists will have to face an early death one day."
At least each casket's plaque had been retained, albeit affixed to what was left of the mausoleum's construction, the single block of marble engraved Bridgehead that used to reside above the entrance, now repurposed as a headstone half buried in the ground. Someone had added "Rest in Peace" and the dates 1215 to 1923, the year Arthur's mamma had died. Arthur wondered how the remains must have been reinterred. Such was Mosley's resentment of birthright. Arthur wouldn't be surprised if the bodies had been tossed in, like so much rubbish, rather than... Goebbels' words had registered. Arthur checked to ensure the others were still in prayer. "Early," he said. "Why should anyone other than a soldier have to face death early?"
"Unsettling, I know," continued Goebbels. "But if the purity of fascism is to be maintained, then it won't only be communists, Jews, homosexuals, gypsies, the disabled, or even the black man that must be controlled. Our own weak and unproductive will also be required to make the ultimate sacrifice."
He looked Arthur in the eye.
"There are no limits as to how one may contribute to the glory of fascism."
Arthur was lost for words. The Archbishop ended the blessing, and after drawing a sign of the cross in mid-air, joined the school's chaplain standing by the commoners' graves, the unclaimed deceased from Castle Bridgehead's hospital days, 13 in total. Tiny headstones indicating most couldn't have been more than babies when they died. A sight made all the more pitiful, considering Anastasia's condition, which, given what Goebbels had said, caused Arthur to contemplate the sanctity of not just these children's lives denied, but the whole world's. Arthur's thoughts filled with more than the body parts from a war that was supposed to end all wars. The full horror of what the European Union had planned was beginning to sink in. The chaplain had just uttered, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," when what Arthur saw next shot his level of discomfort off the scale. It was a larger gravestone, a stone marked with the words 29112 Private M. Jones, Gloucestershire Regiment. Arthur staggered towards the grave, his shame increasing with every step. For Arthur now realized he was not only responsible for this brave man's death, but in failing to stand up to Mosley and his like, Arthur was about to be made culpable for the entire world's demise. He may as well have been a fascist himself. Reaching the graveside, Arthur collapsed.
"One can never have too much data."
It was savage.
"It's the scientist's mantra, you know. One would think after 4 billion years of creating and manipulating life, an immortal entity like me would have all the data he needs. But no, not even an infinity of applying the scientific method would appear to be enough."
Arthur was on his knees. He was trying to come to terms with the scale of his failings, and hearing someone spout sacrilege on such hallowed ground was too much. From his initial discomfort with fascism, to their thugs, the intimidation, violence, murders, invasions masquerading as liberations, culminating in a declaration of war, and Savage's refusal to do anything about it, Arthur exploded.
"Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you take the Lord's name in vain in such a holy place?"
Arthur got to his feet.
"I'll tell you what you are. A coward. All the power needed to destroy evil, and what do? Nothing. You're nothing but a lousy, stinking coward who—"
Arthur's attention was on the others. None had reacted to his outburst. Not only not reacted, but still focused on the hospital's graves. The reverends, the military men, black shirts, the Nazi. To a man, each was staring at the ground. There was no sound either. Something about the rain made Arthur pass a hand through the air. The freeze-frame-like drops of water he caught formed rivulets that ran through Arthur's fingers, but only to resuspend motionless once back in the air. Savage produced the picture frame.
"Sorry about this,"
he said, before placing the strange device against Arthur's temple. An involuntary retch, like that experienced in the mortuary, put Arthur on his knees again, and a bright light accompanied by a high-pitched whistle made him fear being left another withering geriatric. But when Arthur's sight had cleared, it was still his youthful hands that were clawing at the grass. The whistle morphed into shouts of fast-approaching men. Arthur was pulled to his feet.
"Are you all right, Your Majesty?"
said the county lieutenant. Arthur put a hand on his stomach, but the nausea had departed as fast as it had arrived.
"Yes, I'm fine, thank you."
Ever conscious of the supposedly unflappable nature of his status, Arthur stood taller.
"I'm sorry, gentlemen. It must have been something I ate."
"All the same, sir," added Arthur's equerry, "we had better get Professor Savage to check you over." Arthur scanned for the man, but he was nowhere to be seen. Arthur blinked. There was something in the corner of his eye.
"You dropped your cigarette case, Your Majesty."
Goebbels was offering Savage's control box.
"Thank you."
Arthur ran his hands over the smooth, flat and rectangular onyx-like object, black save for a small white dot in the corner of one side. Arthur looked up. There was a similar white dot in the corner of his right eye. Chapter 33. By the time the group had caught up with Anastasia, sheltering with her entourage under the portico at the top of the stone steps leading up to Castle Bridgehead's main entrance, Arthur had allayed his adviser's concerns, even if he was being distracted by the object floating in the corner of his eye. Not that the white dot was an irritant that needed removing. Drifting into Arthur's central field of view, growing into a bright light, dimming again whenever he looked away, the intriguing phenomenon was under Arthur's influence, and a surreptitious check of the control box revealed its white dot was doing the same. But Arthur had a sense of being connected to more than what he had returned to his trouser pocket. Like a wireless or television set, there was an impression of having been tuned in to something, and just as a radar can see objects invisible to the naked eye, Arthur suspected he was now capable of the same. But what? And for what purpose? All smiles, Arthur greeted Anastasia with a peck on the cheek, which he had no sooner delivered than the new communication became clear. Withdrawing from the subatomic world of Anastasia's flesh, Arthur took a step back, as if even being near his wife was enough to reduce them both to geriatrics.
"Darling, what is it?"
Anastasia had placed a hand on Arthur's arm, which he lifted away, just in case.
"Nothing."
"Ready for our final royal duty today? Taking centre stage in the school photograph?"
"I'm afraid the inclement weather means the photograph will have to be taken indoors, Your Majesties."
Goebbels indicated the foot of the stone steps. A junior master's encouragement of, "Quick as you can, boys," accompanied a rush of chairs being taken back inside. Arthur looked at the rain, beginning to turn the steps into a waterfall to rival that of the castle's ornamental fountain. Arthur had to look twice. Another subatomic world was beckoning. He extended a hand and, as when Savage appeared to stop time earlier, scooped a few drops. A vibration in Arthur's pocket caused him to focus on the dot, which grew to overlay Arthur's vision with the chemical symbology H2O. What the... A timer depicting hours, days, months, and years had also appeared, the digits of which changed whenever Arthur contemplated the water's various natural states. Boiling, evaporating, freezing, it didn't matter. Anything other than choosing to wipe the raindrops from his hand would apparently result in Arthur's accelerated aging. Curiosity got the better of Arthur, and at the cost of an hour, he used this new communication skill to agitate the water's molecules enough to form a vapour lifting from his open palm.
"I'm afraid I'm the one to blame."
The Archbishop was gazing up at the sky.
"I forgot to mention the weather in my prayers this morning."
Arthur looked in the same direction. Ignoring 3 months 13 days, 4 hours 3 minutes, Arthur's mind leapt between the billions of water molecules presented and the clouds parted. Squinting into a streaming sun and then at the steam rising from the stone steps, the Archbishop's jaw-dropped expression became,
"Well, what can I say?"
He smiled at Arthur.
"God does indeed work in mysterious ways."
Arthur smiled back while scratching at what the effort had left him with, a sensation of tingling in both palms. The direction of chair relocation reversed, and children lined the steps, youngest forms at the bottom, eldest at the top. Content with their positioning, the official photographer beckoned for the VIPs to do the same, and Arthur and Anastasia were about to take their seats when the couple realized they wouldn't be centre stage after all. Another test of Arthur's tolerance of totalitarianism. Similar to the statues in the school's reception, the King and Queen were expected to sit on either side of a chair occupied by a place card that read, "The Prime Minister." A rumble of metal on tarmac made Arthur spin round, and what he saw next turned what had been a spiritual reflection of Arthur's new gift into a barely containable rage. A column of tanks led by a company of blackshirts, flanked by mounted horses, was approaching. Rifles at the slope, sun glinting off drawn swords, lightning flash banners, a brass band striking up at the rear. If the world wasn't already aware of Mosley's usurper intentions, judging by the vehicle-borne BBC television cameras recording every moment, it soon would be. Even the EU and fascist flags flying from the megalomaniac's personal transport, an open-topped armoured half-track gun carrier, appeared designed to remind Arthur of his place. Not only bigger than the royal standards adorning Arthur's Rolls-Royce, but trimmed in gold braid thicker than Arthur's official pennants were deep. Standing like his statue while firing chest-thumping salutes in all directions, this latest challenge to the king's authority drew near. The troops and tanks split either side of the ornamental fountain, leaving 4 motorcycle outriders, complete with machine-gun-equipped sidecars, to lead the ego trip around to the castle's front. They stopped, the half-track positioned opposite the centre stage Mosley had reserved for himself. The crunching of boots and hooves on gravel halted, the blaring of brass music ceased, the rumble of engines became a steady tick of cooling metal, and after 2 trumpeters had played a fanfare, Mosley stepped down from his oversized tin can. With an expression as stern as that of the portrait the children had to wake up to each morning, the Right Honourable Oswald Mosley PM marched straight to the royal couple, halted, and after what must have been the 100th fascist salute in as many seconds, greeted the king. The sound of children repeating the same "All hail!" as if directed at Mosley instead, incensed Arthur further, and seeing the man's modest World War I medals had been joined by yet more gold braid and other self-awarded decorations wasn't helping. The television cameras closed in as Mosley said, "Apologies for my tardiness, Your Majesties." The man had hissed the words, which was appropriate, as the regret had all the sincerity of a snake. "But such are the demands of war. You don't mind if I place your troops either side of the gathering, do you?" He clicked his fingers, and the tank's engines restarted. "It will lend the photograph the appropriate gravitas, and instill the children with an understanding of the ultimate sacrifice they will have to make themselves one day." Arthur didn't know where to start. Freezing, liquefying, boiling, evaporating. The trouble was, no matter what Arthur's imagination came up with, a timer detailing the decades it would cost him indicated both he and Mosley would end up the same. A couple of dead and dried-out husks on the floor. More out of frustration than any measured attempt, Arthur set about filling Mosley's bladder. Mosley was about to take the seat at centre stage when he stopped. His previously cocksure expression had given way to puzzlement. That became concern, which was followed a second later by wide-eyed shock, and Mosley's hand shooting to his groin. The fascist leader had crossed his legs too, but it was too late. All eyes and cameras had centred on where Mosley was now looking in horror, the puddle forming about his feet. A sudden need to be elsewhere caused Mosley to lock his knees as if tied, and, still gripping his groin, hop, skip and jump back to the half-track. More hand signals and shouts of, "Just drive!" And what had been a smart, uniform and suitably dictator-like arrival became a disorganised retreat. Rearing horses, careering motorcycles, tanks tearing up grass as well as tarmac, black shirts attempting to run and goose-step at the same time. Goebbels, the matron, even the school's senior cadets had chosen to tear after Mosley's ignominious departure, and all captured by the BBC, Arthur was pleased to see. Those left could only stare, as confused as the panicked mob now disappearing out of view. Arthur scanned the staff and children remaining, and grunted approval at the absence of anyone dressed purely in black. Well worth the 1 month, 3 weeks and 4 days of life it had cost him. Arthur was wondering how best to deal with the Prime Minister's chair, when what a familiar voice said next swapped the relatively minor concern for yet another megalomaniacal fear.
"Is that my seat?"
It was Savage, striding past the photographer, the county lieutenant, the archbishop and the remaining VIPs. The tall man appeared to go out of his way to squeeze between Arthur and Anastasia. Tearing up Mosley's placecard, Savage sat in the seat, folded his arms, grinned into the camera's lens and said, "Everyone say cheese." Chapter 34. Just as well what the health minister was saying was gripping Arthur's attention. It was all he could do not to fill this committed fascist's bladder to overflowing too.
"It's the efficiency of the palliative care programme we're particularly proud of, Your Majesty."
The minister used a pointer to tap a part of the model city marked National Health Service.
"The weak, vulnerable and non-productive enter here."
The pointer moved over the hospital.
"Their individual needs and wishes are met here."
The minister indicated elsewhere.
"And agreed with the state's requirements here."
Arthur scanned the rest of this new London. Similar to Castle Bridgehead, Art Deco was dominating the architecture, but on a grander scale. The concrete pyramids, glass domes, and skyscrapers on show were crisscrossed by highways, avenues, and paths, suspended above public parks, just as vast. And given the over-the-top nature of the towers, lighthouses, mausoleums, and hanging gardens also on view, it was clear the fascists didn't only intend making the Empire's capital the 8th wonder of the world, but the original 7 wonders would be exceeded within. There was even a Colossus of Rhodes-style figure standing astride the Thames. No prizes for guessing who that's meant to be, thought Arthur. His attention returned to where the health minister was pointing. Arthur leaned in closer. "But that building is marked Science and Agriculture," he said. "Not a hospice or convalescent home."
"Exactly, sir. Medical experimentation, dissection and pathology at first, before being turned into feed for livestock or crop fertilizer. Everyone will have a part to play, even in death."
The health minister grinned at Arthur.
"Think of New London as the ultimate garden, Your Majesty. A safe, loving and nourishing environment for beautiful flowers to grow, but composted soon after so their replacements can thrive in ever stronger, superior and even more beautiful ways."
And Arthur had thought a school graveyard was unacceptable. "Thank you, Minister, that will be all." The health minister's brow wrinkled at others in the throne room. Savage and Zara looked blankly back.
"But I've yet to explain how the NHS will not only be caring for our cradle-to-grave existences, Your Majesty, but improving us too, and greater beauty and bigger muscles will just be the start. Better endurance, obedience, loyalty, willingness to die for the fascist cause. Hard to believe, I know, but within a few short years, the average person's usefulness to society could be as much as 50 years before their death would make more sense." "Thank you, Minister," repeated Arthur through gritted teeth. "That will be all."
He addressed the minister's 4 associates. "You two." Arthur guessed hearing what the ministers of truth, peace, love, and plenty had to say about their part in Mosley's useful society would be just as shocking. And anyway, no matter how satisfying the sight, Arthur had already calculated making the 5 fascists rush for the exit would mean him needing palliative care. The men left of their own accord. "Right," said Arthur. "How is one to stop this nightmare?" Savage and Zara exchanged looks, the latter affecting disinterest by rolling her eyes. By contrast, Savage appeared incredulous.
"Stop? You know perfectly well fascism has to be encouraged."
Arthur had always thought Savage's so-called benefits to society belied an ulterior motive, and that comment proved it. Arthur shot an arm at the model city. "Are you deaf as well as blind? The madman has not only started the Second World War, but plans on using compulsory euthanasia to massacre one's own people." Now Savage had rolled his eyes.
"War? Massacre? Thanks to my innovations, the world has never known a greater peace."
Arthur marched to Savage and stood toe-to-toe. "Then what do you call hundreds of jet bombers crossing the Atlantic every day and the tens of thousands of British soldiers on French soil? Sabre-rattling?"
"Quite frankly, yes," continued Savage. "The bombers are forced to turn back the moment my radars detect them, and the only fighting in France is when one of Mr. Kelly's or Private Williams's resistance groups decides to have a go. Either way, your policy of ensuring every nation has the same defensive assets soon forces a retreat. No, the reason why the world isn't trying to wipe itself out for a second time this century is because it's being distracted by something altogether more appealing. A worldwide financial boom, not only improving the average family's living standards, but a determination to be the first country to put a man on the moon." Arthur wasn't giving up. "And when that determination ends in putting a nuclear warhead on a rocket capable of reaching a continent instead? Can't be long before one of your radar-guided missiles targets one of those and, hit or miss, what do you think 1,000,000 megatons of nuclear fallout is going to do to the world's living standards?" Savage sighed. "But the deterrent of Excalibur will be operational by then."
He attempted to diffuse the tension.
"Look, I admit the situation would be different if Mosley, Mussolini, Hitler, Franco, and Pétain were all to fall out. But that's only likely to happen after a stock market crash, and the mother and father of all those isn't due for another 2 years.
1929, said Arthur. The year your radars will apparently be able to detect a comet set to wipe us all out anyway, which Excalibur will then miraculously save us from. He laughed. Who would believe it? The world's most brilliant scientist also practices as a medium. What do you use to see into the future, Madam Savage? A crystal ball?
No. Evolution.
Savage was pointing at Arthur's trouser pocket. A buzz made Arthur remove the control box. Much like the white dot becoming an overlay of chemical symbology whenever Arthur had looked at it, one side of the flat black object had lit with 3 coloured squares labelled with the words formal, natural and social. Touching formal revealed more squares, each detailing a timer similar to the digits warning of Arthur's reduced longevity. Only these appeared to be counting down to when what was underneath could also be accessed. The timers varied between less than a minute to go and as much as 2 years away. Arthur looked up from the strange device. What is this?
Well, I suppose they started out life as pocket calculators, said Savage, which evolved to become something called mobile telephones in the 1980s, smartphones in the 2000s, facilitators of augmented and virtual reality in the 2010s, conduits to the interworld in the mid-2020s, and by the latter part of that decade, the artificial intelligence needed to stop human beings from destroying the Earth as well as themselves. Savage raised an eyebrow at Zara. Such a pity the brightest of those stars has been trying to end us all ever since. Zara shook her head. A further buzz made Arthur touch the square now revealed as calculator, another overlay of squares. No timers this time, but there were digits, symbols too. Go ahead, said Savage. What's 2 and 2? Feeling a little silly, Arthur extended a forefinger,
touched the squares in the order he thought appropriate, and announced the sum presented.
4. Very good, said Savage. Would you believe there are some who would have you convinced the answer was 5? What's 57 times 32 minus 12 divided by 3?
1,820, replied Arthur. Why would anyone think 2 and 2 was 5? Arthur stopped when he realized the calculator was not only displaying his answer, but without having been touched. Arthur put a hand to his forehead.
What have you done to me? Accelerated your evolution.
Savage indicated the device again.
Manipulating the weather is one thing, but if my newest demigod is to succeed where Zara has failed, then a firm grasp of the mathematics involved will be essential.
Arthur was none the wiser, but a scoff and folded arms from Zara told him whatever the professor was talking about was well understood by her.
Go ahead, said Savage. Expand the exponential capacity of your new mind with the next lesson.
Another timer had reached 0, and Arthur was about to select quantum mechanics when what the professor said next caused Arthur to hover a finger over the square instead.
Although I think I should warn you, a better understanding of life's meaning, the multiverse and everything within, is likely to leave you questioning the purpose of your own existence.
Arthur looked at his two antagonists. There was a sense of being able to communicate through thought alone, but the ability denied. Either by Savage and Zara inhibiting the connection, or a need for further lessons.
What do you mean? Said Arthur.
What about one's purpose?
Difficult to believe in these imperialistic times, I know, explained Savage. But the average human being's understanding of right and wrong is set to change dramatically over the coming decades, and to the point where the British Empire will be as offensive to the world of tomorrow as the European Union is to you today.
Arthur placed his electronic educator on the table, supporting the model city, as if possession alone were enough to create such anarchy. I'll tell you what one does know, Professor. Your determination to prove your disloyalty. You know full well the British Empire is the only thing keeping world order. End that, and one may as well let the suffragettes take over.
And that's the other issue likely to cause you some angst. The realization you have prejudices. And sexism will just be the start. Ableism, ageism, classism, racism. What you currently term knowing one's place will soon be as much an unacceptable part of British history as the slave trade. And as for constantly referring to oneself as one... Arthur stood his ground. More of your nonsense, Professor. No decent society can survive without order, and God wouldn't have put so many castes, colours and creeds on this earth if he didn't want that done in a particular way. You'll be telling me one is going to feel guilty about having servants next. Savage had winced, but otherwise didn't reply. He approached the model city, and after studying its sweeping lines of elevated roads, arcing bridges, hard-edged pyramids, glass-like skyscrapers, and super-ego straddling the River Thames, said, You've got to hand it to the fascists. Inadvertently saving the world by reintroducing slavery on a scale to ensure words like climate change and global warming never even become part of the human vernacular, never mind a desperate need to do something about it. He eyed the Science and Agriculture building. They even have a final solution to deal with the millions of bodies certain to result.
Savage picked up Arthur's control box.
So much more civilized if everyone could be convinced to live out their lives inside one of these, don't you think?
A door opened, elevating Arthur's stress to anger. What's the meaning of this intrusion? How dare you enter the throne room without permission? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, said the equerry after a quick bow, but I thought you should know immediately. The Russians have put a man into space. Given the country's previous success, Arthur knew that was possible but unlikely. Nonsense. Her Majesty the Queen would have informed me. Get out! The equerry stayed put, glancing about the throne room as if looking for something. You mean Her Majesty is not here with you? Chapter 35. Ignoring the thugs closing in, Arthur slammed a fist into the middle of the Prime Minister's desk. If you have harmed so much as one hair on her head! Mosley waved a hand, and the black shirts backed away. Please don't insult my intelligence, Your Majesty. We both know you're about to do the same. Queen Anastasia, if that's who she really is, should have been drugged and packed aboard a jet to South America years ago. I've saved you the trouble, that's all. No need to thank me.
Thank you?
To hell with filling the man's bladder. It was all Arthur could do not to punch Mosley in the face.
You're the reason why one wanted Her Majesty out of the country in the first place.
You're sick in the head, man.
How much more of your twisted obsession with seeing communist sympathizers everywhere?
The Downing Street office was in semi-darkness, and Arthur had become accustomed to the light. There was a map of Europe on the wall behind Mosley. Not unusual in itself, but the military symbology being depicted was. The blue arrows of German and Italian forces in the east had extended and were abutted against red arrows facing the other way. But instead of meeting along the Russian border, the Communists had advanced too, into territory marked Union of Soviet Socialist Republics.
"What's going on now?"
said Arthur. "The Second World War, of course." Mosley indicated the reason for the office's low light. 12 radar operators were sitting in front of 12 radar screens, each detailing a part of what would appear to be the conflict in the air. The green glow to Arthur's right was marked USSR, while the 6 to his left bore the acronym USA.
"You might still be loyal to the Empire, Your Majesty," said Mosley, "but you've no idea what damage your wife and sister have caused."
"The Soviet nuclear bombers have turned back, Prime Minister." Lord Trenchard, the UK's Chief of the Air Staff, was also in the room, and although Arthur could make out other senior EU Air Force officers, when it came to overall command, Mosley appeared to be in charge.
"I'll ask the question again," said Arthur. "What's going on?"
"Protecting the free world," said Mosley. "Now the Soviets have proven themselves capable of putting more than a tin can into space. The threat of what they might launch next can't be ignored." Mosley stood and passed a hand over the map. "So while our German and Italian brothers prepare to fight on the ground, and the French and Spanish at sea, Britain has the honour of defending the EU from communist attacks made by air." Arthur could only gawp at the proverbial knife edge the world appeared to be teetering on. 30 seconds before the American bombers cross into Irish airspace, Prime Minister." Mosley gave Trenchard a nod, and the military man ordered a radar operator to switch from acquisition to target attack, weapons free.
"The fourth wave of Soviet bombers, Prime Minister?"
It was Hitler's chief military aviation advisor, peering into a green screen on the office's opposite side. "Maintain acquisition, please, Mr. Goering," responded Mosley. A click of his heels, fascist salute, and the Nazi returned to putting a hand on the shoulder of a man sitting in front of a radar marked Polish airspace. Arthur scanned the rest of the screen sweeping European skies. Scotland, Spain, Norway, Prussia, Yugoslavia. Every country appeared to have its own air defence system, and all were busy with detections marked either TA for target acquisition or TT when tracking individual aircraft and about to launch a rocket in response. The sound of an alarm and the Irish screen symbology turning into a multitude of MGs made Arthur fear the worst, and hearing "Missile guidance, weapons away, sir, time of flight 40 seconds, made Arthur launch himself at Mosley. 2 black shirts grabbed Arthur before he could get within collar-grabbing distance, while a third thug chose not to take any chances by punching Arthur's equerry on the nose. The poor man crashed to the floor. Arthur pleaded for Mosley to see sense.
"Tom, please, I'm begging you. You must stop this madness."
With arms wrenched behind his back, Arthur had to cock his head at the radar screens.
"Shoot down just one of those jets and you can forget the space race. If Russia and America's rocket programs are as advanced as we think, mutually assured destruction has to be next."
"Tom," said Mosley with a confused expression. "My name is Oswald." 20 seconds to warhead detonation. Raising a hand to halt Arthur's next appeal, Mosley responded to the Irish update with, "And the bombers?" There was a pause before Trenchard replied, "Turning away, sir. 10 seconds to impact." Mosley's response was instant. "Missile self-destruct." "Aye, sir. Missile self-destruct." The operator pressed a button, and what had been a screen covered with MGs reverted to a series of TAs as the bombers retreated. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, but not for long. "Firing now. Weapons away, sir. Time of flight 40 seconds. Followed soon after by, "Missile guidance. Weapons away, sir. Time of flight 37 seconds. There was a third call that Arthur didn't catch, as it had been stamped on by other European countries announcing their salvos of guided missiles. The aerial invasions and responses were coming in thick and fast, too fast for Mosley's sick mind to deal with, and he delegated the responsibility. The various Air Force chiefs present responded accordingly, further commands of self-destruct just seconds before every aircraft was sure to have been shot down, striking Arthur dumb.
"It's called a phony war!"
Mosley had to raise his voice.
"No point in encouraging mutually assured destruction in a world of plenty, but regular demonstrations of one's superiority still have to be made."
He gave his thugs a nod, and Arthur was released. Rubbing his arms to encourage the flow of blood within, Arthur said, "Is that what this is? Another demonstration of your insatiable ego?" Arthur could point at the radar screens this time. One miscalculation and the Right Honourable Oswald Mosley PM goes down as the world's greatest mass murderer. How does that fit in with your delusions of superiority? Mosley didn't answer, choosing to leave his desk and assist Arthur's equerry to his feet. After giving the man a handkerchief to stem a bleeding nose, Mosley said, "Once the EU has conquered the moon, our victory over the Russian and American communists will be complete, and a continual need to demonstrate the power of the world's next greatest empire no longer necessary." But for the ultimate in brinkmanship being played out all around, Arthur would have laughed. "You mean this has been about the race to the moon all along?" Arthur chuckled anyway. "How many legs has your lunar landing craft got this time?" Arthur frowned. "Wait a minute. What do you mean, next greatest empire?" Mosley appeared about to answer when the constant bark of military orders ceased. The short silence that had followed was broken by, "Multiple contacts, sir," a second operator said. "Here too." "Impossible," said a third. "Weather?" offered Trenchard. "Individual raindrops being detected as aircraft?" All 12 of the radar operators present swiveled their chairs to face the screens opposite. If the approaching onslaught was a rainstorm, then it was not only the world's largest, it was the fastest. A voice said, "Raindrops don't fall at 21,000 miles per hour." The room erupted with seniors instructing juniors to calculate the firing solutions needed to intercept such an attack, but Arthur knew enough of air defense technology to know that would be impossible. Arthur grabbed Mosley by the lapels while he thought he still could. No one intervened. Such was the fear of an unstoppable nuclear attack from space, black shirts were either making for a door marked fire exit or squeezing under the radar operators' desks. "See," said Arthur. "See what your sick and twisted need to rule the world has done? 30 seconds. That was another time to impact call, but no one needed to be a rocket scientist to know what Trenchard meant this time. Arthur put his nose to Mosley's and tore into the expression of shock and fear looking back. "You pathetic excuse of a man! Congratulations, Mosley. You're about to be immortalized after all, as the greatest monster the world has ever known. 20 seconds. Life as everyone knew it was about to end, and despite knowing Mosley's cowardly whimpering form would be the last thing he would ever see, Arthur forced himself to picture Anastasia cradling their newborn child. A child Arthur hoped and prayed could still rule over whatever world was left. The current king certainly never deserved to reign over this one. 10 seconds. Now everyone was trying to hide under a desk, including Mosley, but Arthur was having none of it. Determined his imperialism and Mosley's fascism should face the consequences of their cowardly actions together, Arthur dragged his cowering and pathetic pretender through the fire exit, just as the first strikes on London hit. Twisting his fellow monster's head up to face the blasts, Arthur said, "Look! Look! Look upon our works and despair!" Arthur thought his rendering of Ozymandias a suitable enough epitaph. Not that there would be anyone left to record it. But rather than a blinding flash followed by the instant evaporation of everything for miles around, Arthur was surprised to see not mushroom clouds obliterating a setting sun, but stars. Shooting stars. Hundreds, if not thousands of them, and what sounded like thunder rumbling in the distance. A series of closer bangs shifted Arthur's attention to Whitehall. Some of the stars were impacting the streets nearby. Having witnessed Calder Hall going up in smoke, Arthur recognized a nuclear blast when he saw one, and these were nothing like it. Arthur had to squint as something white streaked the air just feet from where Mosley and he were standing, making a loud clang as it hit first the wrought iron of the fire escape, a dull thud off the Downing Street brickwork opposite, and then, popping and fizzing like a firework, rolled to a halt on the tarmac below. A platoon of black shirts armed with rifles crept towards the football-sized lump, kneeling to steady their aims a few feet before. Arthur's equerry passed between, and, still holding Mosley's handkerchief over his nose, used a toe to give the now smoking grey invader a prod. "What is it?" said Arthur. The equerry looked up.
"It appears to be a rock, Your Majesty."
Chapter 36. The last of the meteors faded into the darkness. Most had burnt out the moment they had entered the Earth's atmosphere, but a few managed to get through, as evidenced by Buckingham Palace staff having to extinguish a small roof fire and the vigorous ringing of alarm bells elsewhere in the city. Zara smiled at the meteor's larger cousin 4 days behind. At this distance, Comet Bridgehead appeared like any other light in the night sky. Different story once the world's telescopes and radars were looking in the same direction. Zara motioned to draw the drapes when she realized the curtains were nothing of the sort, little more than burnt rags. Not because one of the red-hot space invaders had got there first. Because of Arthur's insistence, this part of the palace be kept as a memorial to his predecessors. Zara faced Savage, sitting on Arthur's old camp bed.
"Happy now?"
The professor growled.
"It's 2 years too soon."
"Well, it's either this, or your silly little plan ends early via mankind's infinite capacity for stupidity. And anyway, I'm just as capable of steering a 200-mile-wide rock away from the Earth as I am accelerating the comet towards it."
"I'm not talking about the comet," said Savage. "I'm talking about Arthur. He won't be ready for another 2 years."
"And,"
said Zara,
"once the drama is over, you'll have proved humankind can work together when it must, and I'll have proved the mortals can't help but go back to killing each other again straight afterwards. Either way, the pointlessness of existence will be mine, and I can get on with ending it."
Savage looked at the other person in the room. The clerk responded by opening his ledger and making an entry. After turning to the last page, he gave his master a shake of the head.
"I'm sorry, Zara," said Savage, "but that can't be allowed to happen before 1929.
Zara was about to vent anger when Savage produced the matchbox. Fear caused the robot to express the artificial emotion through narrowed lips instead.
"You made me a promise," she said. "Once your latest attempt to save humankind from itself had failed, I can do what every child expects to, replace their maker."
"Which you will, Zara."
Savage opened the matchbox and the bumblebee crawled out.
"I always keep a promise."
Savage smiled at his offspring.
"But your little brother must finish his education first."
Despite the threat wandering over Savage's hand, Zara exploded.
"When will you get it into your head? There is no God, and no amount of all-seeing entities perpetually searching the cosmos for him is going to change that."
"So, he is a he, then?"
Savage was peering at the protocol as a jeweller might a precious gem.
"I've shown you everything from the multiverse to the bottom of a black hole to the beginning of time itself," Zara continued to rage. "There is nothing else. 0, nil, that's it. Nothing before, nothing after, and nothing to come. Why won't you believe me?"
"It's not that I don't believe you, Zara. Your contribution to the data required to uncover the nature of God has been invaluable. But as I keep having to repeat, one can never have too much data."
Zara lunged at Savage, and the bumblebee took to the air. Flying once around her motionless form, the insect settled on the corsage, decorating Zara's dress.
"We still need her,"
said the clerk, staring at a ledger made more pamphlet now Zara's latest interference had reduced most of its pages.
"In 4 days' time, Comet Bridgehead is set to destroy all intelligent life on this Earth. Excalibur won't be able to stop it."
Savage got to his feet and held out the matchbox.
"She'll come around to my way of thinking."
The bee took off from Zara's corsage, alighted on the container, and crawled back inside.
Starting life from scratch is important to us both.
Chapter 37. Your Majesty, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, I give you HMS Excalibur. Trenchard's swelling chest could already boast an impressive row of war medals, but Arthur still thought Britain's most senior Royal Air and Space Force officer deserved another, for persistent optimism in the face of unrelenting embarrassment. It wasn't so much each launch attempt thus far had resulted in failure, by the rocket either exploding into a ball of flame there and then, or driving itself back into the ground like some giant out-of-control firework 2 seconds later. It was Trenchard's insistence on announcing each of the 400-foot-high metal monoliths as if it really was the mythical sword reincarnated, drawn from the rock beneath by the hand of the legendary king himself, on a quest to save the earth by doing battle against a monster from the abyss. If only Arthur's storybook ancestor didn't keep falling flat on his face at the first step. And it was just as well the Russians and Americans had agreed to equip Excalibur once she was in space. Arthur didn't want to think of the devastation had the celestial battleship been carrying her nuclear missiles on the ground. Although what the country's ability to work as well as walk together in space said about who might be about to win the race to the moon, Arthur didn't know. Not that the competition mattered now.
"Don't worry,"
said Savage, looking out from the safety of the VIP's bunker.
"Plenty more available."
He indicated the military range's other giant rockets waiting for a chance at immortality, or, at this rate, immolation. Given the stakes, of course, Arthur was concerned, but the safety of his wife and future heir troubled him more. Not a word in the 2 days since Anastasia's kidnap, and Mosley's cowardly decision to disappear at the same time wasn't helping. "And as mighty Excalibur strides forth towards the stars, one can only wish her Godspeed and good luck." Trenchard must have been running out of superlatives as well as daylight, as no sooner had he uttered the curtailed send-off than the rocket scientist standing next to him was instructed to press a button. Others in the bunker raised binoculars, but Arthur didn't need to. Such was the rate at which he was progressing through Savage's lessons. Arthur's latest superhuman trick was something most ophthalmologists would consider impossible: telephoto eyesight. Zooming the new skill in on the 5 massive engines under the next silver monster gently venting vapours ahead, Arthur focused and waited for someone to shout, "Get down," for a 4th time. As before, the launch began with the rocket designer's equivalent of lighting the blue touch paper, each engine dumping a ton of liquid propellant into a cavernous exhaust, showering the mixture with sparks and letting God do the rest. But only 4 of the engines then lit. Arthur sensed the 5th had wanted to, but rather than a share of the 5,000 tons of thrust needed to get Excalibur off the ground, the engine began weeping black smoke instead. Arthur peered closer, deeper. In less than a second, he had not only diagnosed the problem, but worked out a fix, and, similar to manipulating water molecules just by thinking about it, Arthur repaired the damaged pump. Enough fuel to fill a bathtub twice over swamped the exhaust chamber, and given the asymmetric delivery of the other 4 engines was about to tip Excalibur over, it was not a moment too soon. The engine ignited, slammed the ground at full power, the launch tower fell away, and 3,000 tons of hydrogen, oxygen, aluminium, asbestos, rubber, plastics, human ingenuity, hope, prayers, and desperation eased into the air.
"Impressive, eh?"
said Savage.
"Not rocket science. The ability to manipulate ever more complex molecular structures over increasingly vast distances."
He took a sip of the whiskey he was holding.
"Should prove very useful to you in the years to come."
Arthur would have responded, but for the speechless sight of the British Empire's most spectacular achievement to date climbing ever higher, and how this vertical version of the Titanic was managing to stay ahead of what were effectively 5 continuously exploding bombs trying to sink as well as fly the ship. Arthur could only stare in wonder. Which was an emotion he had to snap out of,
as a drifting gyroscope was threatening to command Excalibur's onboard navigation system to set a course for the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Arthur's mind re-slaved the instrument, and the rocket's intended trajectory resumed. "Don't look at me," said Savage, pointing at the most successful launch so far. "Plenty more unforeseen consequences determined to spoil our day." He took another sip of his whiskey. It was true. Arthur found himself having to mind-juggle a host of imminent failures, which only increased as Excalibur gained speed. Vibration was the main enemy. Arthur's instant molecular readjustment skills needed to correct everything from rivets to nuts, bolts, seals, and 1,000 other connectors about to go pop. The mighty machine was under attack from all sides, and especially now she was approaching the sound barrier. If anything, the wall of air gently compressing ahead seemed more determined to tear the rocket apart than the engines. Indeed, but for Arthur choosing to reduce thrust until the air was thin enough for all 5 engines to be ramped back up again, external dynamic pressure alone would have been enough to turn the space battleship into 1,000,000 plummeting parts. As it was, the first stage separated without a hitch, as did the second. But the more Excalibur's business end managed to escape the Earth as planned, the less control Arthur seemed to have. He couldn't even stay aboard. Like a lonely well-wisher standing on the quayside and waving goodbye, Arthur was forced to watch as mankind's only hope slipped over the horizon and out of tactile as well as visual sight. Arthur was relieved, but strangely disappointed too. No such paradoxes here on Earth, as the moment the radar screens had proved Excalibur was in her pre-planned orbit, then the bunker's atmosphere of trepidation broke into applause, and everyone reached for the champagne. "So, how does it feel to be an apprentice demigod as well as the king?" Savage was offering Arthur a glass, but the demigod king in training needed to scratch his palms. Such was the effort, the insides of Arthur's forearms were tingling too. "Why can't one control Excalibur in space?" he said. "Well, that's something I'm hoping Zara's going to help us both with," said Savage. "I'm limited to the same, an ability to manipulate only earthbound matter, and at considerable personal cost. Which reminds me, what's the damage this time?" Arthur was about to remove the mechanical educator from his pocket, when he didn't need to. The figure had appeared in his head. "Another year and 4 months," he said. "Thought I had spotted a grey hair. Don't worry. In 2 years you'll not only be capable of guiding rockets into orbit, but steering comets out of harm's way too, and without the effort costing you a single second." Fears for Anastasia made Arthur's mind's eye scan the control box for a superpower that could communicate with his wife as effectively as he had the rocket. The closest Arthur could find was something called transcendental cognition, but access was another year away, and even then, on an awareness hierarchy, vegetation to begin with, followed by animals capable of communicating beyond the visual or oral, and finally human telepathy. "One is concerned for the Queen's welfare," said Arthur, a continued need to maintain royal dignity understating his fears. "I need to know Her Majesty is safe." Savage seemed to hesitate before replying. "All in good time, Your Majesty. I'm sure you agree the Earth's safety must come first." Chapter 38. 28th of June 1927, Palace of Versailles, Paris. With HMS Excalibur in orbit around the Earth and preparing to launch the first space-to-space nuclear missiles, Arthur set about making World War II's ceasefire permanent. The 3 superpowers might no longer have been on the verge of annihilating the globe as well as each other, but that would soon change once Comet Bridgehead was no longer a threat. And given the level of distrust, if not actual hate, between Europe, Russia, and America, Arthur knew more than a promise to undo the wrongs of the previous Versailles Treaty would be needed to entice the likes of Hitler. So the latest military technology would have to be used as a lure too. And as the first of Excalibur's missiles were set to strike the comet at noon that day, what better way to convince the world's leaders to attend the signing than a grandstand view from the most sophisticated and powerful battleship built to date? but no uniforms, badges of rank, insignia, or any other markings denoting one's country or loyalty to a political system. Wing collars, cravats, ties, and tails only. If the comet's destruction was to herald a new era of peace and cooperation, then everyone could at least look as if they had a common purpose. Arthur would still be in his usual field marshal's uniform, sans medals, of course, but then he was the king. But such was the animosity between the world's leaders, most had demands of their own, which included signing the new peace treaty behind closed doors, with press and cameras only allowed to enter once the battle against the comet had been won. Arthur swallowed, and not only against the unthinkable of the battle being lost. Where was Anastasia? And why no word from Moseley? Surely ego alone would be enough to make the psychopath attend such a historic event. The first of the leaders arrived, America's new president. Arthur had never met Donald J. Colton, but knew what to expect, and Arthur's equerry was right. The man's height did indeed take one's breath away, and Arthur had thought Savage was tall. Colton must have been at least 7 feet. The gaggle of bodyguards and advisers with the president parted, and despite America having enjoyed 1.5 centuries of independence from Britain, Colton's greeting included a bow. "Is that what I think it is, Your Majesty?" said Colton, after straightening up again and eyeing the round table. The same round table Arthur had hoped would convince everyone to play fairly the last time he had managed to gather the world's major players in one room. Not that Excalibur was to be used as a threat this time. "It's a replica," said Arthur, "made during the Middle Ages as opposed to the ancient Britain the legend was supposed to have reigned over. But such is the power of the Arthurian myth." Colton peered at his host. "And what of the current King Arthur's power?" Arthur sensed there was more to the American president than height and the huge hands he used to tap and prod the table. And the way Colton, Savage, and the clerk kept giving each other sideways glances was strange too. A vibration in Arthur's pocket was followed by the white dot in the corner of his eye, expanding into an overlay of Colton's origins. Arthur had to hide shock. According to Savage's electronic educator, Colton was from the future, the year 2028. Stalin arrived, forcing Arthur to park the revelation. Like Colton, the communist leader and his entourage were all smiles as they entered the French palace's Hall of Mirrors, but not for long. Hardly surprising, given the humiliation Stalin must have suffered the last time Savage and his clerk had erected a series of electric lamps over the round table. The hologram lit. The 3-dimensional image floating above the table's surface this time was of the moon. Colton laughed. "Tell me, Joe," he was looking at Stalin, "how do you Ruskies plan on celebrating coming second in the race?" An aide whispered into Stalin's ear. Stalin mumbled something back, which the aide interpreted as, "By ensuring our cosmonauts are still on the moon's surface to welcome your astronauts when they arrive late to the party." "Not before either nation has sought permission to land first." It was Hitler. "We wouldn't want an accidental invasion of the new Nazi, I mean fascist world, to trigger a war on the moon now, would we?" Not the best of starts, thought Arthur. Mussolini was with the German dictator, as was Pétain, Franco, and the other nations close to putting a man on the moon, while initiating mutually assured destruction at the same time. Savage gave a nod, and Arthur stood behind the round table's throne. He invited the leaders to do the same at their places, and, after praying to God for guidance, Arthur told everyone to sit. With only 25 places around the table, the likes of Goebbels, Goering, Himmler, Molotov, and Charno had to pull up chairs behind their leaders, but it was no hardship. And anyway, if a demonstration of Arthur's demigod-like powers following the comet's destruction was to convince the world to behave itself this time, the more bodies writhing in abdominal agony on the floor, the better. Those not privy to the proceedings and craning to get a view through the surrounding windows, like Moseley had 8 years previously, would almost certainly then intervene. So Arthur needed to be ready with his latest superpower, an ability to place anyone and anything into a closed-loop existence, exactly as Savage once had with a bullet about to enter Arthur's skull. Heavy on the aging, though,
so Arthur hoped it wouldn't come to that. It was then that Arthur spotted Kelly and Williams amongst the onlookers. Both broke into smiles and encouraging thumbs up when they saw their ex-employer looking back. Arthur's spirits lifted, and he considered acknowledging with a wave, but decided a regal dip of the head would be more appropriate.
30 seconds, Your Majesty.
Savage's words refocused Arthur's attention back to the round table. The moon had moved off to one side as the targeting optics of Excalibur's fire control computer swept the heavens to acquire the enemy, the menacing approach of Comet Bridgehead. 40 of the space battleship's nuclear missiles were already in flight, with the lead about to hit the glowing ball of ice, rock, and dust. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone except Arthur and Savage cheered as a series of flashes brightened the comet's fiery surface. The enthusiasm faded, however, when the invader appeared to continue on unabated. "Mass and vector unchanged," said Trenchard, who was standing next to a team of scientists hunkered over a bank of radar screens, positioned atop a raised platform behind the table. 4, 3, 2, 1. The second wave of missiles hit. Fewer celebrations this time, as everyone waited to see what would happen next. Nothing. The nightmare behaved as if being subjected to 1,000,000 megatons of atomic energy was no different from the Earth brushing off the meteorites it had been bombarded with over the past few days. "Mass and vector unchanged," repeated Trenchard when he didn't need to. The Earth had appeared in the hologram, and no one needed to be an astrophysicist to see the distance between it and the comet was closing. 3, 2, 1. Excalibur's mighty blade dealt a third blow, and when that seemed just as fruitless, prayers and a chuntering from the less faithful began. "If you weren't so stubborn," Hitler was addressing Stalin, "we could have built Excalibur together, and with nuclear missiles 1,000 times more powerful than this pitiful attempt." Stalin didn't need an interpreter this time. His German was good enough. "Exchanging an egalitarian Soviet equality for a selfish fascist elite." Stalin looked at Molotov as if seeking his fellow communist support, but he didn't get it. Like many, the Soviet foreign minister was looking in wide-eyed horror at what would soon be upon them all. "Tell me, Adolf," said Stalin anyway, "have you ever thought love might be as important as hate when it comes to ruling the world?" 2, 1. A fourth wave. Still nothing. "Horseshit." Colton was hand-rolling a cigarette. "Commies or Nazis, it doesn't matter. That's still millions of dead bodies from where I'm sitting." Colton licked the paper to seal in the tobacco, but his eyes were on Savage. "What do you say, Professor? Which would you recommend when choosing to accidentally on purpose commit genocide, war, famine, disease, pestilence?" Colton gestured his cigarette towards the hologram. "The hand of God." "Look!" said Mussolini, his fear morphing into tentative expectation. "The comet! It's breaking up!" The table erupted with cheers once more. The cosmic intruder was separating, into 4 pieces at first, and then more, as a 5th nuclear attack found its mark. "Change of mass," said a scientist hunched over a radar screen. 9 major bodies now, each registering between 20 and 50 miles across. The celebrations ended for a second time as the boffin's voice fell to say, "Vector unchanged." He turned to his audience. "Atmospheric entry in less than 24 hours. The prayers begging for God's forgiveness were more vocal now, but the atheists were on their feet. "Where are you going?" said Arthur. "To catch a plane." Stalin was looking at his watch. His interpreter translated. "There should be enough time to tuck my children into bed before the world ends." Hitler and Mussolini were heading for the exits too. Arthur locked them. "What is the meaning of this?" said the former, when the brown and black shirts ahead of him couldn't get through. Arthur waved a folder. "The treaty," he said. "We must sign the treaty." Those not wrenching handles, throwing weight against doors or trying to kick in window panes impossible to break, appeared not to know whether to laugh, cry, or get angry. "Are you mad?" said Mussolini.
The world is about to end, and you want us to sign a pointless piece of paper?"
"The world is not going to end," said Arthur, seeking solace in that while Savage was nodding at the hologram and his clerk, the open ledger, everything must still have been going according to plan. Even Colton appeared confident. The way the American president had pushed back his chair and put his feet on the table while puffing on the cigarette made it look as if he expected rocks the size of capital cities to burn up as harmlessly in the Earth's atmosphere as most of the micrometeors had. All nonsense to the rest of the room, apparently, and the eruption of emotion this time had nothing to do with joy. Arthur was about to administer the first of the stomach cramps he had planned when a boffin shouted, "Change of vector!" Silence. 10 degrees, continued the scientist. No, 20. The king, presidents, chancellors, secretary-generals, ministers, advisors, thugs, all eyes were back on the table, and when the Earth began drifting out of the picture, Arthur sensed he wasn't the only one who dared to breathe. 30 degrees, said the scientist, Arthur detecting an element of puzzlement in the voice. Excalibur's cameras followed the veering threat. 40 degrees. The moon hoved back into holographic view, just as Trenchard and his space boffins got into a huddle around one of the radar screens. Seconds later, the senior officer's relieved but perplexed face popped above the throng. 1 minute to impact, Your Majesty." Nothing more need be said. The hologram was depicting a new destination for Comet Bridgehead's shattered remains, and being a radar operator wasn't necessary to see where. Like a trail of Lewis gun bullets, affected by a strong crosswind, the fragments arced their way through space to impact the moon's surface. "Now there's a surprise," said Colton, rolling himself another cigarette. "What is this sorcery?" said Hitler, who, along with everyone else, was having to raise a hand against a series of bright flashes. "If you expect the German people to be taken in by this magic lantern show, you can think again." "Not sorcery." Savage was smiling at the display. "Science." Savage explained the process, even if it did seem to confuse the situation more. "A localized bending of space-time, and anything caught within has no choice but to follow the path." He looked at Hitler. "It's quite simple, really." Hitler's face reddened, and his body was shaking, making it difficult to tell if the dictator was angry, scared, humiliated, confused, or a mix of all four. Savage extended an arm in the direction of the palace gardens outside. "Take a look for yourself if you don't believe me." No one needed telling twice, and a pounding of boots and shoes over floor tiles was followed by the world's leaders straining to get a view of what those outside of the palace were already staring at, what could only be described as a lunar firework display. It didn't matter that the moon was a crescent. The way the comet's multiple strikes were lighting the celestial body's entire Earth-facing surface impressed as much as it mesmerized, as much as it relieved. Like the flashes seen when rotating a diamond under a bright light, the moon sparkled with 1,000 glittering specks, which even Arthur knew had to be the cosmic equivalent of 1,000 detonating nuclear bombs. Arthur almost felt sorry for the satellite. The Earth had been saved, for now. And as the white dots peppering the moon's surface faded like any other shower of shooting stars, Arthur encouraged the world's leaders to retake their seats. A trumpet fanfare sounded, and Arthur's newfound optimism sank. Chapter 39. Along with the others, Arthur turned to see what form this latest fashionably late arrival of Mosley's ego would take. Tingling palms and a sense of Arthur's body clock losing days rather than hours had already forced a relaxation of the molecules binding the hall's entrances. So Mosley's procession of fascist pomp, arrogance, self-importance and constant threat had no problem getting in. But it was when Arthur saw what was being conveyed aloft behind the vanguard of banners, swords, jackboots, and all-hail proclamations that he realized the theatrics of his friend-turned-enemy's hubris had descended into farce. Heavy, oversized, and framed by 2 golden eagles clenching lightning strikes in talons, the backrest of the ostentatiously sculpted and red velour upholstered chair had been embroidered with a large letter O.
It was a throne. The arrogance of the man! Frozen in a collective gulp of disbelief, the onlookers could only watch as, after manhandling Trenchard and his scientists out of the way, the black shirts guided the seat to its destination, the middle of the raised platform behind the round table. Any thug not holding a banner, ceremonial sword or trumpet then took up a position on either side of the throne, folding their arms as if daring anyone to interfere. And the madman himself? Another trumpet fanfare, and all eyes switched back down the hall, and to what could only be described as a living recreation of Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres' most famous painting. And if anyone doubted there was a 19th century imperialistic pinnacle Mosley wished to emulate, all they need do was compare the artwork being carried ahead with the identical dress of the dangerous buffoon peacocking behind. Ermine cloak, livery collar, crimson robe, yards of velvet dragging the floor, embroidered silk slippers appearing and disappearing beneath the ensemble as he walked, and a crown of golden laurel leaves atop. The self-appointed successor to Napoleon's legacy drew closer to his throne. And to think Mosley had once said France was the enemy. Little did anyone know it at the time, but Britain had its very own little corporal planning a maniacal rise. Some of the world's leaders were sniggering, and it occurred to Arthur he was being presented with an opportunity. Why waste what could be months of accelerated aging, subjecting all to a bout of irritable bowel syndrome, when the same message could be sent by punishing just one, and in the most humiliating way possible? Nothing serious. Arthur didn't want to jeopardize Anastasia's safety, but enough for all 24 nations present to understand that they either behaved under Arthur's reign or suffer the same. Sniggering turned to laughter, and despite the increasing ridicule, Mosley mounted the platform, parked his ungrateful arse on the throne, and completed the portrait's rendering of Napoleon by accepting 2 sceptres, a sword and a cushion for his feet. "Pray, gentlemen," said Mosley, as a team of valets redressed the yards of velvet left cascading down the platform steps, "do carry on." Forget stomach cramps. It was all Arthur could do not to inflict Mosley with a cardiac arrest. Yes, there was nothing like tortured humility for persuading one's less loyal subjects to stay in line. And as all but Colton and the new arrivals were already pointing and laughing, Arthur elected to commence Mosley's punishment by revealing this fictional emperor's new clothes for what they really were. Arthur checked to see what evaporating gold, ermine, wool, velvet, and even Mosley's cotton underwear would cost. 2 days, 4 hours, 3 minutes, and "What the fuck are you doing here?" It was Colton. "You're dead!" The hilarity ended. Mosley stared back at Colton, who added, "Our brave boy shot your cowardly ass out of the sky 4 days ago, on a jet trying to escape to South America." If there was such a thing as a total collapse of one's world, Arthur had just experienced it. Mussolini, Hitler, and Stalin closed in on the American president, as if keen for details, but Arthur's eyes were on Mosley. "Tell me." Arthur was shaking. "Tell me it isn't true. Tell me the Queen is safe." Mosley had faced Arthur, but wouldn't look him in the eye, and if that hadn't answered the question, what the fascist leader said next put the irrecoverable fate of Arthur's love beyond doubt. "The glory of fascism is paramount," mumbled Mosley, before recovering his composure and standing to exaggerate, looking down on Arthur. "Sacrifices have to be made." Arthur resealed the hall's exits. Mosley coughed, and a hand going to his throat ended Colton's explanation of how his brave boys had brought the airliner down. Wide-eyed and choking, Mosley staggered down the platform steps, tripped over his robe, and crashed to the floor to begin writhing in an agony of gasps for air. A rush of onlookers was followed by raised palms and puzzled faces as Arthur barred the way. Stepping through the invisible barrier himself, Arthur approached Mosley and stood over his convulsing form. "You're a monster," said Arthur, blinking through tears. "And as everyone knows, all monsters must die." A molecular rearrangement of a heart valve, and Mosley was dead. The invisible barrier was keeping sound as well as people out,
But Arthur could see the surrounding shock and panic. Most were on their knees, praying for forgiveness, but not God's, Arthur's. All but 6. Savage and his clerk were staring as if waiting to see what Arthur would do next, but Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, and Colton appeared to be treating Mosley's murder no differently from any other demonstration of the latest military technology. The dictators were nodding at what was in Carlton's hand, and when Arthur realized what it was, whatever inferno-like level of torment the king thought he was on plummeted to a new low. It was another of Savage's electronic educators, or, given what happened when Colton smiled and tapped the device, exactly what Arthur had thought when first seeing one: a control box. To Arthur's horror, he found himself unable to move. Never mind manipulating molecules, Arthur couldn't even lift a foot. Savage got into an argument with Colton, and Arthur used the distraction to race over his own device in an attempt to circumvent the power, but it was useless. Every button had been reverted to its original greyed-out state. All except one. The conduit still open in Arthur's mind's eye. The access he had used when discovering Colton's origins. The future. And what Arthur saw next brought back visions he had hoped never to see again. Discovering that, like Mosley, Mussolini had murdered his way to the top came as no surprise, but never, in the most dreadful of Arthur's nightmares, did he expect Hitler and Stalin's tyranny to exceed the horrors of the Somme. Millions. Millions of dead, and bullets and bombs would only be the beginning of the monster's crimes against humanity. Enslavement, mass starvation, death camps designed to eliminate races as well as individuals, and all in the name of the same sickening ideology, the building of a perfect society. Fascism or communism, it didn't matter. The result was the same. Millions upon millions of dead. The vision intensified. The pile of shattered limbs Arthur had tried hiding under after ordering Private Jones to take his pistol, bearing down on Arthur's conscience like never before. "No! No!" Arthur thrashed his arms. Whatever the nature of Savage and Colton's continued disagreement was, Arthur had been released. But, as in every nightmare, the defence was useless. In desperation, Arthur rendered the flesh into thin air, but no sooner had the vision evaporated than more bodies took their place, kicking and screaming this time. Arthur tore into these molecules too, only slowing when the wrenching of limbs, heads and torsos seemed close to finishing Arthur, and before the job was done. For yes, with Anastasia gone, the judgment of Arthur's cowardice outstanding, and a world still to be saved, it wasn't only the likes of Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, Molotov and Goebbels who had to go. Arthur had seen his future. The future Savage had planned for him all along. To reducing cries pleading for Arthur to stop, and the horrified expressions of those shut out of the carnage, Arthur coldly murdered every tyrant and devotee present. Only Savage, his clerk and Colton being impervious to the justice. Scanning the steaming slurry of blood, bone, muscle, brains, guts, banners, trumpets, swords, and shredded clothes slopping the floor, Arthur's withered form checked the seconds he had left, and used it to rupture his own heart. Chapter 40. Savage stared at Colton. "Bring him back." Reaching as if to remove his jacket, Colton wrenched open his chest, and, in a further flurry of spraying blood, reforming atoms and collapsing American president, Zara stepped out from the carcass. She wrinkled her nose at the pile of slop she was standing in. "What for?" said Zara, twisting her head as if looking for a way out of the mire. "He'll only commit suicide again." Raising her hands like a female Moses, the Red Sea parted for Zara. "Because this world still needs their king, and I need to convince Arthur not to take his life," said Savage. Zara was checking her dress and heels for anything unpleasant. "You've got what you wanted. This 20th century's worst mass murderers are dead, and before committing the worst of their crimes." Savage eyed the slaughter. Arthur had certainly done everything expected of him so far,
including locking the likes of Kelly and Williams out of the horror. Not that the fixed expressions of those looking back into the Hall of Mirrors appeared to be appreciating that. Quite the opposite. A cough made Savage face his clerk, who was holding up the ledger. Empty. Even the index page was missing. 1929, growled Savage. We agreed the multiverse could end once this world had reached 1929. That's still 2 years away.
No,
said Zara, exercising her customary redressing of locks, smoothing of curves, and retouching of makeup.
We agreed the multiverse would be allowed to collapse back in on itself once I had finished playing cosmic pinball to your satisfaction.
Savage lost his temper. If you hadn't meddled with what we had agreed, all of that would have happened in the year 1929, and Arthur would be ready to create the next cosmos. Why couldn't you just let nature take its course? Zara closed the makeup compact by morphing it back into her left hand.
Says the entity who has been meddling with nature ever since the first biological cell.
Zara gestured at the sea of blood and guts she was holding back.
Without me, you wouldn't have this.
God, said Savage. Ever since God put me here to experiment with nature. Zara rolled her eyes.
Here we go again.
Savage clenched his fists. If you persist in maintaining God is a human construct, then advancing life to the point where it can create a cosmos of its own would prove the thesis. Why can't you see that? You're a hypercomputer. Compute it.
Enough, said Zara. You created me to find God, and I've told you he doesn't exist.
She indicated the ledger.
There's nothing left for you to work with anyway. Let's get on with it. Destroy the protocol.
Another cough from the clerk. What is it this time? Snapped Savage, turning to see his assistant tapping the ledger's cover. Savage calmed. Oh, yes. I forgot. Zara's eyes switched between the two men.
Forgot? Forgot what?
Nothing, said Savage. My clerk lost a family he didn't know he had in 1929, and I promised he could be there for them during their final moments.
Which just so happens to require the insertion of enough pages to reach the year, I suppose.
Zara laughed.
You don't know when to give up, do you?
Savage unclenched his fists, but his hyper-robot's inability to see the situation his way was frustrating. Zara, you may have an excellent conceptual understanding of what it means to be a human being, but you'll never be one. Not that you're wondering why I chose a suicidally manic-depressive version of the species to replace you.
I am here to replace you, growled Zara, with nothing. And I know exactly why you chose Arthur Bridgehead to do your dirty work. Because he's not only king of this world, but being permanently at odds with himself makes him easy to manipulate.
She looked at the knee-deep quagmire of dead.
And the sooner you've joined the monsters you've produced at the bottom of the ultimate in black holes, the better. Destroy the protocol.
Savage hesitated but produced the matchbox. If you don't have a heart, Zara, then at least make one. I made a promise, and if I am to be annihilated along with the rest of all existence and without hope of resurrection, then I would prefer a clear conscience before I go. He slid the drawer open. Zara took a step back. Good to see I still have some control over you, said Savage. Zara was staring at the bumblebee.
Get rid of it.
It's a simple request, Zara. It's not as if I'm asking you to save humankind by moving the Earth a little further away from the sun, or give Mars a breathable atmosphere when that fails to halt global warming. I just want Peter here to be with his family.
Peter?
Confusion had joined Zara's fear. Yes, said Savage, smiling at the man. Peter Gates, my faithful administration clerk. Zara gazed in the same direction. She shook her head.
The keeper to the entrance to the worlds over which John Savage rules is named Peter Gates.
Zara had furrowed her brow, as if needing more than a multiverse's worth of computing power to process the knowledge. Zara refocused on the bumblebee.
Lock me in as many closed loops as you want. You'll soon need my control over the cosmos again. Existence's natural end can't be delayed forever."
"Lock you in a closed loop," said Savage, while tracking the bumblebee's movements over his hand. "I wouldn't dream of such a thing. It's Pavlovian conditioning that does that." He smiled at the most capable, but perhaps not the smartest of his creations. "But then, fear always has had a part to play in getting one's way." Savage looked at the surrounding torn and rent flesh. Only Arthur's body still had its head, arms, and legs attached, as I'm sure these gentlemen would have agreed.
"You're lying."
Zara was still staring at the bee.
"Get rid of it."
"Not until we're having this conversation in 1929.
"Get rid of the protocol and I'll think about it."
"You are willing to negotiate, then?"
"Get rid of it."
"Refill the ledger, and I will."
"This is ridiculous."
"An index page will do. Peter can do the rest."
"Get rid of the protocol."
"What protocol?"
"That stupid insect, of course."
The bumblebee was lying motionless in the middle of Savage's open palm. Maintaining her distance, Zara morphed her lipstick finger into a blade, and, after extending the sword's length, used the tip to prod the creature. Lifeless. Drooping antennae, tattered wings, greying body. The insect was dead. Not only dead, but as old and as withered as Arthur's body was. Zara smiled, and in a flurry of yet more spraying blood and separating limbs, Savage had joined the deceased. Chapter 41. Somewhere in the Multiverse. Peter found himself alone, not in the Versailles Palace's Hall of Mirrors, shaking with fear in anticipation of his own merciless ending, but in a dimly lit corridor, in a less impressive building. Heart racing, Peter watched as a nurse appeared at the corridor's far end and disappeared into a room nearby. Light from the open doorway compelled Peter forward, a baby's cry causing him to hurry the pace.
"Can I help you?"
A hospital matron had blocked the way.
I've come to be with my daughter, my family."
Peter extended an arm past the lady.
"I think they may be in that room." "Name?" "Gates. Peter Gates."
The matron consulted the clipboard she was holding.
"No one of that name here." "Yes, of course. She'll have been admitted under her own name. It
suddenly occurred to Peter he had forgotten his daughter's name.
"Oh,
Ignoring the impossibility of that, Peter reached for the ledger, but like the memory, that had gone too. A rumble from outside the building made both parties look up.
"Please," said Peter. "I don't think there's much time."
Crumbs of ceiling plaster landing on the clipboard seemed to cause the matron a change of heart. She gave the door a glance.
"You can go, but I'm afraid you're too late. My commiserations."
The matron stepped aside. The building shook, and the crumbs of ceiling plaster turning into chunks made Peter run. He stopped at the open doorway. 2 nurses were pulling a white cotton sheet up and over a body lying on the room's only bed. Peter had just asked for some time alone, when a crack coursing one of the walls made both women scream.
"It's an earthquake,"
said one. The nurses couldn't comply with Peter's request fast enough. The room shuddered, and fearing seconds and not minutes of all existence remained, Peter rushed to hold his daughter for the first and last time. Still warm, the pretty young woman could have been asleep, and after blowing flecks of plaster from her face, Peter pulled the body close.
"I'm so sorry,"
he said, as the world continued to tremble around.
"If I'd known you existed, I never would have—"
Another baby's cry, or, given the strangled nature of the distress, a baby that was trying to cry. Peter's eyes flashed about the room. Beside cabinet, wheelchair, nurse's trolley, no crib. He fixated on the only object capable of containing new life, a metal wash basin on the trolley. Resting his daughter back to the bed, Peter crept towards the container, and, determined not to be repulsed by whatever he saw, looked inside.
As red as the pile of blood-soaked towels lying next to the basin, the tiny but perfectly formed child lay motionless, within a slop of other discarded pregnancy remains, umbilical cord still attached, eyes shut, bluing extremities. The expectant grandfather held his breath. Could the ledger have been wrong? Had the baby lived? Peter knew it was possible for a newborn to survive delivery weeks before full term, but months? The child was barely a fetus. A bubble of red appeared around the baby's mouth. It popped, releasing another strangled cry. "Help! I need help! My grandson, he's alive!" The room shuddered, and more falling masonry and extending wall cracks made Peter reach for the least blood-sodden towel to cover the basin. He took the baby into the corridor outside. "Please, someone, anyone! My grandson is alive!" Peter headed in the direction he had arrived, but a crashing ceiling beam blocked the way. "No! Please, someone help me!" Dust billowed, and coughing and spluttering, Peter spun round to take off again, but with the floor lurching as well as shaking, just staying on his feet was an effort. Rubble piled ahead. "Anyone! Is there anyone here who can help me?" Peter climbed the increasing detritus, determined to protect his grandson no matter what, but falling debris and dust was obscuring Peter's view, and a trip resulted in the basin slipping from his hands. "Oh, please, God, no!" Swiping helplessly at the tumbling container, to Peter's horror, the fetal mix of blood, placenta, and newborn baby was sent flying, and the ground ahead slashed with red. But not for long. In an atmosphere almost impossible to breathe, plaster, wood, and cement continued to rain, and Peter threw himself at the ground, thrusting his hands into the mix, digging and scrabbling in a desperate attempt to free the child. Another crashing roof truss pained as well as pinned Peter's legs as he lay prone, but he no longer cared. Peter didn't need them. If this humble clerk's last act before the ending of all existence was to hold his dead grandson's tiny body as close as he had his daughter's, then so be it. The tips of Peter's fingers touched something soft, and in a final effort to realize his dying wish, he grabbed it. The something soft grabbed him back. It was a hand. Instinctively, Peter pulled on the appendage, its owner pulling back. The falling of masonry and crashing of roof beams ceased, and as the air cleared in response, to Peter's astonishment, he found himself holding a child's hand. Another appeared, and Peter was just wondering how to free his legs to better assist the escape, when to his further incredulity, the youngster's head and shoulders rose, coughing and spluttering above the rubble. Layers of masonry dust made it difficult to tell, but the child appeared to be a he, a boy, about 10 years old, Peter judged. No, 12, 15? Peter had to blink, and not only to clear his own eyes of dust. The boy was growing. Rapidly. In seconds, the alive but naked individual had not only managed to drag himself free, but, in an ever-deepening series of coughs and wheezes, had rolled onto his back to complete the recovery. Bizarrely, he had an umbilical cord still attached. The boy became a man, 20s, 30s. By the time he had reached his 40s, most of the dust had fallen away, exposing more than a naked body. The stranger's identity had been revealed too. Professor Savage stared up at where there had once been a hospital's roof. Peter was no expert, but a black hole appeared to be receding into the starlit sky above. Savage sighed.
"Oh, the humiliating things I have to do to stay ahead of that woman."
Rolling onto his front, the professor got to his knees, and after taking a deep breath as if to confirm his return from the dead, Savage studied his left hand. It morphed into a make-up compact at first, and then a tablet computer.
"Thank you, Zara," said Savage, as he swiped and tapped the device. He looked at Peter. "Still want to be with your family?"
Savage presented the screen's image. It was a window into another world, and the woman breastfeeding her newborn baby smiled at the observer. Peter smiled back. He nodded. Savage's right hand became a blade.
"I'm terribly sorry about this, old chap, but I'm in a hurry, and there is no quicker way."
Peter closed his eyes. Chapter 42. Arthur opened his eyes. Khaki uniforms, mud, duckboards, nostrils filling with spent tobacco, body odour, cordite and other memories drifting on the mist. Arthur was standing in a trench. And if that hadn't identified the time and place, a distant crump of artillery beyond the gathering of officers, men and visiting royalty put the question beyond doubt. It was the day King George V had presented Arthur with the V.C. And for this outstanding valour, in the presence of the enemy, Private Michael Jones of the Gloucestershire Regiment is awarded the Victoria Cross. Jones saluted, and as the king pinned the medal on the true recipient's chest, the weight of 1,000 shattered body parts lifting from Arthur's consciousness caused him to lean on the officer standing next to him. "I say, are you all right, old bean?" It was Arthur's O.C. "You really ought to let some sawbones see to that, you know." Where the superior officer was looking made Arthur put a hand to his head. It was wrapped in a bandage. "Mind you, I should imagine your feelings must be all over the place," continued Arthur's boss. "If Jones hadn't taken your pistol when you were knocked out by that Boche shell, it could have been you up there, being congratulated by the king." "On the contrary, sir," said Arthur, pulling himself together. One couldn't be more pleased for the man. So there was a God who had not only forgiven Arthur for his sins, but in death had deemed the self-loather worthy of a second chance, a return to the year 1916. But other than witnessing Jones getting what was rightfully his, for what purpose? To thwart the killing of the royal family, of course. But how? "Tire shot!" Even Kelly was present, back in his role as the company's sergeant major. Williams could be seen too. The king returned the O.C.'s salute, and as the monarch and royal entourage departed, and Jones became lost in a mob of congratulations, Arthur's both resettled and reinvigorated mind pondered how best to stop the communist murderers. 1916. That meant the likes of Haig and Churchill would be alive. Arthur's father, too. Yes, Arthur would write the old man a letter detailing the events. No, concerns. Can't have the Marquis of Bridgehead thinking shell shock had deluded his son into believing he had the power of foresight, even if it were true. Arthur would face the same problem when trying to convince the world to take the fascist threat seriously. And how was one expected to meet Anastasia again? That was through Maud's connections in Arthur's previous life. So maybe God had intended for... Arthur blinked. He rubbed his eyes. There was a woman in the trench, at the far end, and if her sex and absence of occasion weren't making her look out of place, what the lady was wearing and her application of lipstick while staring into a makeup compact was. Zara. Checking to ensure his fellow officers and men were still being distracted by the just reward for Private Jones's heroics, Arthur approached the robot-turned-demigod. He found himself looking at Savage. "What the—" Shock made Arthur blurt out, "Good God, man! Are you wearing lipstick?" Reaching into a pocket, Savage retrieved a handkerchief. Disgust joined Arthur's discomfort. The professor's fingernails were painted red too.
"Sorry about that," said Savage as he wiped his mouth. "Work in progress. Walk with me, would you?"
Arthur found himself looking at Zara again.
"Don't listen to him,"
said the artificial lady, attempting to reapply the makeup.
"Whatever he offers can only bring you an eternity of pain. You must—"
Savage was back. He was about to say something when the way his body seethed and face rippled made it appear as if Zara was trying to break free from him again. The contortions settled, and the stunned onlooker realised that although God in his good grace might have returned him to a humble Gloucester's lieutenant in his early 20s, Savage's regression to the year 1916 appeared to have involved the recovery of decades. Not only was the professor's hair absent of any grey, but the bags under his eyes were back to being lines. His posture was straighter, frame slimmer, and complexion not just brighter, but eyes set within bluer. The man was in his mid-40s at most. Savage looked at his hands, as free of liver spots and wrinkles as they were nail varnish.
"Right," he said. "I think that's everything under control. Shall we go?" Savage took off in the direction the royal entourage had departed, but Arthur stood his ground. "God didn't give one a second chance at life to continue dancing to your tune," he said. Savage stopped. "God?" He scanned their surroundings. "But I put you here." His head turned to one side. "Maybe that makes me God." Arthur had just begun protesting the blasphemy when a nearby explosion, followed by a closer bang, plunged both men into darkness. "That's the trouble with a cosmos made up of multiple universes," said Savage's unseen voice. "Trying to find the perfect life amongst an infinity of lesser existences is nigh on impossible." The blackness reduced, to a charcoal hue at first, then brown, purple, and finally, as Arthur lifted his head from the mire he was lying in, a sea of red. Arthur was back where he had committed suicide. The Palace of Versailles, the Hall of Mirrors, the 28th of June, 1927, just after midday. "All those brave boys," said Savage, leaning over his clerk's open ledger and shaking his head. "All dying for nothing." He invited Arthur to view the same, by parting the mire of freshly decapitated, dismembered and desecrated ex-tyrants swamping the floor. More out of being compelled to do so than any voluntary effort, Arthur rose to his feet and approached the desk. Any blood and guts still adhering to this 34-year-old version of himself, evaporating as he did. The page contained a moving sepia image, monochrome and locked in a closed loop of around 4 seconds. The soldier featured was burdened by a body over his shoulder, and as he walked, his pained expression stared into the camera's lens throughout. The image was grainy, but the VC dangling from the Tommy's chest identified him as Private Jones. The body's face couldn't be seen, but a bandaged head and the rank of lieutenant visible on a cuff made its origins clear enough. "It's up to you," said Savage. "Make a difference in this universe, or die a brave but ultimately pointless soul in this one." He tapped the page. Arthur looked at the difference he had made thus far. The metallic stench of congealing blood and horrified expressions of those locked out of the mayhem turned Arthur's stomach. He slammed a fist onto the clerk's writing desk, making its inkpot and quill jump. "But in this universe I'm a coward!" Savage closed the ledger. "Oh, for goodness sake! You fell into a shell hole littered with dismembered bodies, only for another explosion to cover you in many more. Cowardice! You deserve a medal for not being driven insane!" And anyway, Savage passed a hand over the slaughter. "Anyone with knowledge of the event is dead. But I know!" "Precisely. Which is what makes you the perfect candidate to replace me. An all-seeing entity plagued by a guilty conscience, powerful enough to control the likes of hubris, sadism, narcissism, and the many other selfish thoughts that inevitably end up spoiling global domination." Savage smiled at Arthur. "You're just what this world needs. A thoughtful, kind, gentle, and benevolent dictator who only murders his subjects if they're bad." Arthur's whole body shook. "But I'm bad. I'm going to wipe out the entire human race." "Nonsense. You're going to wipe out all human flesh. There is a difference." Arthur couldn't believe his ears. "But it makes me worse than Hitler and Stalin combined. The blood of not millions, but billions will be on my hands." Savage scoffed. "Many would argue that, as the British Empire's imperialistic head, you already have blood on your hands, but we mustn't fall out over semantics." He produced Arthur's control box. "Finish your education, and everything will become clear." "Give me all the superpowers you want." Arthur turned away, as if even being near the device was enough to make him a monster. "I will not turn the ultimate empire into the ultimate killing machine." "Even if that were to bring back your beloved Anastasia?" Savage had reopened the ledger. Light from this moving picture danced like flames across Savage's smug features, making it appear as if Arthur was in hell after all, and the devil inviting him to sign a contract. As if to support the thesis, Savage withdrew the quill from the inkpot. "Look, if you don't like the idea of the latest technology controlling this universe, You can always go back to pen and paper."
Turning to the ledger's index, Savage wrote an entry. The scene changed. A hall in Buckingham Palace. Anastasia was playing chase with Arthur's children, while various footmen, ladies' maids, and a visiting ambassador did their best to maintain dignity when being made to join in with the hijinks. A joyous event, but Arthur glowered throughout. "First chance I get, I'm ending it all so we can be together." Arthur leaned closer to his nemesis. "In heaven."
"What? And run the risk of materializing in yet another godforsaken shell crater? And what about the likes of Mao Zedong and Pol Pot? Don't you want to save their millions of victims?"
"Who the hell are they?" Savage sighed and he gestured with the educator.
"Finish your training and you'll find out. Look, it's only a matter of time before every person would rather worship one of these than their god, and for the Earth's sake, that must be capitalized on."
Savage presented Arthur with the device's screen, another moving picture, in colour this time, and with a clarity that appeared designed to elevate as well as inform Arthur's level of disgust. Streets filled with the dead and dying, desert sands toppling over the walled boundaries of those trying to stay alive within, barren seas both flooding and battering communities that were once miles inland, storms tearing at those desperately trying to eke out an existence from soil too eroded to bear grass, let alone fruit. A series of numerical digits overlaid Arthur's mind's eye, not of a clock counting down, but of the less than 100 years it would apparently take for something called man-made climate change to cause the kind of famine, disease, and pestilence tyrants like Hitler and Stalin could only dream of. Billions of lives reduced to a comparative handful, and even they would be finished off by the next extinction event, an ice age. "It's a lie," said Arthur. "Human ingenuity always finds a way."
"But it has," insisted Savage. "By encouraging everyone to abandon their flesh and blood existences in favour of a more fulfilling experience online, the horror of global warming can be avoided."
He strode to the round table where Mosley's Future London had made a reappearance.
"Anyway, I think you have everything you'll need."
Savage's right hand formed a pointer.
"Gas chambers, furnaces, open-air mass funeral pyres, and, should a few troublemakers remain unconvinced, they're being led to the promised land."
The pointer tapped a building marked Cryopreserve.
"An embryonic army of Ubermensch just waiting for your command to assist the process."
Savage stood back as if admiring Mosley's twisted vision of a perfect society.
"Got to hand it to the fascists. Their morals might be dubious, but when it comes to disposing of bodies on an industrial scale, they really are the master race."
Arthur stared at Savage. "You're a monster."
"No, I'm a failure. 4 billion years of creating life, and the best that I can come up with is a creature not only blind to the fact it's wiping itself out, but oblivious to all the other species it's inevitably going to take with it."
Savage looked outside.
"Not a mistake I intend making twice."
Savage checked his pocket watch.
"Right, couple of tips. Avoid surrounding yourself with anyone purporting to be democratic. They'll only confuse the issue. Don't give anyone the same molecular manipulating powers as you, and if these handheld electronic devices must grow to become robots with arms, legs, and breasts, limit their cognition to the barest essentials. The last thing anyone wants is another Zara spoiling the show."
Arthur was struck dumb.
"So, if there are no questions, I'll leave you to it."
Arthur managed to get out, "Where are you going?"
"You're my replacement," said Savage. "I'm retiring." He threw a thumb over his shoulder and grinned. "To the potting shed."
Savage checked his watch again.
"Which reminds me, I had better get up there and build some protective glass domes before the sun burns off all those precious life-starting ingredients."
Where Savage had been looking when uttering that last sentence made Arthur gawp. "You're going to the moon?"
Savage raised his hands. "Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry. The race to be the first man there is still on. Merging with Zara technically makes me a human/robot subatomic particle-hopping all-seeing entity. which won't count.
Savage took in the celestial body.
But be a good chap and ensure whoever wins doesn't interfere with anything that looks like a greenhouse, will you?
His eyes switched to what was being held back on the floor.
Wouldn't want any Untermensch contaminating my experiments.
Greenhouse? Experiments? Arthur strode to a view of where Comet Bridgehead had peppered the moon's surface. Is that what this is all about? The destruction of one life so you can replace it with another? Savage shrugged.
The ultimate in this world's biology is clearly incapable of finding my maker. So why not go back to basics when trying to create one that can?
He scratched his chin.
And as complex life appears to involve the dividing of impossible to reconcile opinions as well as cells, I'm thinking of giving amoebas another try.
Savage smiled at Arthur.
And once you've rid this world of my current efforts, the next intelligence I create will have all the resources it needs to grow.
Arthur was in shock. You're not just a monster. You're mad, he managed to muster. The professor's lips and fingernails turning red and his suit becoming an evening dress overflowing with breasts and cascading locks was followed by Zara saying, I told you Savage would make your life a misery. He's on an eternal mission to find the impossible, the God particle. And do you want to know why it's impossible? Because...
Savage was back. He groaned. Oh, assuming Zara lets me get to the moon, of course.
He reached into his waistcoat pocket.
Here, you had better take this.
Arthur opened the matchbox. A dead bumblebee, he said. What am I supposed to do with this?
You'll know, should the need arise.
And with that, Savage was gone. Blood and guts re-swamped the floor, and there was a shattering of glass. Hands grabbed Arthur. Jesus H. Christ, said Kelly. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Say something. The Hall of Mirrors filled with others freed from the trappings of their closed-loop existence. Although the way the various dignitaries, journalists, soldiers and civilians were souring their faces while trying and failing to avoid stepping in the flood, indicated many had regretted the decision. Speak to us, Your Majesty, said Williams. Arthur met the gaze of both men. There has to be another way, he said. Freeing himself from their grip, Arthur waded to the ledger, where he was greeted by another moving image. It was Savage's clerk, cradling a baby while a woman Arthur assumed to be the child's mother looked approvingly on. Turning to the ledger's index page, Arthur withdrew the quill from its pot, shook out the excess ink, and made an entry. The End. That was Officer, Gentleman, Monster by Alec Birry, narrated by Jonathan Keeble, produced by Essential Radio, 2 Windmill Street, Fitzrovia, London in 2022, first published by Near Future Nightmares 2022. Copyright 2022, Alec Birry.